A rant on positive behavior support, a counterintuitive approach by Alexander Hylton Parker. Copyright 2014 Alexander Hylton Parker. Introduction. As Einstein said, if people are good only because they fear punishment, and hope for reward, then we are a sorry lot indeed. Richard Dawkins. Controlling behavior has been the goal of every dictatorship, abusive spouse, and religious institution since time began. Their methods have varied in success, but one common denominator in controlling their subjects is fear. Fear has led many to change behavior and sacrifice autonomy for safety. These relationships are always dehumanizing, sometimes to the point of ownership. During the Industrial Revolution, paupers and their young children were valueless commodities in the growing capitalist world. If children died in an industrial accident, the employer replaced them the next day. Newspapers of the time reported that a victim accidentally killed himself by their own carelessness. There was no welfare, employees depended upon their job to avoid the shame of the workhouse. The workhouse separated children from parents and wives from their husbands. Many people in the Industrial Revolution had come to mainland Britain to get jobs to provide for their families after escaping the potato famine in Ireland. If the immigrants didn't have extended family to help during times of financial crisis, then the workhouse was their fate. The slave trade showed how people can buy and sell human stock like that of cattle. A slave's family attachments and emotional well-being were equal to that of working animals. This book focuses on nurturing therapeutic relationships in work and why humans have a tendency to develop abusive relationships. I will present humans, whether they are professionals or supported adults, as part of the animal kingdom with the instinctive drives expected from an organism that has a genetic tendency to survive and thrive. We will examine why well-being starts with basic needs and is further enhanced by fulfilling higher needs. I will do my best to make the message in my rant as clear as I can. The message is that positive behavior support is counterintuitive and requires a commitment to personal development. For the average social care worker, this subject is essential and needs to be accessible to anyone with the meekest education. Training agencies can present an overly complicated model and neglect the influence of personal values and self-awareness in their delivery. The attitude of a professional can exacerbate or remedy challenging behaviors in subtle, unconscious ways and needs examination. The scandals of abusive practice in care homes, uncovered by reporters, are still happening because trainees either can't absorb training or it conflicts with their arbitrary common sense values. Common sense is the worst teacher in the known universe. It tells us that the world is flat, it tells us that if we spare the rod, you spoil the child, it tells us that a religious minister is always moral, that a university education guarantees a well-paid job, that women can't do the same work as men, and that ethnic minorities are subhuman. Common sense is the arbitrary teacher of the misguided. The nature of common sense is responsible for some of the greatest atrocities and human rights abuses in the world. Nazi Germany, for example, had the belief that people with disabilities have no value. People reasoned that disabled people were a burden on society, so using them to research the most effective mass execution methods attracted little opposition. I have even heard people in the modern UK say that euthanization would be a common sense approach to developmental disabilities, as if imparting an enlightened view. Human reasoning and common sense result in terrible beliefs, and beliefs are difficult to recognize as false, especially if they contribute to your view of reality, and they have a following. The difficulty with recognizing erroneous beliefs is our need to justify our aggressive feelings and the desire for expedient solutions. Humans are not separate from the animal kingdom. We have only lived in static communities for 12,000 years, and for most of that time, we were brutally defending our lands. The ruling class has always been the ones that have taken their position by the sword. Peaceful leaders never took over a country. Even in the Bible, God's approved judges and kings behaved like psychopathic warmongers, committing mass genocide in the quest to claim the promised land. Jesus was a preacher of peace and agreeable things, such as not getting angry when someone slaps your face, but for taking over a country he was useless. It wasn't until his executioners Christianized the empire by burning anyone who wasn't cool with Jesus' teaching, that he had any vestige of real rulership. Sadly, he was dead and couldn't feel the benefit. Philosopher Niccolò Machiavelli explores why it is difficult for the peace lover to prosper in his book The Prince. Without going into boring detail, he describes rulership as impossible for the empathy. He ironically recommends that the empathy should rule like a psychopath to maintain the moral values they wish to nurture in their kingdom. Otherwise, it will always fall into the hands of psychopaths. This appears to be a paradox, and I will need to explain its relevance as I progress in this rant as I attempt to make coherent points. Sensational rant points. PBS is a battle between the empathy, the apathetic and the authoritarian personality. PBS is counterintuitive and requires self-reflection, supervision and education to be effective. The practitioner's personal values will be congruent with PBS principles. PBS requires a proactive mindset. PBS discourages instinctive, adrenaline-based reactions, as these can exacerbate an event. It is always at risk of being distorted and discontinued by a cultural antithesis. It enhances the physical and psychological well-being of staff and supported adults. PBS bases a professional relationship on positive regard, partnership, and cooperation. Care practitioners need an honest view of their attitudes and behavior and how they contribute to conditions of serenity and unsettled behavior. There are a multitude of books that will tell you what best practice looks like, but books telling you what abusive practice looks like are few. People who work in care find it hard to consider that a chilling side to human nature exists as a potential in all of us. Malpractice in its subtle forms, such as a harsh tone or stealthily applied restraint, can grow into a culture of systematic abuse. The counterproductive ideas of dominance of authoritarianism can spread through a staff group like an internet virus. The refusal to discuss the wrong approach probably explains why everyone is so shocked when they hear news reports of care homes being at the center of an abuse scandal. Sharon Paley states that, it promotes the individuality, rights, and dignity of the person. Positive behavior support is based on the person-centered principles of encouraging independence, developing and sustaining relationships, personalized support, and positive communication. Promoting positive behavior when supporting people with learning disability and people with autism, published by Sage. Positive behavior support is an approach to understanding communication through behavior in the context where it occurs. A scientifically directed philosophy which relies on objective data to identify therapeutic conditions specific to the individual's needs. To objectively collect and interpret data to identify stressors and triggers of each individual. How to facilitate recovery from arousal. A proactive approach which identifies strategies to reduce or eliminate unsettled/crisis behaviors. Focused on specific outcomes that enable the individual and those who support the individual to work together consistently. Collaboration of the individual with family and all extended services to work together in supplying a consistent approach. Environmental/social influences and history and current life issues that contribute to behavior and a heightened sympathetic response. It is natural to expect that we would only examine the things that contribute toward maladapted behaviors, but PBS is a proactive approach used to identify interests and pastimes that promote satisfaction, self-esteem and parasympathetic experience. The reason for this is to remove the rationale for elevated behaviors. This goes beyond following government-based legislation. It requires personal qualities in the professional that would be present without it being enforced by law. If this sounds a little cynical, it is important to remember that Oxfam has operated humanitarian operations throughout the world protecting the vulnerable and exploited since 1942. The charity supplied water to 500,000 people in Haiti after the 2010 earthquake. To the horror of the organizers, 7,000 pieces of evidence exposed humanitarian workers as sexual predators who sexually exploited women and children they were there to help. We assume that people who work in a humanitarian capacity have strong personal ethics, but this is a stereotype. Training is useful for those who are of an ethical disposition, but some humans are wolves in sheep's clothing. Was originally coined by Richard Dawkins in his book The Selfish Gene and became quickly acknowledged as a psychological explanation of cultural development of values and beliefs. The meme is a mental construct, concept, or idea which informs our values, beliefs and ultimately our behavior. The individual adopts the meme unless it is inconsistent with existing core beliefs. A core belief is our foundational view of what is true. Core beliefs are dogmatic in the sense that they are resistant to change and cause anxiety if challenged. For example, an individual may have the core belief that all people are equal and entitled to dignity. If such a person witnesses victimization, this will evoke tension. There are also people whose core beliefs result in feelings of jubilation when people from social groups they dislike suffer pain and deprivation. Memes reinforce core beliefs. We communicate them through sayings and stories and more recently through social media. We assimilate memes through messages in religious proverbs, cultural phrases, and educational training. A meme is like a software update, or a virus of the mind. If the source of the meme triggers a strong emotional reaction in favor of its message, then it is more likely that we will be open to assimilating it. There are some people who have a strong internal locus of evaluation and will assertively reject any contrary content from their personal ethics. The locus of evaluation is external or internal. Organismic valuing process, internal locus of evaluation, level of trust in your own ability to assess information as to its validity. Organismic valuing is a hypothetical judgment. Reliance on one's own reasoning to examine incoming information. External locus of evaluation, trust in the judgment of people and groups. Tendency for gullibility and passively accepting information from others as reliable with no evaluation. Bases all moral values and beliefs on the word of multiple sources causing incongruence. Over the past century, we have communicated memes through propaganda in political advertising and biased news reports. If the source of the message is trusted, then the meme is assimilated and strengthens an existing predisposition for the message. This has become a controversial phenomenon as social media uses algorithms to deliver content that is tailored for the individual user. In the aftermath of the financial crash of 2008, the UK experienced a barrage of hateful rhetoric aimed at people with darker skin and people with disabilities, asserting that they were both draining the economy and the cause of the economic troubles. The financial industry's lack of regulation caused the crisis, but the populace ignored this in favor of a scapegoat. This was reminiscent of the 1930s financial crash when the Nazi Party came to power in Germany. The German people suffered austerity exacerbated by the Great Depression. Sanctions and the unregulated world banks caused their troubles, but propaganda focused their anger toward the social minorities. The comparison with the UK seems unright, but the principle is the same. As propaganda from far-right groups permeated through social media like a virus, enabling the UK government to deport black British people to the Caribbean with little opposition. The forced deportation is known as the Windrush scandal. Propaganda branded people of darker skin as benefit scroungers while blaming the same people for taking all the British jobs from what erroneously became referred to as the indigenous British people, which seemed to apply to anyone who has white skin and a British accent. The UK campaign to leave the European Union involved extensive propaganda presenting refugees as welfare scroungers and Muslims as anti-British. The British government orchestrated the persecution of vulnerable people with severe disabilities as an additional way to please the voters who needed appeasement for the financial losses of 2008. They reassessed people with disabilities as to their ability to find a job. Many had their welfare payments cut when a digital algorithm and equally indifferent assessor decided that it was appropriate. Many people with disabilities suffered poverty, and some even ended their own lives because of the deprivation they faced. It was easier to declare them fit for work if they had difficulty with communication and physical mobility. They faced a battle within a bureaucratic and officious process. In times of crisis and high emotion, it is easy to influence the masses by harnessing their anger. As I write this, the world is experiencing the George Floyd protests which under the Black Lives Matter movement have highlighted the subjugation and abuse of non-white communities in the USA. A police officer murdered George Floyd by kneeling on his neck for 9 minutes. Handcuffed and begging for his life as the officers restrained him, passers-by recorded Floyd's words, "I can't breathe." The protests quickly spread around the cities of the world. Protesters in Bristol, UK tore down a statue of a slave trader and dropped it into the River Avon. It had been a controversial monument as it represented a man who had made a fortune from the misery of slavery. Right-wingers pointed to the slave trader's generosity toward his own ethnicity and how his ill-gotten gains helped develop Bristol. Hitler also committed crimes against humanity while caring for his preferred master race, but unlike the Bristol slavery executive, there are no statues to commemorate his contribution to the local economy. The city council later recovered the statue and donated it to a museum which exposes the trade's crimes against humanity. Times have changed. The police and council understood the controversy of the statue and took no action against the protesters. The actions were in harmony with British values and laws on equality. The less enlightened didn't share this point of view. They shared memes on social media condemning the actions as unpatriotic and a denial of British history. Within a brief period, rumors abound that protesters would attack war memorials and a statue of Winston Churchill. The emotionally enticing propaganda was just the right bait to energize the angry imperialists who bought it hook, line and sinker. They formed violent groups and congregated to attack peaceful protesters and injure police officers. The care setting has its vulnerabilities with the influence of cultural peer pressure which in some notorious scandals, supported adults have been routinely dehumanized. When this happens, it is subtly whitewashed by false recording making bad practice and abuse appear like a professional intervention. Work cultures have quickly improved by introducing a manager with 40 years experience who refuses to accept any behavior that could cause distress to supported adults in the slightest way. One of those managers was Hannah. She was a former manager, brought out of retirement to run a care home in the UK. She eliminated bad practice with what we could term draconian, even Machiavellian measures, but her actions were for the greater good of the service. With one fatal swoop, she killed a culture of malpractice. Hannah was a wonderful caring woman, but as a manager there were boundaries that no one was allowed to cross. She was working with Beska, an experienced member of staff who had been running the affairs of the care home until they could appoint a qualified manager. Hannah and Beska had a good rapport, and it was obvious to Hannah that Beska had a very close bond with the staff who saw her as a mother figure. Hannah got to know everyone by working with them closely and helped with tasks in the bathroom. Old Jimmy was a long-term resident at the home. He had a quirky sense of humor which endeared everyone to him. He would call a member of staff over from the other end of the social room and ask, "Do you know why they call me Old Jimmy?" The member of staff would play along and say, "No, why do they call you Old Jimmy?" He would give a giggle as if it was the first time he had ever said it, "I don't know, my name is Nancy and I'm 22. The staff would laugh with him to show approval before returning to duties. He lived with Parkinson's disease and other ailments and found difficulty in bending his knees to take a seating position on the toilet. Hannah assisted Old Jimmy to the bathroom with Tabby, the new trainee student. They got Old Jimmy to the standing position above the bowel. Hannah could see that the bowl was too low for Jimmy to lower himself gracefully and avoid hitting it with force. Hannah asked Tabby, "Do we have an adaptation to raise the bowl for Jimmy?" Tabby said, "We normally just stimulate the back of his knees, and he sits down automatically." Hannah could see a problem. She asked, "Stimulate? I've never heard of that." Does everyone do that here? Yes, said Tabby. Beska does it best, she gets him down in seconds. Go and get Beska for me, Tabby, so I can see her technique. Tabby returns with Beska within a few minutes. Hello Beska, Hannah says with relief in her voice, could you show me how to help Jimmy sit on the loo? He is doing his best, but it seems like a big drop for him. Do we have a higher toilet seat or a commode that might help? Beska laughs and looks at Tabby. Have you not shown Hannah my quick stimulation technique? Hannah stands up with arms folded, watching what happens next. Beska then puts one hand on Jimmy's abdomen and the other hand in a flat upright position behind his knee, and says, are you ready, Jimmy? Before administering a blow, similar to a Bruce Lee karate chop, and he sinks to the bowl like a sack of bricks. Hannah puts her hands to her face in horror. Oh God, I didn't expect that. Are you alright, Jimmy? Jimmy responds, I love. But my name's not Jimmy, it's Nancy, and I'm 22. To the shock of the rest of the staff, Beska is seen leaving the building in tears. The staff are asked to see Hannah in her office and she lets them know that procedures and training are to be reviewed, and she will oversee all care for the next week. As you can imagine, Beska was investigated by her organization and the police for assault and later dismissed. Beska was a senior member of staff, she was popular and also the staff mentor. Whatever Beska said was correct and staff emulated her techniques. Her prominent social position meant that her ideas would spread like a virus. She was the rotten apple that would spoil the barrel. Hannah's approach was authentic, genuine, and assertive. It was not motivated by anger or malicious intent, it was to protect the residents and staff from corruption. Some might suggest that her dismissal was harsh or without compassion. No one likes to see someone cry. I remember the time that Prime Minister Theresa May resigned from her role. She cried at the end of her resignation speech. Watching this, I could not help feeling an emotional stab in the chest. But in reality, she had been the facilitator of the Windrush scandal and erroneously removed welfare benefits from the vulnerable. In the same way, Hannah could still feel empathy for Beska, but she had not only abused old Jimmy, but she had also corrupted the staff. A young intern entering a workplace without such leadership is at risk of corruption. Cultural learning is a natural reaction to a perceived authority, whether that authority is a person or a group. The power of a work culture over the development of an impressionable junior employee directs the future work ethic of that organization. Nazi Germany could kill 6 million Jews along with people who live with disabilities, and other minorities. The Nazi youth were conditioned to be subservient. Junior soldiers, prison workers, and care workers were rewarded for complete obedience. People we would expect to be principled were complicit in the experimentation, torture and extermination of anyone deemed subhuman. Even the individuals who didn't want to take part in the atrocities forced themselves through sheer will to suppress empathy and reason that they were not responsible for following the orders of an authority figure. The reason for taking part in such actions was the old excuse of I was only following orders, or the more childish excuse of well, he told me to do it. Modern care professionals cannot shift the blame for their actions to the orders of a mentor when procedures are available for them to review. The decision to go against written ethics is a personal decision, whether it results from cultural learning or disregard. The authoritarian mentors will always have their personal motivation for doing what they do, whether it is laziness, a hot temper or narcissistic contempt. They can rest knowing that their peers will never report their actions because they have been complicit in unprofessional action, often in exchange for acceptance into the staff clique. Gary was a supervisor of a day service establishment who cared for adults who have severe physical disabilities. Julie was a 19-year-old intern who had started work there hoping to climb the career ladder. Although Gary wasn't the manager, he was viewed by the staff as the leader because he had worked there for 15 years and was 62. He knew that everyone, even the management, relied on his expertise on everything in the service. Although his knowledge was good, he would cut corners and have his own opinions on how things should be done, which often meant that staff were misinformed. He would encourage people to ignore some aspects of training that he didn't like and follow his lead. The result was that a culture developed where the staff blindly followed him and the management would defend him in the face of the odd accusation regarding his conduct. With the phrase, Gary wouldn't do that, Julie was assigned to attend to Derek's care needs. Julie was unfamiliar with Derek, so Gary volunteered to guide her. Derek was in a wheelchair with very little physical movement and without speech. Her training course had advised Julie to become familiar with everyone's support plan and procedures before embarking on any care duty. She had read through Derek's procedural plan for accessing the bathroom and felt confident that this would be straightforward, but it didn't go the way Julie expected. Gary was about to bring Julie into his complicit circle of trust. Gary pushed Derek in his chair to the bathroom with Julie close behind. Once in the bathroom, Julie washed her hands and donned her protective gloves and apron while Gary unfastened Derek's wheelchair braces. Julie then brought the hoist which she expects to use when transferring Derek onto the bed. Julie notices that Gary has not donned his protective clothing yet, but because she is new, she feels it would be inappropriate to bring this to his attention. Gary is now standing behind a wheelchair with his hands under Derek's armpits as if he is preparing to lift him manually. Julie stops and looks at Gary with a confused expression. She asks, "Don't we use this hoist for transferring Derek?" Gary laughs, "No, it would take ages. Get hold of his legs, and we can have this done in a jiffy." This is where Julie experiences severe cognitive dissonance. Should she go against her training and become part of the group norms for a while until she gets to know everyone? Or should she insist on following procedure, become a pariah, potentially destroy her career prospects in the bargain? The right answer is simple: she should report it. But let's not answer the question too dismissively. The effect of cognitive dissonance is distressing to those who experience it, and cultures of abuse continue to exist in a world where they shouldn't. Julie doesn't have time to contemplate the consequences of each decision and silently panics. She can refuse to follow his guidance and damage her developing relationship, or she can do as Gary expects and lift Derek like a sack of potatoes onto the bed and consider her position later. Julie is panicking. The staff and management considered Gary to be the repository of all knowledge and wisdom, so in her trepidation, she did as Gary expected. Gary told Julie what a magnificent job she had done and not to worry about the written procedure, as it's not workable in real life. Julie is comforted by this explanation and relaxes as she contemplates the validity of the statement. It sounds like the statement of an experienced colleague. She decides that it is better to consult Gary in future rather than waste time reading support plans, so she can work in harmony with the rest of the staff and fit in. Anyway, she was now complicit in ignoring procedures, and so would implicate herself if she made a complaint. This example serves to illustrate how easy it is to assimilate into a culture of poor practice. Such cultures develop because of the interaction between passive personalities and dominant personalities. It is expedient in the short term to become complicit to bad practice. Julie relaxed when she was given a meme that helped her to accept bad practice as the norm. It's not workable in real life. This phrase is a meme, a virus of the mind. It invalidates a positive work ethic, presupposes that the procedures are naive and for the uninitiated. This disregard for carefully prepared procedures spreads through a staff team to where no one recognizes that anything is wrong until it's too late. Simon has worked in the same care establishment for 4 years. He has worked closely with Stan during that time. Gary also mentored him to prepare Stan's food. Stan is without speech and has a serious neurological impediment. According to Stan's support plan, he needs his food to be smooth with no lumps or bits to reduce the risk of choking. Gary showed Simon that Stan can eat normal food and can feed himself independently if he has chips or other finger food. This frees carers up to eat their own lunch and chat with colleagues. Within the 4 years Simon has worked there, all other staff have taken this example without ever consulting the support plan. None of the staff are aware of the risks of choking. Daniel is a supported adult who fully depends on staff for all tasks. He has various problems which require him to be well hydrated. Without regular drinks, he gets abdominal pains and makes loud vocalizations to communicate his distress. Daniel has attended the service for 15 years and during that time there have been many entries into his file regarding violent and disruptive behaviors. Many of the staff complain that he regularly screams while other service users are trying to relax, and sometimes he will also grab staff aggressively. Gary has a meeting with some managers to discuss the issue. Gary suggests that what Daniel needs is to be dealt with firmly, and without specifying what this means they endorse the approach, and Gary advises the staff not pander to him, stand their ground, and be firm. It leaves the staff to guess what being firm means, but Gary gives a thumbs up as he views a member of staff speaking to him in an angry tone to stop making a noise. The angry voice is simple to generate when you are angry. The staff raise their vocal volume, point their finger and make threats to isolate Daniel. They take control of his wheelchair and make him face the wall as a punishment, and if he continues to make a sound, they push him to a separate room where staff cannot hear him scream. The team adopt the belief that Daniel disrupts the session to get attention. They become resolute with the phrase, "He will give in before we do." The staff are always defensive when working with Daniel and are prepared to take firm action at the slightest sound that Daniel's makes to nip it in the bud. They threaten Daniel before the start of every activity, not to start or we will isolate you. Do you want that? Daniel is trying to tell the staff, "I am very thirsty." Daniel feels desperate. "If only I could speak," he cries to himself. They do not give him a drink at any time of the day. He watches in anguish as they serve other people tea and access as much water as they please. Even during his lunch, he has not offered any liquid. The staff don't even consider that he might be thirsty or in pain. He always waits until he gets home to drink and gulps the liquid down to relieve the distress. If only he could tell someone what is happening in the day service, but how can he do this without being classed as disruptive? The carers believe that the use of isolation works, and Gary congratulates them on their success. They attribute the success to the fact that Daniel will eventually go quiet in his isolation. Their memes "he'll give in before we do," and "he'll learn the hard way" seems validated by his eventual conformity. Daniel falls into a state of despondency. Gary reports back to the managers how successful the firm approach has been, and everyone feels they are doing a superb job. They have failed to understand Daniel's behavior as an expression of distress. If they had approached him with an attitude of positive regard, then they may have discovered what he was desperately trying to communicate. It is difficult to become angry with someone's elevated behavior if we accept them unconditionally. It would be impossible to dehumanize an individual we respect. A person who feels safe and valued in a care setting is well placed to survive and thrive. There are two types of positive regard. Positive regard, conditional, acceptance of the individual is restricted to behaviors that gratify the ideals of an authority. Positive regard is discontinued at times of non-compliance. Inhibits autonomy. Unconditional acceptance has no restrictions. It preserves dignity in all situations. It facilitates autonomy. Encourages the development of a strong internal locus of evaluation. Unconditional positive regard is a useful attitude for a care worker to adopt as it communicates to a supported adult that they are valued and safe in your care. Now let us get back to Daniel's story. Clara has moved into the service from another care agency. She is assigned to work with Daniel on a regular basis. She has been told by staff he has behavioral problems and how they apply a firm hand to keep him quiet. Gary pops into the staff room, sees her and says, "You've got your job cut out there. Make sure you don't take any of his attitude." Clara reads Daniel's file and gets to know his history. She likes him before she even meets him. Clara speaks softly to him and smiles when she sees him. Daniel feels safe when she is around, and he communicates this by mirroring her smile every time she enters the room. She never hears him make a loud vocalization because she has read his care plan and regularly offers him a drink. Daniel returns home after a day at the service feeling happy and restful. The change in Daniel's behavior is significant and the other staff emulate Clara's example and feel ashamed of their reliance on Gary's approach. Clara's success was not about planning or technique, rather it was about her personal values and empathic approach. Unconditional positive regard, Clara sees all Daniel's behaviors as communication. She gives him 100% attention to make sure he is comfortable. She communicates that she values her relationship with Daniel in all interactions. Any elevated behavior is an opportunity to identify a stressor to reduce Daniel's distress and enjoy his day. Empathy, she uses an awareness of meta-communication to identify any nonverbal cues of distress. Any change in facial expression, movement, breathing or vocalization is an opportunity to identify the cause of any distress. Stimulates parasympathetic response, through meta-communication communicates interest and positive regard to Daniel. Clara supplies needs before tension triggers distress. Creates an emotionally safe environment. Calmly attends to any elevated behavior. Authenticity, Clara genuinely cares and respects Daniel. Her personal values are in harmony with her work ethic. Her honest approach supplies Daniel with a consistent experience when she is in his care, which enhances his ability to predict positive outcomes and feel secure. Strong internal locus of evaluation, Clara is skeptical about the staff's advice. She researches Daniel's history and familiarizes herself with his communication style and needs. She refuses to follow staff directions if it seems harmful. Clara's approach had a positive effect on the staff team. They saw the beneficial effects of Clara's intervention and wanted to replicate it. Within a brief period her example was being emulated by the staff and social workers reported a dramatic drop in the frequency of maladaptive behaviors being brought to their attention. Clara was becoming a role model and mentor to the staff, through her example. The human brain. The human brain is like a big wet computer that comes with very basic software installed. It exists in your head and should not be removed. I will use a very basic description of the brain to facilitate understanding of how we function. If I was to include all the specifics of neuroscience, we would be too far off topic, so this approximation is a guide to illustrate the brain's function in delivering elevated behaviors. The triune brain was an idea in the 1960s by neuroscientist Paul D. MacLean. The triune brain is a model that presents three interacting areas of the brain and how they affect human nature. Their presentation makes it appear that there are separate independent brains, but they are better thought of as an entangled process. Autonomic system, instinctual drive for homeostasis and survival. Automatic physiological reactions of breathing, temperature control, and hormonal secretion to stimulate the desire to eat, drink and reproduce. Also, the hormonal secretion preserves energy. Aggression, paranoid vigilance, courtship behaviors, and territorial defenses are associated with the homeostasis function. This process is present in all animals. Sympathetic response, readiness to take action. Fight or flight response. Increase in arousal. Trigger R, loud noise, smells, temperature. Physical discomfort. Hunger and thirst. Absence of stimulus, parasympathetic response, calming of body. Relaxation and homeostasis. Triggers are, feeling of safety. Familiarity. Pleasant sensations. Focus on neutral stimuli. Relaxation. Fulfillment. Limbic system, recording process of pattern matching all sensory information to construct a conditioned physiological response and alerting the autonomic system. The level of autonomic reaction corresponds to the level of emotional arousal evoked during the conditioning process. For example, a dog barks loudly in proximity to a baby and this triggers an immediate autonomic reaction of screaming and shaking. The sensory information of the event is recorded into the limbic system with the memory of the autonomic reaction. Next time that the baby sees a dog, the limbic system will recognize its characteristics and trigger a stress response from the autonomic system to a level appropriate to the original stimulus. The limbic system is dogmatic and not easily updated by fresh experience. It can generate a learned fear reaction to footballs after one knocks you off your feet as a toddler. The toddler may subsequently feel anxious when in proximity to a football game. Fear can be generalized to anything reminiscent of a football, such as a balloon. This pathological conditioning happens without reasoning, especially during incidents of trauma. Traumatic incidents which activate a strong sympathetic response bring all conditioned resources reflexes from the limbic system's recordings and the fight or flight response from the autonomic system. During such a time the executive function stops functioning and opens the limbic system to all incoming information, which can react quickly, but is also vulnerable to absorbing the catastrophic sights, sounds, smells and tastes specific to that event without the ability to categorize them. The result in extreme cases is a phobia or post-traumatic stress reactions that require extensive therapy to overcome. But the limbic memory is not just about trauma and panic, it has useful applications. By repetition and practice, we can be conditioned to learn skills such as driving and complicated dance moves. We can learn to type without the need to look for keys and find our way home when drunk. It can initiate a parasympathetic response when we see a road sign that reassures us we are close to a roadside cafe, see our grandma's face at the end of a school day. Storage of emotional/sensory memories serve to activate an autonomic response to an emotive stimulus. The limbic system also supplies organized information to the conscious executive function. Consciously rerunning memories from our past to remember someone's name or to answer general knowledge questions. It is like a bookshelf with some information correctly categorized and easily found and other information difficult to find because it is in the miscellaneous section. Includes, ego boundary everything we identify as an aspect of self and feel protective towards. We also know this as the self matrix. This contributes to the self concept. This will include family, pets, social roles, tools and beliefs. It can also include possessions and membership of a group, but the extent is limitless. Strong emotional attachments to people such as parents is known as imprinting. Everything outside the ego boundary is other. Reactive memory. Sensory memories of sympathetic or parasympathetic response. On matching the same sensory characteristics in the environment, the memory activates the autonomic system. This can also happen when thinking about an emotive event. Limbic imprinting. Process of recording secure base and forming an attachment. Usually the memory of parents which causes the child to remain in their proximity. This initiates a parasympathetic response. For example, if a child falls off their bike and scrapes their knee at the other end of the street, they will quickly calm down when they see their mother or hear her voice. This process brings the secure base into the ego boundary and is used as a template for identifying endearing characteristics in people we choose to form an attachment with. Pattern matching function. The automatic process of correlating similarities of sensory experience to construct a schema. Association with appropriate autonomic response is applied to each schema. Can contribute to insight and spontaneous new behavior. This can be seen in apes who when left to play with items can later apply those items as tools to acquire food. Metacommunication, nonverbal perception of people's emotions, mood, and intentions. Based on personal experience of emotions as a template or experience of previous interactions. Is conflated with empathy and supplemented by the quality of reactive memory which affects level of accuracy. Organized memory, memory that is constructed and accessible to the administrative process. Contains memories of holidays, childhood, stories, jokes and academic learning. Any memory that is linear and accessible. Through repetition and exposure to new experience and memories can update unconscious recordings. The administrative process, the ability to consciously reason on biofeedback and insights from the unconscious processes. With these resources the executive can direct attention to planning, language, abstract thinking such as mathematics and writing. Perception of the emotions of others is enabled by abstract thinking and an awareness of time. Learning is filtered through a reasoning process to ascertain validity of new knowledge before being assimilated. This process is most prominent in larger mammals. Primates, especially the great apes and humans, have the most developed executive complex, but other mammals such as dogs and elephants have these qualities in more rudimentary ways. Includes, language, ability to exchange information using verbal noises to ask questions, convey detailed concepts, abstract ideas, and teach skills. Use art, written symbols such as writing and mathematics to represent thoughts and abstract concepts. Focus, ability to direct attention at will and filter out other stimuli in the environment. Useful when in a conversation, studying or learning a new skill. Altruism, choice to make a calculated risk to put oneself at risk for the benefit of people/objects in the contact boundary. Construct values, use of personal reasoning to evaluate what is beneficial and fair. Self-reflection, tendency to examine, evaluate behavior and perceptions. The gateway to update beliefs and behaviors. Self-regulation, the ability to consciously control behavior during autonomic reactions. To resist unconscious drives for pleasure. Such as the Dieter who resists the cream cake or the nun who resists the George Clooney look-alike. Hypothetical mindfulness, the ability to observe all sensations, thought processes and reactions as they happen. Can contribute to biofeedback and stimulate parasympathetic response. This assists with self-regulation and self-reflection. Mindfulness is enhanced by focus to address counterproductive schemas. Hypothetical insights are formed in the process which can be tested and contribute to new skills and learning. We can see from this model that human nature is based on a very firm base of animal needs. In fact, there is negligible difference between us and other mammals. The human executive process is more advanced than our ape cousins, and it enables us to use language and art, but apart from that we are very similar in the way we interact with the world. All animals wish to fulfill their needs because a craving for something is distressing. Not getting something like food and water in time will cause your death, so the drive is to activate the parasympathetic process and relieve the tension. We feel driven to supply those people within our contact boundary with a parasympathetic response to keep them close and feel secure in the group. Empathy and altruism are excellent modes of communicating attachment to one another and mean that the young and the sick are valued and cared for. There are people who have these qualities in abundance and seem like angels in their ability to generate parasympathetic reactions in people. These are the people we would hope to support our loved ones if they required care. But there is a problem with people who are self-sacrificing and empathic. They placate authority and passive in the face of a threat. If the authority figure has the strong qualities of altruism and empathy, a care service will prosper. But if the authority is deficient of empathy and is motivated by a limbic drive to dominate, then they become a danger if they sense someone is not following their direction. Therefore, strong leadership is important to make sure that people with humanitarian values have the confidence and skills to defend a service from the rot of authoritarianism. This means that the service provider needs to make sure that their employees come to understand their own behaviors and autonomic triggers as a priority before considering them proficient in understanding the complicated idiosyncrasies of people with neurological differences. It would seem like a given, but staff are rarely asked to examine their own beliefs and values, and so have very little insight into how these may contradict professional values. There should be no disharmony between personal and professional values. The idea that an individual can put a humanitarian face on at work and return home, kick the dog and share hate speech on social media is like appointing Sweeney Todd as your family barber. He may give you a professional shave, he also produces beautiful pies, but where's granddad? A professional needs to examine their own beliefs, and if they conflict with the professional values, then a decision must be made whether to find another job. The promise to behave at work is nonsensical if an employee's sympathetic response is triggered. For example, religious hatred can be a sticking point for some care staff. It would be very difficult to control. In Ireland during the Troubles, the open hatred and prejudice between Catholics and Protestants was always for violence. To consider that someone would bracket off their sympathetic response at work, but when outside, become filled with fury when witnessing a heretic use their local shop. Faith often presents us with an ideal that should be lived up to, and it will activate our autonomic system to evoke tension or peace. If the belief is orthodox is within your contact boundary, then altruism toward a hated group would cause too much cognitive dissonance to be workable, and prejudice and suspicion would nullify empathy. Not every situation involves issues of hate. In fact, some are about prohibitions that don't come into awareness until we are presented with a situation that you were not prepared for. I knew a care worker who ran from her new workplace in tears because she was asked to help a woman take part in a game of bingo. She was part of a religion who forbade gambling. The consequences of taking part in such an activity could result in exile from the religious group and family members. She panicked and ran away from the building and sat at home with her head in her hands. Her new manager phoned her and reassured her that her faith could be accommodated, offering alternative duties during bingo time. The stress of the experience was tremendous. It challenged her self-concept, security with family and her standing with God. She decided that although her beliefs could be accommodated, that to return might damage her health. Not being fully aware of our personal triggers may mean that we cannot understand the apparently disproportionate behaviors of the people we support. If we were to change the scenario and swap the new employee for a new supported adult with limited mobility, speech, and the same strong beliefs, then the panic response to bingo may appear excessive to onlookers. A hall where the bingo is played is normally silent as the numbers are called, so the loud crying seems disproportionate to onlookers, and they may become angry. The reaction has the chance of being treated with less charity than was afforded to the employee who could articulate her distress. The aversion to bingo is not an issue for a service that has humanistic values, but if a member of staff has emotive beliefs regarding race, sexual orientation, and other characteristics, then unconscious biases from the limbic system will affect the behavior of the professional, whether or not they are aware of it. Deeply held beliefs are always emotive when challenged. An individual may try to suppress their adrenaline-based reaction, but once triggered it is hard to put back in the box, and why would you want to spend your energy hiding your true values in the shadow? Kyle was one support worker who found how difficult it is to maintain such a facade. Kyle hates homosexuals. His father hated them. His mother hated them, his grandparents, cousins and friends all hated them. During his childhood, Kyle's father would get immediately triggered when someone he assumed was gay appeared on the TV. If Boy George appeared on Top of the Pops he would switch it off. When Freddie Mercury appeared in the Live Aid concert, he threw his tartan slipper at the TV. Every Sunday his mother would take the young Kyle to church where he would meet all his friends and family who all hated homosexuals and used the word gay as to insult each other. This was a very anti-gay family, and they would get very cross about it indeed. Kyle started a job as a support worker for Will, who has autistic spectrum condition and needs help to manage money. Kyle enjoys his few hours with Will, and they seem to form a good rapport, all is good and peaceful. Then the emotive subject of homosexuality is brought up. Will tells Kyle that he is having lunch with his boyfriend tomorrow, and they are spending the afternoon at a health and beauty spa where they will get a nice massage, a pedicure, a swim, and a sauna. Not only that, but they will also get a glass of white wine in with the price. This sounds like a fantastic day of relaxation and social bonding, but not to Kyle. As soon as Kyle hears the word boyfriend his entire physiology becomes energized to the same degree you would expect from a person who finds the milkman in bed with his wife. This energy is primal, instinctive, and angry. This energy is the energy that results in manslaughter, as all reasoning from the executive system stops and the inner savage comes to the foreground preparing to destroy, kill, and conquer. However, Kyle's species is no longer living in an environment that requires that kind of action, and anyone who behaves like that is usually a psychopath or, as already stated, a person who has found their wife in bed with the milkman. Even when executing people for serious crimes, the USA uses injections which put you into a nice sleep before deactivating your nervous system permanently, or they might press a button to electrocute you from a distance, but warrior-like beatings are unbecoming of the modern Homo sapien. Incidentally, Kyle also has the same reaction to people who claim to be Homo sapien, and also thinks Homo erectus is a hilarious insult, but he is not very bright. Some people will suggest that you can leave your personal values at home when you come to work, but without a lobotomy to remove your limbic system, it will be unlikely that such a strong emotive reaction will be suppressed. This reaction has nowhere to go. It is like Bruce Banner trying to hide his secret identity of the Hulk by counting to 10. Kyle, however, cannot shake his feeling of agitation and is distracted by contemptuous thoughts about Will's sexuality. He now works with emotional distance. The rapport is gone and Kyle can't help but allow his hatred to leak out with the occasional impatient comment and the provision of unenthusiastic support. He is no longer offering positive regard to Will and tarnishes empathy with prejudice. Kyle's trigger was emotive and he felt angry that he was working with a deviant. Kyle is the person who can ruin a developing staff culture if he becomes viewed as a mentor. Triggers, stressors and precursors. The Newcastle football fan who walks through Sunderland city centre wearing his favourite strip, may have feelings of anxiety which floods his body with adrenaline in preparation to fight for his life or run away from a rival fan. Whether the danger is real or imagined is irrelevant, as it is his perception of danger that prepares him to react. Walking through Sunderland in a Newcastle United top is a stressor for the Geordie. He is primed to react in an instant, but there was no activating event that would require him to run or fight, and so he reached the bus station and returned home and returned to his usual baseline level of arousal, manifesting no behaviors. On another day he went through the same anxious scenario, and as he walked through Sunderland, he spotted a Sunderland supporter wearing his team's colours. The Sunderland fan pointed at Geordie and with a smile and said, "You're a brave man, wearing that." The Geordie immediately put his hands over his face to protect himself from an expected punch and ran as fast as he could down the street shouting, "Help!" An individual can experience stressors in their environment or setting events that increase the likelihood of challenging behavior. Antecedents involve precursors, triggers and stressors. They are the conditions that lead to behaviors. Precursors are the events that act as a stressor. This may not lead to a behavioral act but prepares the body for action by activating the sympathetic system, increasing adrenaline to face a threat. The triggers for a behavior will vary, but is generally something as simple as noise, light, thirst, pain. A personal stressor in the environment, such as the presence of someone who is disliked, the individual's own worry about a recent incident, the anniversary of a bereavement or disappointment at the cancellation of a desired activity. These things may not result in any obvious behaviors but can raise the arousal levels to prepare the individual to display a fight or flight response like the Newcastle fan. If the individual is presented with a stimulus that causes pain, shock, or anger, then they may respond with no precursor. If Patti Smith is feeling safe on a sunny day in Belfast, with the bird singing and his parasympathetic system secreting calming hormones into his bloodstream, and then out of the blue someone in a hoodie tries to take his mobile phone from his hand, Patty might immediately react by secreting adrenaline into his bloodstream and punching the assailant in the face without the necessity of a setting event. The Newcastle fan with autistic spectrum condition is taken with his group to Sunderland. As he travels closer to Sunderland, he becomes quiet as he perceives that there may be danger waiting for him there. This is the precursor or setting event. On arrival at the city he is quiet until he is asked to leave the transport. He refuses to leave the bus and holds onto the seat and screams with every attempt to persuade him to disembark. The trigger was being prompted by staff to leave the bus. Lionel spends his time at the day service with restricted physical movement in a wheelchair. He is non-verbal although he makes vocalizations. One Thursday he was suffering from indigestion, but had no way to communicate this verbally. This is a stressor. He attempts to get the attention of staff by using eye contact and making slight vocal noises. He is ignored by a member of staff as they walk by. Being ignored triggers unsettled behavior. He resorts to loud vocal noises, which upsets other supported adults in the area, so he is taken to a quiet area by staff with the expectation that a change of environment would help him return to his baseline behaviors. Lionel becomes more distressed and grabs at the staff's clothes. For the individual with learning disabilities or autism, the perception of fast triggers can appear catastrophic to onlookers without awareness of the preceding personal stressors that contribute to an individual's arousal. The 5 stages of arousal. Arousal is the readiness of the body to respond to a stressor. The following 5 stages is the standard model for describing the process of arousal, from the sympathetic response, which increases energy and reduces cognitive function and leads to the recovery stage as a product of the parasympathetic process. Every individual will have their own way of expressing these stages, and may appear to skip one or spend an extended period in one stage. Previous records should give an indication as to what to expect and what interventions can be employed to assist the individual to return to their base state. Trigger: elevation, crisis, recovery, depression, activating event which begins the sympathetic response, leading to behaviors: breathing quickly, sweating, fidgeting, increased vocals, swearing, uncooperative, verbal/physical aggression, destructive, self-harm, breathing reduces, progressively calmer, risk of being quickly retriggered, lethargic, low mood, withdraw socially, fear. Trigger: the trigger is anything that has initiated the sympathetic process and subsequent behaviors. This can be environmental stimuli, such as noise, heat, and overpowering smells. Hearing aggression or witnessing something upsetting can also increase arousal. Arousal can also be increased by hunger, disturbing thoughts, and fear. Being close to someone who is elevated can increase an individual's arousal, as well as being treated without dignity. The trigger includes setting events, which are a precursor to the behavior, and also the event that immediately precedes the behavior. Other triggers may be more difficult to identify. Sensory overload is particularly distressing to some people on the spectrum. Flashing Christmas lights and noisy crowds can cause distress. Confusion at events they don't understand, such as moving furniture. Support during trigger: remove any environmental trigger from the area, or if this is not possible, take the individual to another area. If the trigger is specific to the individual, such as physical conditions, then follow their behavior support plan, and update the records. Elevation: behaviors will be observable. Heavy breathing, sweating, vocal rate and tone will change. Verbally aggressive, fidgeting. The behaviors will be characterized by increased activity and will range from subtle changes to dramatic. Support during elevation: at the first opportunity, attend to the individual and assess the situation. Let them know that they have your attention. Distract the individual with something that will engage their attention, such as their favorite music or a magazine. Offer to take them to a quiet area to recover. Knowledge of their behavior support plan will identify regular behaviors and what they mean. Speak in a way that the individual understands in a calm, clear and responsive way. Avoid confrontational body language or voice styles, as this will make the situation worse and damage the relationship. Crisis: the individual may throw things or become violent to other people in the area. They may self-harm in various ways. Vocalizations will be loud and aggressive. This will usually be a short event. Support during crisis: it is important to be aware the individual has reduced capacity to process language or evaluate the situation due to the narrowed tunnel of attention. Body language should be non-threatening and predictable. When words are used, they should be to a minimum, calm, reassuring, and most of all understandable to the individual. It is useful to keep a safe distance and a clear avenue of escape. Self-control will be at a minimum at this time. Anything that can be used as a projectile should be removed. Other people in the area should be evacuated by staff to protect them and eliminate any contributing stimulus. To facilitate this, all instructions must be given to staff clearly and calmly. People must not join the situation or attempt to change the therapeutic approach. People with the best of intentions will make an intervention and make the situation worse. Recovery: the individual begins to calm down and return to their base state. The ability to communicate will return. Support during recovery, the individual will experience strong emotions and remain primed to quickly return to a crisis state. The individual needs to be protected from triggers. They will need supervision and support as they go through the process, but talking should be kept to a minimum with low-level verbal reassurance. The individual can be offered distractions as they recover based on their recorded interests such as a favorite TV program or music. Depression, if this stage is entered, the supported adult's mood will fall below their normal emotional base. This may include a low depressed mood or tiredness. May withdraw completely from activities or social contact. Support during depression, protect from being retriggered. Continue to provide distractions based on their recorded preferences. Offer water or a cup of tea, and if it is safe to do so, and be present for reassurance. Big business of positive behavior support, a service provider should always make sure they offer a PBS course that inspires the staff group, is scientifically based and most of all accessible. Be aware that if a course on PBS is complex and has no facility for study without buying an expensive course, then avoid it. Your staff will learn very little and become frustrated. Another downfall of an inability to review information from a learning provider is that staff will regress to the guidance of a corrupt mentor. This could be the reason that there are still reports of institutional abuse in services that supply annual training on the subject. A course should include an explanation of the ABC model. Cognitive behavioral therapy/psychology, the importance of maintaining a therapeutic relationship. Rational of elevated behavior. An understanding of stressors/precursors/triggers. Exploring our own personal triggers included in the course to better understand triggers in others. Knowledge of interventions to avoid. How staff can inadvertently become a stressor and trigger elevated behaviors in those they support. How to stimulate parasympathetic response and maintain calm in each individual. Principles of de-escalation and managing recovery. Don't worry though. Deep and complicated mathematics and the scientific method is the job of psychologists, and although it is useful to have an idea of applied behavior analysis, it is sometimes necessary to have expert advice with an unbiased/fresh pair of eyes to support the team. Too much detail in a course risks diluting the active ingredients of PBS with information that may be too rich for the mind to absorb in a 6 to 8 hour workshop. There is an abundance of training organizations that coach differing PBS-based models, but remember, their primary intention is to make money. It is not in their interest to give you information that can be reviewed later. Many will protect their product by making sure that it can't be accessed from books, social media, or independent sources, and charge a bloody fortune. To make sure that organizations and trainees remain dependent on their training, these businesses present their brand using terms, phrases, and concepts that appear original but are in reality a complicated rewording of existing ideas. It needs to be stated that PBS is not a form of mind control, manipulation, or coercion. It is based on a relationship of respect and therapeutic intent. This will nurture an atmosphere of safety, trust, and cooperation. Control of people's thinking and behavior is something that sounds useful. It would make life easier when campaigning to become president of the USA or to sell royal jelly supplements to the elderly who want an arthritis cure. There are thousands of books that have sold millions to people who wish to control the mind and behavior of others through manipulative techniques. You are promised the secrets that ensure you gain that business deal, seduce the opposite sex, or carry oneself with an air of confidence in the presence of domineering people. Hypnosis, NLP, and the abundance of life coaching books make the ability to control the mind of others sound easy. They make promises that are inspiring and life-enhancing, but to the average neurotic, they are nothing but a load of tosh. It is really annoying to be trapped in a shopping area by a young NLP-trained charity canvasser who tries to suck you into donating a monthly donation toward the plight of cats who are too ugly to love. There is very little that is attractive about people who take advantage of your pleasant nature. I was once stopped by an animal welfare charity worker with a question I was unable to walk away from: would you protect a koala bear from suffering? I foolishly made eye contact and, intending to continue walking past, as I exclaimed, "My goodness, of course, I would." The salesman walked beside me for a few steps and said the words, "I can help you do that," and he walked back to his stall while saying, "Let me show you how." I hated this bloke and wanted to tell him to piss off during the full 20-minute presentation I endured. He gave me the opportunity to escape by asking me to sign a direct debit form. I really hate these situations, especially when they behave so enthusiastically, as if they are entertaining children in a holiday camp. I had controlled. My passivity had made me prey to psychopathic techniques of manipulation, and like a remote-controlled fool I obeyed his every command and committed to giving a full £2 a month. Human history is splattered with the blood of failed attempts to control the behavior of those who deviate from accepted social norms. These people were usually identified by their eccentricities, personal lifestyles, disobedience, antisocial behavior, or anything that threatens the authority of the establishment. Many of the approaches that remedied uncivilized behavioral quirks involved inflicting some kind of discomfort. The approach assumed that if the infliction of discomfort was unpleasant enough, then the undesirable would conform to required standards. Deprivation of food, affection, liberty were enough for some to toe the line, but for others, they wouldn't conform until they experienced physical pain or the threat of death. Imaginative ways of torturing people were used as a deterrent. For murderers and petty thieves, the punishments were a certainty, but for others, torture was a low-cost strategy. Thinking and expressing ideas that opposed established dogma could attract threats and execution if not rescinded. Giordano Bruno found this out in the year 1600 when he suggested that the Sun was at the center of the solar system with the planets orbiting it. Although his idea was first suggested by Copernicus some 67 years earlier, Bruno's presentation was that of an epiphany rather than a scientific idea. Even though his understanding was correct, it was also in opposition to religious truth which upset the people in authority. In Europe the authority was the Church. The Inquisition put him on trial and burned him at the stake in front of a crowd of citizens who would be deterred from challenging religious authority in the future. The burning of Bruno became quite a famous news article of the time, probably reported to every citizen in Christendom via the town crier. The ideas Bruno espoused were branded heresy and his torturous execution viewed as righteous. Just in case you stop reading here, I would like to emphasize that the Inquisition's approach to behavioral control wasn't positive behavior support and it wasn't effective either. Not too long after the execution of Bruno, the well-respected Italian astronomer Galileo Galilei used the scientific method and newly invented technology to confirm that the Earth is a planet, and the planets were orbiting the Sun which sat at the center of the solar system. Would Galileo be deterred from expressing his findings? He respectfully presented his findings to the authorities and was asked not to teach his theory as truth or risk a Bruno-style barbecuing. To be fair, Galileo was far less evangelical than Bruno and understood that expressing unpopular findings as a puzzling anomaly to students was a clever way to teach forbidden facts. Unfortunately, Galileo couldn't stop himself from presenting the evidence for the heliocentric theory without a little too much enthusiasm and aroused the attention of the Inquisition, and nobody would expect that. Galileo had his wits about him and quickly apologized for his disobedience and after a little rough treatment sentenced to house arrest where he continued to make scientific discoveries, write books, and keep relatively out of trouble. There is no doubt that punishment and threats are effective in making people think twice before breaking established rules. In George Orwell's fictional book 1984, a society has been established which controls behavior and thinking through the use of fear. Using torture is extremely effective in inducing anxiety and panic in people who feel the temptation to disobey the ruling authority known as Big Brother. Big Brother has cameras everywhere and monitors everything that is said and done. Any undesired behaviors are investigated by the thought police and are met with swift and terrifying punishments at the Ministry of Love. One man is arrested after talking in his sleep. He is accused of harboring resentment toward the authorities by muttering the words "down with Big Brother." He returns home from the Ministry of Love as a broken man. How will he avoid talking in his sleep in the future? In the book, the lead character is Winston Smith, who falls in love with Julia. Such relationships are prohibited by Big Brother, but the couple pursues an intimate relationship for a while, not realizing that they had been monitored from the first flirtatious look. The thought police eventually arrest them both and Winston Smith is tortured without mercy and his head is put into a cage with his worst fear, rats. Big Brother had kept a record of his thoughts from infancy and was aware of the most effective way to evoke Winston Smith's panic response. The torture continued until Winston was conditioned/brainwashed to embrace obedience to Big Brother and to literally perceive unreality. His tormentor raises his hand showing him 4 fingers and asks him how many fingers he was showing if Big Brother said there were 5. Winston saw only 4 fingers but had the wisdom to say that he saw 5. His tormentor wanted more than compliance, he wanted Winston to believe he sees 5 fingers, and so his torture continued until it broke his mind, and he could no longer think critically. His torture altered his perceptions and rendered him willing to betray those he once loved. Torture and pain have been used in reality to brainwash hostages. It is very effective, but it also takes time, effort, and a sadist to stimulate a high level of panic and misery. In the Jim Carrey movie, The Truman Show, Truman Burbank is born into a reality TV show where his entire life is broadcast to the nation for entertainment. He is unaware that his world is a TV studio and that his family, friends, and everyone in his world are paid actors. To make sure that Truman never leaves his island and discovers the walls of the TV studio, the script writers arrange to have Truman conditioned to fear leaving home. Truman's father takes the young Truman on a fishing trip where a terrifying storm causes his father to drown. They made it as terrifying as possible to condition a phobia of water so he would never leave the island. Inducing fear and stress are powerful ways to control behavior and thinking. Religion has controlled people's minds for many thousands of years by stimulating the autonomic nervous system. The Hebrew Bible contains many laws that have stoning as the preferred form of execution for breaking any of the God-given rules. Stoning was the punishment for serious crimes such as murder, but was also used for smaller crimes such as gathering sticks on the Sabbath. This meant that it was very easy to commit a capital offense. To secure a conviction was the testimony of 2 or 3 witnesses. A public execution and the religious requirement to take part in a stoning without mercy is an interesting way to condition the limbic system to obey the rules, But this is not therapeutic. The story of Jesus' death includes various forms of torture and a public execution for the crime of embarrassing the religious leaders. People witnessing such a display of torture would have recoiled at the event. The limbic system would have recorded the trauma of the event and rerun the emotional reaction when temptation to insult a rabbi crossed the mind. The intention to encourage obedience was effective. Even one of Jesus' closest friends denied knowing him for fear he would suffer the same fate. For his followers, the fear was influencing their loyalty and thinking. Regrettably, none of these examples are therapeutic or useful in a care setting. A relationship built on dominance and threats is something to be left in the history books and the pages of fiction. Using authoritarian methods is definitely not conducive to a therapeutic environment. The extended self, positive behavior support is a scientifically based approach to understanding an individual holistically. Holistically is an impressive word that just means the whole person and the things that the individual identifies with their contact boundary. The word is sometimes changed to holistic to differentiate it from the world of alternative medicine, which could confuse the followers of Uri Geller and Doreen Virtue. Holistic includes everything within the individual's contact boundary, including attachments that contribute to a self-concept and secure base safety. This can include relationships, objects of veneration, an admired rock band, a social group, or religious convictions. It can include racial identity, education, and career, family, friends, and community, and the routines that accompany these attachments. The list of potential points of identity is endless, and they will all influence the individual's sense of well-being. The things the individual identifies with will have a greater effect on the level of emotions experienced. I remember how upset people were when the boy band, One Direction, split up. I was watching the news and assumed that the outpouring of emotion was because of an earthquake, but this was just a pop band. Losing their band was upsetting for these fans. They called themselves Directioners to signify their affiliation and wore their t-shirts. Some of them locked themselves in their bedroom and didn't eat for days. I also had a similar emotional outburst when they cancelled Dr. Who in 1989. I still had a Betamax video recorder and spent a week watching old stories of the Time Lord. Fortunately, I found comfort in the BBC premiere of Star Trek: The Next Generation. Behavioral changes such as isolating oneself in a bedroom and not eating can be short-lived, but they can also show that someone is unsettled. The reaction might appear disproportionate to the onlooker, but sometimes attachment to something that seems insignificant can represent an investment of emotional devotion. Where an individual holds the attachment as part of their routine or sense of safety, it can induce a grief process. I have known elderly people who have brief contact with the outside world who have formed very real emotional attachments to characters from British soap operas. Even though they know their character is a fiction, they still have a very real emotional reaction if the character's storyline involves a long-term illness or death. Let us not forget that an individual can sometimes be part of someone else's self-matrix. Social roles and meaning in life are the inevitable circumstance of family members who care for someone with special needs, resulting in a symbiotic relationship where the welfare of one has a direct effect on the welfare of the other. When preparing a support plan, the needs of family members are important because their emotional well-being has a direct effect on the level of stress experienced by the service user. An example of this is a single father called Brian who has an autistic 12-year-old son called Bobby. A team of care professionals have regular meetings to discuss how best to provide a service for Bobby, but they would forget about the other members of his family who are affected by their decisions. Brian's son had 3 sisters who all attended different schools in the town and who were also on the autistic spectrum. Brian had a difficult job in the mornings to get his children ready for school as they all needed prompting to do the smallest of tasks. Bobby was collected for school by a bus, which sounds great, but without considering the knock-on effect of their decision-making, the team decided that Bobby should be collected from the bus stop, so he could develop a sense of independence. This was a disaster of nuclear proportion. A nuclear war would be less stressful than what Brian was about to experience. Poor Brian was in a hurry as it was in the morning. He would get Bobby ready, run to the bus stop with him, wait for the bus. After Bobby is safely away, Brian runs back home to the girls who are not getting their school uniform on or eating breakfast. He walks them to their separate schools where they are all registered as late, which results in Brian receiving many angry letters from the school authorities. After dropping the girls to school, he then sprints to his workplace. Frequently Brian has found difficulty in leaving the house for Bobby's bus on time. This can be because the girls are fighting or Bobby has poured his breakfast all over his uniform. Bobby's school bus has a policy of not waiting over 3 minutes before leaving. Brian and Bobby often reach the bus stop after sprinting through the streets only to find that the bus has gone. This creates 3 fresh problems for Brian. He has a 12-year-old child with autism taking a loud and physical meltdown in the middle of the road, screaming "come back," and attempting to run with the traffic behind him to catch up with the bus, which is now out of sight. He has 3 girls waiting to be prompted to get ready who will be distracted by their screaming brother, with the potential of additional meltdowns from them, along with trying to get them to school while Bobby is ready to relapse into meltdown at any slight trigger. Brian will also have to take a day off work to care for Bobby as he recovers, which could affect his job security. By taking Bobby's family needs into the equation, his care was improved. Once the difficulty is brought to the team's attention, they decide that the bus should collect Bobby from outside his house and send someone to collect him from the door. Oddly, some team members thought the previous arrangement should be continued with a few accommodations such as Brian getting out of bed earlier to get everyone ready, but this was quickly quashed and referred to as an avenue to more stress for Brian and a misguided ideal. The fresh arrangement was implemented, and the children were more content and less likely to show signs of stress at school. Brian also found that his antiperspirant was lasting longer, and he could relax more than he had in months. The result of having a calm Brian was the reduction of unsettled behaviors in Bobby. The self matrix extends to more than the individual, and we should never ignore this in favor of a misguided ideal. Conditioning, both classical conditioning and operant conditioning, are forms of associative learning. They belong to the behaviorist school of thought, which focuses on stimulus and response in relation to learning new behaviors through experience. B.F. Skinner was a well-known researcher who could control the behavior of rats and pigeons by using rewards and pain. By using a mixture of rewards and painful stimuli, he could teach rats to press a lever and birds to dance. It taught us how consequences of behavior can be used to shape complicated behaviors. The electric shocks were particularly unkind, and we would hope they would never be used on humans. The animals he worked with were not on good terms with B.F. Skinner and never sent him Christmas cards or acknowledged his birthday. Another researcher who was on bad terms with his test subjects was Martin Seligman. He also failed to find a lasting relationship with the dogs he experimented on. He taught us that if you restrain a dog and administer regular painful electric shocks to their body, then the poor dogs eventually become resigned to the fact that any attempt of escape is futile and eventually sit passively as the painful shocks pulsate through their bodies. When he eventually removed their restraints and resumed giving them shocks, they just passively lay there. Seligman likened this to depression and called the passive behavior learned helplessness. The dogs also likened this to depression and began to wish they had applied to advertise toilet roll. Ironically, Seligman went on to write books called Learned Optimism and Authentic Happiness. These short examples show how abuse can and is used to control animals, and when this is combined with carefully administered rewards, the results can be the creation of conditioned behaviors, but the methods sometimes reduce them to objects and will result in psychological damage. Such methods teach us about the importance of reward and how this can be applied in a care setting with humans, but it also teaches us that when people experience systematic suffering, they will only escape suffering if they conform to an authority figure's commands. Methods of disempowerment using the control of suffering have been successful in turning men into slaves, passive in the face of cultural extermination and talkative during medieval torture. To consider that a care setting would use suffering to control behavior sounds ridiculous and the stuff of a totalitarian regime, but this would be a naive assumption. A shocking adaptation of Skinner's research was applied to humans by Ivar Lovis to control behavior. His technique included using punishment in the form of electric shocks to modify the behavior of people who display culturally objectionable tendencies. This approach was known as aversive therapy. The characteristics that were discouraged by this approach were behaviors viewed as stereotypical of homosexuality and those on the autistic spectrum who express eccentric behaviors to the neurotypical onlooker. The individual on the autistic spectrum may feel uncomfortable or distressed if making eye contact, and also may have rituals such as rocking to assist them to cope with a stressful situation. It was these types of characteristics that were reduced by aversive therapy. Aversive therapy was defended as a means of protecting an individual from potentially harmful behavior, but the virtue of its intention was overshadowed by its arbitrary applications to placate cultural norms. The practice has been almost totally discontinued except for one establishment in the USA. The success of the technique has been hailed as a vindication of its methods by some who witnessed the extinction of unwanted behaviors, but when we consider the principle of learned helplessness, it is not surprising that some patients develop symptoms of post-traumatic stress. To offer people the opportunity to think freely, live autonomously, and to develop eccentric interests can be terrifying to the person who feels they need to control others, but this is not Victorian England, and we have a responsibility to give people a service that improves well-being rather than frighten them to conform. The controlling individual may know no other way and has learned their methods from parental figures of the past and repeated those values, in the misguided belief that the application of pain and stress is the only way that people will learn. Using emotional abuse, pain, and restraint were once common practice, and there are still people in the system who have not realized that the world has moved on. These people can be shocked, skeptical, and even scornful when an alternative that involves science is suggested. But this is why positive behavior support is counterintuitive and only works for the committed practitioner. Many psychologists are employed to perform a behavioral analysis who are dismayed by the authoritarian and provocative approaches of some care workers. Positive behavior support is the opposite response that our instincts would provide in a stress-inspiring situation. Shouting, domination, fear, keeping people in check, teasing, humiliating, ridiculing, and putting people in a headlock or punching them in the face, and other forms of bullying, as we will learn, are approaches that are no longer acceptable in this modern do-gooder world, and they were never effective in the promotion of a supported adult's well-being. How do you gain support for procedures if a staff group doesn't understand the principles behind them? Attitudes that include sanctions, exclusion and punishment can be read in ancient Bronze Age writings that are revered today by some religious folk and those of a Neolithic mindset who think Bronze Age folk are pretty advanced. He that spareth his rod hateth his son, but he that loveth him chasteneth him betimes. Proverbs 13:24 King James Version. Any slave you have bought may eat after you have circumcised him. Exodus 12:44 New International Version. If two men are fighting and the wife of one of them comes to rescue her husband from his assailant, and she reaches out and seizes him by his private parts, you shall cut off her hand. Show her no pity. Deuteronomy 25:11-12 New International Version. Of course, 2500 years ago the human race had very few literate people, and among those ancient writers there were some enlightened thinkers who advocated peace and counterintuitive approaches to life, but they were usually executed with hemlock or hung from a cross by people who adopted authoritarian approaches to anything that angered them. The human race has only recently left its nomadic hunter-gatherer lifestyle. We did this around 10,000 years ago and began the agricultural revolution, which was a clever idea involving the herding of animals into pens from where they could be slaughtered, milked, and egged without the need to chase them on foot holding spears. They also began growing what they wanted to eat in the place they wanted it, which was usually close to home or at least close enough to avoid using the bus. Eventually, due to selective breeding, the things we grew changed. The animals we bred became increasingly docile and the food we grew became easier to digest. The banana, maize, and wheat never existed until humans took control of what characteristics were desirable and repeated the process from generation to generation. Wolves became dogs with varying abilities according to their breed. Even though humans have changed the world to accommodate their needs, humans have stayed generally the same, except they are white ginger people now. Some of us have developed a tolerance to dairy products, and for those who haven't evolved that tolerance, we also invented soya and toilet roll. As well as being a hyper-intelligent species who can change the genetics of the food they eat and fly to the moon, the Homo sapien is still embarrassingly primitive with its instincts firmly intact. Humans have aggressive qualities, and this is how we have survived. If we were peaceful during the Pleistocene era, then we would be eaten by saber-toothed tigers and never catch a woolly mammoth, and probably go extinct. The reason we survived was plain and simple: it was the instinctive drive of fight or flight. The human condition is such that we can never shake those instinctive adrenaline-fueled fight or flight responses when faced with a challenge. The reason that enlightened people of the past didn't last very long was that their peaceful philosophy reduced their options of fight or flight down to just flight, and this was not always possible if you were being impaled on a pointy stick. But I tell you, do not resist an evil person. If anyone slaps you on the right cheek, turn to them the other cheek also. Matthew 5:39 New International Version. Peaceful people have never been on the right side of natural selection. Philosophies that encourage the empowerment of the people and science pop up in history and later quashed. Europe's development of science, ethics, and philosophy developed by the Greeks and Romans was suppressed for 1,600 years by religious leaders who would use threats of torture and death to suppress ideas they didn't like. Empowerment and the application of science are core values of positive behavior support and are in constant danger of being distorted and discontinued by those people whose instinctive drives are their prime motivator. This is a genuine threat that will never go away due to our genetic makeup, therefore we should be vigilant to recognize our own triggers and the triggers in our colleagues that could cause unprofessional behavior. We need to transcend our instinctive drives. I don't want to be too negative. Humans have other qualities as well which have benefited us, such as empathy, altruism, and diplomacy. They have helped us to use trade and develop cultures that share resources to our mutual benefit. The British helped to liberate the French in World War II, and the French gave the British selections of wine, gold and delicious apples, and Gerard Depardieu. Perhaps this isn't the best example, but a village rich in milk and meats may see the benefit in trading with a village skilled in making metal utensils and pots. Because of their mutual interests they can form a military alliance to protect both villages' interests. Humans have a symbiotic relationship with each other, but this carries dangers and benefits. When personal interests are under threat by the exposure of an ally's atrocities and abuses, there is a temptation to turn a blind eye. The symbiotic relationship between people, communities, and nations is complicated. If we depend on India to supply us with tea, then it is in our interest to stay friendly with India and its farming communities. If the Indian farmers don't pay their laborers, then we can choose not to buy tea from them, find another source, or no longer import the tea. This won't result in any damage to ourselves and seems a simple ethical decision. The moral compass may become confused if we are reliant on a country for oil to power our entire infrastructure, or if they are a valued customer who invests billions into our economy by buying arms. In such cases, we may feel compelled to turn a blind eye when they use the bombs we sold them to kill innocent citizens. The symbiotic relationship is strong and far-reaching. The perception of dependency and attachment to other entities/people can have a dramatic effect on the moral compass of humans who risk sanctions for stepping outside the circle of trust. In such cases, the victor is the one who has the resources rather than the moral high ground. Therefore, in the work of social care, whistleblowing is dangerous as it means someone is destabilizing an existing symbiotic system that can have embarrassing consequences for an organization. It is understandable that people are reluctant to report a safeguarding issue as it could be labeled as malicious or an overreaction. The career of the whistleblower can be damaged if the report is ignored, invalidated, or condemned as an attack by the investigators. I was made aware of an organization who made an investigation using an independent investigator. This gave the illusion of impartiality, but the investigator handed their evidence to a manager within the organization who then cherry-picked evidence to exonerate his colleagues. The whistleblower was then branded as a troublemaker, and colleagues and other subordinate onlookers were discouraged from making similar reports in the future. The same attitude that protected the Catholic Church from the realities discovered by Galileo and Bruno can also result in the sanctioning of whistleblowers. In the examples of Winterbourne View and Hylton Hall, whistleblowers were ignored and the abuse continued. In the book Neurotribes, Steve Silberman gives the example of what happened to the famous neurologist Oliver Sacks when he raised safeguarding concerns to a culture who embraced a form of behavioral control called therapeutic punishment. Straitjackets were common, and uncooperative patients were left in isolation rooms for days to sit in their own waste. I finally spoke up at one of our Wednesday meetings and said that I thought it was morally reprehensible. I emphasized that I did not want to be associated with it, and that I was happy to have found other ways of contacting the patients. Looking around the table, he saw a circle of dark faces. Later that week, a hospital administrator transferred him off the ward. The day after Sacks was forced to leave, in the weeks that followed, Sacks consoled himself by writing his first book, a collection of case histories that he called Ward 23. In a fit of self-doubt, however, he tossed his only copy of the manuscript into the fireplace. If Oliver Sacks, a famous neurologist, can be persecuted by his managers for reporting safeguarding concerns in a hospital that is supposed to uphold the Hippocratic Oath, then it puts the situation of whistleblowers from Hylton Hall and Winterbourne View into perspective. Making a safeguarding report is altruistic, because you are putting yourself in danger. Imagine witnessing abuses and being prevented from stopping it. The transcript for his first book was lost forever in that fire, but it must have been too dark to publish. Who would believe that intelligent people could allow such a thing to happen? It would seem that a whistleblower needs to be fully prepared to face opposition from their superiors and prepare for war. Whether making the safeguarding complaint openly or through a confidential hotline, it is important to go through the full process. It's worth noting that in general you must either pamper or destroy them, harm them just a little and they will hit back, harm them seriously and they won't be able to. So if you are going to do people harm, make sure you needn't worry about their reaction. It is better to be feared than loved. If you cannot be both, never was anything great achieved without danger. Niccolo Machiavelli. This quote appears dark and discouraging to the subordinate worker. I don't want to discourage people from making safeguarding reports, quite the opposite, but there are many examples of how a managerial culture can be the polar opposite of its professed philosophy. The needs of the service have trumped the needs of the service users in their care. The idea that a care organization can exercise Machiavellian approaches to silence its whistleblowers will be described by many as sensational nonsense, derogatory and a sweeping generalization, but how do they know this? Examples of institutional abuse continue to be exposed, not by employees following procedure, but by whistleblowers who have exhausted every avenue of official guidance and left with no other option other than to contact the media. Like Oliver Sacks, some whistleblowers have suffered because of their commitment to safeguarding, but it is ironically the whistleblower who has a Machiavellian mindset who outplays the Machiavellian organization. If we remember Hannah, who discovered that one of her senior staff members, Beska, was abusing people in her care. She took the Machiavellian advice to make sure that if she couldn't be loved, she would be feared. In other words, it is better to be respected than to be liked. Her decisive action preserved the integrity of the service. Too many services would try to preserve a facade of propriety by sending Beska on a course and keep the matter quiet, but as an expression of commitment to professional values and to reinforce to the staff that Beska's methods disqualified her from the service, her employment was discontinued. The use of Machiavellian philosophy sounds like a contradiction. After all, it is normally applied to acts of tyranny, but Machiavelli's message was how to prevent tyranny using assertive means. Machiavelli had been imprisoned and tortured before writing The Prince, and his experience had taught him how fragile the rights and freedoms are. He had lived through successive rulerships with polar opposite values. Machiavelli lived in Florence, Italy during the early years of the 1500s. This was a very Christian society who lived by the Christian virtues of charity and clemency. The weakness in the rulers was their devotion to polar extremes. Some rulers desired the love of their subjects and took a charitable approach to rulership, offering a kindness to maintain the adoration of their subjects, but this resulted in higher taxes and the ruler losing the respect of his subjects. The charitable ruler is then replaced by someone who rules aggressively, with little generosity, cruel and unforgiving consequences. The people start with respect but soon hate the ruler for his overuse of suffering to control, and the people revolt and kill him. Extremes of rulership is something that we see in politics today. The constant conflict between conservative and liberal rulership is an entertaining divide to watch when arguments ensue in parliamentary debates. The ability for the people to vote leaders in and out of their position is a way to avoid murder and aggravation that dictatorship brings. A work situation is different, and the polar opposite values of charity and aggressive tendencies translate differently in a care setting. Therefore it is wiser to have a reputation for meanness which brings reproach without hatred, than to be compelled through seeking a reputation for generosity to incur a name for greed which begets reproach with hatred. The Prince, Chapter 16. Hannah provided an excellent example of a balanced approach. She didn't desire a reputation for charity or harshness. Without the need to preserve a facade, she could take decisive action in line with her training, procedures, and values. The staff would see that a long-standing and loved member of staff had been decisively dismissed, and the reasons are made clear during the investigation. Hannah may not have been loved by staff, but she developed the conditions for respect for the principles. We can cite many examples of safeguarding procedures that have saved vulnerable adults from abuse, but to believe that support is a given for the whistleblower without someone like Hannah overseeing an investigation is naive. Research on narcissism in management positions gives reason to be cautious. According to Audiobook, P. Hare, R.D. in the book Snakes in Suits, when psychopaths go to work, the consensus is that 5% of management positions are occupied by someone with traits from the dark triad. The dark triad includes 3 neurological types: the narcissist, the psychopath, and the Machiavellian. These traits share a lack of empathy or compassion and can also include a sadistic pleasure in humiliating people. 5% sounds like good odds. It means that for every 20 people in a senior position you will find one person with these traits. The traits become more common the higher up the corporate ladder you go, but don't get too excited. If you have 5 supervisors in an organization, and one of them has these traits, which one of them will be the dominant personality that guides the rest? I don't know the answer to that question, but I think it's a good idea to be prepared for the one who has the following aspects of the triad. Here is the behavioral patterns of a leader who has a triad personality: public humiliation of others, malicious spreading of lies, remorseless, devoid of guilt, lies to push his/her point, produces exaggerated bodily expressions to gain attention, rapidly shifts between emotions, used to manipulate people or cause high anxiety, intentionally isolates persons from organizational resources, quick to blame others for mistakes or for incomplete work even though he/she is guilty, encourages coworkers to torment, alienate, harass, and/or humiliate other peers, takes credit for others' accomplishments, steals and/or sabotages other person's work, refuses to take responsibility for misjudgments and/or errors, responds inappropriately to stimuli, such as with a high-pitched and forced laugh, threatens any perceived enemy with discipline and/or job loss to taint employee file, sets unrealistic and unachievable job expectations to set employees up for failure, refuses or is reluctant to attend meetings with more than one person, refuses to provide adequate training and/or instructions to singled out victim, invades personal privacy of others, has multiple sexual encounters with other employees, develops new ideas without following them through, very self-centered and extremely egotistical, will do whatever it takes to close the deal. The individual who is on the dark triad uses charm and manipulation to become top of the social tree, rather like an ape in the jungle. An ape will share food and win fights to gain favor and fear from the group, and although not always as hairy, the psychopath will use charm and fear as a tool to dominate. They may have the same level of seniority as their peers, but they can place themselves at the top of the social ladder by making themselves appear stronger and more intelligent by covert victimization and erosion of their colleagues' confidence. They may follow procedures to protect and advance their position, but for someone who has psychopathic traits, empathy and altruism are signs of a weakness to be exploited. This is a battle because every good care worker should have the qualities of altruism and empathy in abundance, but the care worker also appears to have another quality in abundance which makes safeguarding difficult, and that is the common tendency to be passive in the face of perceived authority. It is important to understand how aggression and passiveness is a way the world has chosen leaders since the ancestors of humans crawled out of the sea, and it is understandable that this still goes on today. It's difficult to find a group-based animal on the land that doesn't have a system of hierarchy based on physical status and violent rituals. Stags fight to get the female, dogs fight to gain dominance in the hope their opponent lays in submission. The dominant ape gets the first choice of the food, and all the females of the group. Every human is an ape who has developed the ability to reason on their instinctual tendencies, and they are not always used for dominance. Empathy is an excellent form of communication. It is recognizing subtle cues such as posture, breathing and voice tone to gain an understanding of how an individual is feeling and thinking. This quality is super for working in social care because you are likely to understand the likes and dislikes of a supported adult who has difficulty with communication, but to those with psychopathic traits, the emotions of another individual are irrelevant and somewhat annoying. The example of Winterbourne View and Hylton Hall showed that when reports of abuse are made through the right channels that they are not always dealt with and even dismissed. The Winterbourne View abuses are described by one investigator as torture. Without the BBC's intervention, the abuses of Winterbourne View and Hylton Hall would still be happening. Clinical psychologist Professor Glynis Murphy's review on the Worlton Hall scandal stated that reports from staff who had been on the shop floor and talked about the toxic culture among a small group of staff in Worlton Hall. This so-called alpha group of staff had worked in Worlton Hall for many years, and senior staff had recognized that they behaved inappropriately in various ways, engaging in unsuitable conversations between themselves, and socializing outside of work and in work. According to whistleblowers, 2 staff members, who had been considered to be the ringleaders, had been moved out of Worlton Hall by senior managers to different services on 2 occasions, between 2014 and 2016, each time for a period of months. Those interviewed reported the service had improved in their absence, and yet they were allowed back each time, after being disciplined, because there were insufficient grounds to sack them. Whatever the reason for continuing their employment was, it was not based on staff welfare. The Alpha Group members returned to their jobs, and other individuals were being punished by management for making safeguarding complaints. Making a safeguarding complaint is a requirement of every care professional who has the quality of compassion, but the management would make sure they suffered. Whistleblowers were routinely given night shifts and difficult jobs. The knowledge that they were being punished for protecting the vulnerable served as a warning to anyone else who might embarrass the management with upstart criticisms, but it also had the knock-on effect of protecting the Alpha Group, and their psychopathic traits. Being passive in the face of an aggressive personality, or to be conditioned to face injustice with the impotence of learned helplessness, is something that care staff have experienced. The Machiavellian use of fear is effective in controlling staff who may make a safeguarding complaint. It is a means of damaging an employee's confidence, career, self-concept, and even to lead them to question their own sanity. But the Machiavellian approach also states that it is better to be feared than to be loved. Nothing great was ever achieved without danger. This is not easy to achieve as a subordinate worker, even if you are assertive and procedurally correct. However, there are independent avenues for making safeguarding complaints. In the UK, there are trade unions who can support employees to make a complaint with reduced risk to their well-being. When unions are involved, the employee has access to a resource that inspires fear into management and will protect the employee from the danger of reprisals. Their advice and support can also be utilized to make a safeguarding complaint. Yes, this will annoy managers who feel they are worthy of unconditional trust, but it is very unlikely that they will feel confident in attacking you if there is a chance that their resentment will be exposed. Unions are also used to protect someone going through disciplinary procedures, which could explain how the Alpha Group could return to work. If the employees who had made the safeguarding complaints with the support of a union, it would have provided the same fear-inspiring protection. Far from being a job for the unskilled, care and support practitioners require training and experience equal to the philosopher, nurse, and psychotherapist. This is not practical, and this army of social warriors are often flung into their role like a child into a swimming pool and expected to know how to swim. Most are taught the philosophies and best practices of care as they do the job. It's difficult to know if someone embraces these values or presents a facade to gain a qualification and keep the job. The job requires the ability to be adaptable to emotionally charged situations and be mindful of their own level of arousal. Far from being in charge of supported adults, the care worker will nurture their relationship with them, offering unconditional acceptance in the presence of complicated behaviors, and the humility to ask for help when reaching their skill limit. One of the most important characteristics of a new care worker is the willingness to cast aside old beliefs regarding old-fashioned values and common sense. Common sense is based on cultural values which vary according to an abundance of factors, from education and location to the entertainment people are exposed to. There are many erroneous common sense values that fail in the face of research. It is erroneously believed it is common sense that a woman is asking to be raped if she dresses in a certain way. It is erroneously viewed as common sense by some that the death penalty will reduce crime. It's erroneously viewed as common sense that the low-waged are lazy because they are economically impoverished. It's erroneously viewed as common sense that people who are homosexual or transgender are likely to be closet child abusers. It's erroneously viewed that the elderly and people with severe physical/neurological disabilities have no value and should be eliminated. Erroneous values create prejudice and make it more likely that certain sections of society will be disadvantaged and victimized. The willingness to recognize these flawed ideas in our own mindset will facilitate the first step toward replacing those values. According to the psychologist Carl Gustav Jung in his book Collective Archetypes, the shadow is something that is an aspect of every human and represents the darker resources of the individual are rejected as too inconsistent with the conditions we hold as virtuous. This is known as the persona. Persona means mask and is the face we want the world to see. For some, the persona is based on an ideal or an introjected condition of worth that contributes to a self-concept. If we cannot live up to our ego ideal, then our self-esteem will be reduced. It's very fashionable to claim that we are self-aware and enlightened, but the shadow can become the executive function if the conditions are right. This can terrify an individual to the point of panic when they face their actions. Margaret is a mother who suffers from depression and alcohol dependency. She has suffered parental abandonment as a child and suffered abuse from most people she has formed an attachment with. She is committed to the idea that she is a supermom, who loves her children beyond words, and she is motivated to give them all the love she never had. The supermom persona provides her with a sense of self-esteem and is all she allows herself to see, and if anyone attempts to give her advice on how to care for her children, she protects her persona by giving an outline of her background and how she will never let her kids suffer. Her defensive response stops any further advice from well-meaning friends and family, but it also means that her desperation for human support is also moved into the shadow. Margaret was eventually supported by social workers who gently presented evidence from the school that her children complain that they never have breakfast, are unwashed and dressed in clothes inappropriate for the weather. This is a devastating and a humiliating revelation for anyone. To accept the truth is painful, but it means that the shadow and persona can become one, and Margaret can have access to all her inner resources to heal and become and move from being a supermom to a mom who is just doing her best. A few years ago there was a man in the northeast of England released from prison after an 18-week prison sentence for assaulting a 9-year-old relative. He was a bodybuilder and had used steroids to give him a 17-stone weight to his 6-foot body. He was employed as a doorman because of his size and used aggression, intimidation and actual violence to achieve his goals. In his email exchanges he could be condescending. After leaving prison he shot his ex-girlfriend in the arm and killed her new lover. He then shot a policeman in the face at point-blank range, blinding him and resulting in his eventual death. The killer was found in the village of Rothbury and ended his own life when faced with capture. He was capable of uncontrolled violence which he romantically reframed as an expression of passion. The prison psychiatrist, Theodore Dalrymple, stated, "The late Mr. Moat was a brutal sentimentalist. He used the extremity of his behavior to persuade himself that he felt something, supposedly love, very deeply, and that this was the motive and justification of his behavior. Surely, if he was prepared to kill not only his ex-girlfriend Samantha Stobbart, but also her new lover and anyone who looked like him, he must have loved her very much. He also persuaded himself that he was the victim of this terrible episode. They took it all from me," he said, "kids, freedom, house, then Sam and Chanel. Where could I go from there? It was only natural that he, an innocent, or at least a man not seriously at fault, should have taken a gun and killed one and injured two. Any man treated in this way would have done the same." What is alarming is that substantial numbers of people take this self-serving sentimental nonsense seriously, at least if the thousands of postings on the Moat Facebook tribute page, which was deleted on Thursday, were anything to go by. The logic seems to be as follows: Mr. Moat called himself a victim, victims are heroes, therefore Mr. Moat was a hero. Daily Telegraph, July 17, 2010. He embraced his persona of aggression to impress and control his victims. However, Moat couldn't see that his behavior was abusive and framed it as an expression of passion. He spent his time claiming that he was a victim of police harassment, who suffered a conspiracy by social services to be prevented from seeing his children. The romantic way that he laundered his addiction to aggression was to express deep, powerful feelings that can only be expressed through the poetic medium of violence. The persona is the face you wear to make yourself feel valuable and seem like a good person. It is a social presentation of what we think we should be. It is what we intend to show the world and affirm as our desired nature to ourselves. The stronger the desire to conform to an ideal, then the greater the shadow will become, as the persona alienates aspects of self which are unpalatable. The goal of many passive individuals is to be viewed as a good person with good motives. To live up to such an ideal may be motivated by avoidance of punishment and criticism. The ideal self is what we believe we should be. We aim to gain the respect of other people based on a good presentation of this ideal. If we fail to live up to the ideal self, then we may feel the pain of conscience, which will remind us of our transgression. The conscience is stronger in some people than in others, and the level of denial of transgression creates the splitting of the shadow from the persona. The effective care professional is at peace with their darker resources and as a result has control over them. An individual may have fantasies regarding these drives which terrifies them. Someone who is resentful may, in the process of thinking how to deal with a grievance, imagine causing someone humiliation or physical harm. The stuff of the shadow can leak into awareness and be quickly shoved back into darkness by the quick phrase, "Oh dear, that's not like me. I still believe, in spite of everything, that people are truly good at heart." And Frank, being a good person is often conflated with the idea of being harmless. This would seem like common sense, but in reality a good person is dangerous in the right circumstances. A passive person is harmless in the face of authority, but as we know, authority can commit inhumane actions. If the passive individual allows abuse from an authority to take place against a vulnerable person, then they are harmless to the abuser, but their cowardice would mean that they are far from being a good person. I could give an example of an Auschwitz camp guard who follows orders to starve, torture, and murder children along with their parents. Most prison guards would have been no different to the average person on the street, a normal average Joe who comes to work to make a living. Yes, it may have resulted in the guard suffering from post-traumatic stress and self-loathing, perhaps that is something he can find solace in, but bad dreams and guilt will not exonerate him from the fact that he had allowed himself to take a part in the actions of a monster. Perhaps you or I could have been used in this capacity and passively follow orders to commit horrendous atrocities. For passive people who have allowed themselves to be used as a means of abuse, the mirror is raised, and they see a reflection of moral cowardice and evil. They may feel like running away screaming at the devastating truth of what you are capable of. Evil of the self either through cowardice in the face of authority or for sadistic pleasure is something that can be overcome if it is acknowledged as part of our organismic self. If we admit that we would be too afraid to protect a supported adult in the face of abuse, then this can be remedied by seeking therapy, training, or talking to a trusted friend to transcend those feelings. A good person can and should be dangerous when witnessing unprofessional behavior. The difference is that a good person will consciously decide to regulate their desire to take retribution by choosing the right weapon from their armory. This is like a police officer with a gun who decides not to shoot an individual who is running away after stealing a loaf of bread. He knows that he can check the CCTV and arrest him later. The police officer may feel angry and the thief may be disobedient to the orders to stop, but the officer is aware of his aggressive tendencies and unsheathes his sword of self-discipline, keeping his anger and his gun holstered. The byproduct of self-regulation is that the thief has had time to recover from their flight response and be better situated to cooperate. The police officer is not harmless, but self-regulated with his aggressive resources held in abeyance. Being dangerous doesn't mean you have to be, it just means that you have a resource that is available. If you're not a formidable force, there's no morality in your self-control. If you're incapable of violence, not being violent isn't a virtue. Jordan Peterson. Not every police officer has that level of control. I remember watching a video of a police officer's body cam during a house raid in the USA. The officers in attendance entered the house and one suspect ran into the back garden and down the alley. One officer ordered him to stop as he ran, but the suspect was in a state of panic and was attempting to escape a lengthy jail sentence, so ran even faster. The officer then took aim and fired a live round into the suspect's back, killing him within seconds. The officer's life was not in danger and the suspect was unarmed, but the officer had not considered that he desired an opportunity to kill a disobedient suspect. He fantasized how people could be shot for threatening him and how his status would protect him, but in this situation the evidence was clear. The man was unarmed and killed. The officer sat and wept at the sight of a man who was not a danger to the officer and died in fear. To be dangerous and self-regulated is a strength. It means that the figurative wolf has been tamed and now works for the master. Uncontrolled archaic tendencies are the stuff of the weak. Rahul Mode had a weak character because he could not control his impulses. Men who commit rape are also weak characters because they are controlled by sympathetic impulses. People who follow orders and kill innocents are weak in moral characteristics. It is easy to point the finger at people who commit evil, but anyone who has worked with their own shadow will know that moral fortitude is not a given. People who have worked with vulnerable people in their care have regretted their inaction in the face of abuse. I can almost hear the protests of people who are angered by such a low appraisal of human nature, so I will give an example of a man who worked with children who have autism. Hans Asperger was a well-respected Dr. in Nazi-occupied Austria during World War II. He researched autism and his name was used to describe high-functioning autism as Asperger's syndrome. His research and insight into the condition is well respected and contributed to our understanding of the spectrum. The Nazis' ideal regarding people who have disabilities was to eliminate them from the gene pool. They only promoted the research and career of people who support their ideology. Asperger never joined the Nazi Party, but his career was helped by National Anti-Semitism, which removed opportunities for promotion for his Jewish colleagues. Documents from state archives, including Asperger's personnel files and patient case records, showed that he facilitated the Nazi ideology by referring children to a clinic which used carbon monoxide injection and starvation to end their life. We may never know why Asperger was willing to cooperate with the Nazis in their final solution, but whatever his motivation was, it seemed out of character for someone who had worked to help these children. It could have been the fear of losing his senior position in the hospital or the desire to protect his life. Whatever his reasons were, it was something he did as a professional who understood the ethics of the Hippocratic Oath, which states, "I will use treatment to help the sick according to my ability and judgment, but never with a view to injury and wrongdoing." Imagining scenarios where a safeguarding issue causes conflict is an effective way to identify deficits in our moral compass. If we make the scenario as difficult as possible with the fear of specific consequences, such as career loss, financial loss, relationship breakdowns, bullying, or even torture and death. Imagine yourself in the following scenarios and decide your course of action. You have been ordered to burn a family who have been tied to a tree with straw surrounding their feet. In that family are parents, grandparents, children, and babies. You have a choice. Follow your orders to light the fire and hear their screams as they perish, or if you refuse, your elderly mother and your child will be shot in the head. What do you do? Okay, let's move away from guns and war to something a bit more romantic. You are having a lovely holiday on the Titanic. It has sunk in the freezing Atlantic after hitting an iceberg. You manage to get your spouse and children on board a small lifeboat. By luck, another passenger has managed to climb out of the icy sea with you, but the lifeboat is now overloaded and begins to sink. You also have in your possession a knife. You know that one adult must quickly leave the boat to stop the boat from sinking. What would you do? Let us now adapt a classic dilemma. There are two middle-aged workmen in bright yellow coats repairing a train track. It is your job to make sure that they are safe by moving the lever to redirect trains onto an alternative track and bypass the men. As you stand on the track, you notice that 5 young children wearing Easter bonnets are having a picnic on the rarely used bypass track and are about to be killed by the oncoming train. You have a short amount of time to decide whether to protect the men or the children. You must choose who dies. What would you do? Okay, that was fun. Let's go back to the train track, but this time replace the children with a paralyzed person in a wheelchair. Their carer was pushing the chair over the crossing when the wheel got stuck. In a panic, the care worker abandons her attempts to free the wheel and screams for help as the train approaches at 125 miles per hour. Your fellow workers are working away in the knowledge that you have directed the train to the bypass. The man in the wheelchair or your colleagues will die based on your decision. What do? You could change the people on the track for people of different ethnicities and political persuasions to really give yourself a difficult choice. I think that these scenarios could bring up a lively debate and a useful tool for us to explore hidden values that we are never asked to consider. There are moral dilemmas that have no right or wrong answer, but how we reason on our decision can reveal much about values we have but would prefer to keep hidden in our shadow. Often these hypothetical exercises result in a judgment-based action that challenges your self-concept by revealing incongruity between our true self and our ideal self. Are we emotional or logical in our moral process? Emotional drives and logic are both valuable. The emotional drive includes the natural drive of empathy, which motivates us to avoid causing other people distress or pain. The logical processes make mathematical reasoning based on best-case scenarios and personal consequences. These two processes are from different parts of the same brain and can come into conflict, but in a case such as witnessing abusive behavior in a care setting, our moral character should be able to step in and protect an individual who is being humiliated or who is suffering, but that type of heroism is rarely recorded or seen on investigative news reports. If you are faced with a moral dilemma and are incongruent, lack confidence or feel that you are not senior enough to intervene, then it is likely that a corrupt mentor or members of the alpha group will make those decisions for you. To integrate the part of yourself that needs to choose between two evils, means that the meekest person has evil in their cache of weapons. I will repeat the Machiavellian quote, but this time as advice to the care worker who may face a corrupt mentor or an alpha group: it is better to be feared than to be loved. Nothing great was ever achieved without danger. Being aware of your darker resources means that you are less likely to stall in a dilemma and use them when required. When our values are not solidified, we are vulnerable to manipulation from the morally corrupt. I must be honest and say that I have never attended a course that introduces you to your own potential for evil, but this is not surprising. Our demons are something that we like to keep under wraps, which is probably the reason that Hylton Hall and Winterbourne View type scandals will continue in the shadows of a phony corporate persona. A word on neurodiversity. Last year I had the privilege of receiving a diagnosis of ADHD. It explained a lot regarding my difficulties in school and work. I now found myself coming under the umbrella of neurodiversity. This is a term that acknowledges the variety of cognitive processing in humans and is usually used when referring to people with autistic spectrum condition. These processes are not necessarily pathological or debilitating but will affect behavior, attention, sociality, mood and learning. The variation in these processes may appear eccentric, enigmatic, or even deliberately obtuse to the untrained eye. Gaining rapport or a social connection with someone who thinks differently can be an uncomfortable experience for both parties due to incompatible communication styles. I personally can lose track of a conversation very quickly, which was a bit of a challenge during my counseling career. There are famous examples of people with thought processes that allow complicated mathematical abilities that have resulted in magnificent human advances. Sir Isaac Newton invented calculus in order to explain the movement of the planets. Learning how to use calculus requires a certain commitment and ability, but to invent the thing requires the kind of thought process that most of us could never understand. As impressive as this talent was, Newton also had very few close relationships, and although he was respected by his peers for his mind, his respect for them in return was not as enthusiastic. He became absorbed in his work and interests in a way that could be viewed as obsessive. This is why his work is so respected. It was his focused thinking that allowed us to understand the complexity of gravity and the laws of motion and the properties of light. Not only that, Newton had some odd personal interests that were less well known. He had a deep interest in the Bible and had many personal beliefs outside the mainstream regarding its meaning. He absorbed himself in Bible chronology and alchemy. Although there has been much speculation to explain Newton's personality from high-functioning autism to bipolar disorder, it is generally agreed that Newton would come under the umbrella of neurological diversity. Albert Einstein and Niels Bohr had conversations that only they could fully understand and feel comfortable with. If I had been at a dinner party with them and attempted to take part in one of their conversations on the disparity of quantum theory in relation to relativity, I imagine that I would very quickly realize my mistake, blush, and bring my attention back to the pudding. Neurodiversity acknowledges that people have different neurological abilities. Even the widely used word learning disability is a misleading term which presents such people as being ignorant, unskilled, clumsy, or unintelligent, and it could be argued that it has contributed towards stereotyping people and the justification of segregation. This is not an easy issue and not one I am going to solve in this book. The word client was introduced to describe people who access social care services. This term was originally adopted by social care settings as a result of psychologist Carl Rogers' person-centered philosophy which he applied to his patients. He decided that the word patient suggests that there is something wrong with an individual, whereas he believed that the patient has the inner resources to find a solution to their own problems even though they may need help to access these abilities. He changed the phrase patient to client as this presented an individual as paying for and accessing a service autonomously. In time the term lost its value and soon became an inadvertent derogatory term. It was soon replaced by the word service user, but this eventually became a term that lost its value. Carl Rogers' use of the term client was not just about changing the perception of the individual, but also a therapeutic attempt to demonstrate that the client is a valued customer who is accessing a service that fulfills their needs and desires. I have never been a fan of the term service user as it could mean anyone who uses the service, whether it is a parent, carer, supported adult, or broker agency. It doesn't always represent the person we care for. The word client sounds like a valued role, as if you are buying in the service yourself, but in reality, this is not representative either. As you can see throughout this book, I prefer the use of the term supported adult as it is non-derogatory and specifies the generic group being referred to. However, not all people who come under the umbrella term of neurodiversity are supported adults. How do we refer to people who don't fall into the neurodiversity range? Recently the word neurotypical has been adopted to describe people who would have once been referred to in an embarrassed voice as normal. This automatically presents the difficulty that people who have a non-typical cognitive process are somehow abnormal. A conversation can go like this. Student, is Ingrid a service user? Care staff, no, Ingrid is a normal. Well, what I mean is, Ingrid is normal. The debate on how to refer to supported adults will probably continue for a long time, but that we make it an important issue means we are moving in the right direction. When I first started working in care I was a 17-year-old trainee. My agency placed me into a charity-based day service. They referred to the people they supported as the disabled. The neurotypical mind is what it says on the tin, a mind representative of the population or typical. I had difficulty accepting that there could be a typical mind until I was diagnosed with ADHD and realized that I was not one of them. It helped me realize why I hadn't found English writing and mathematics as easy to absorb as my classroom peers. I found it frustrating and humiliating. As much as I tried, I just couldn't assimilate information that the general population in my classroom could retain with varying degrees of success. Success at any level would have been good for me. In the Cub Scouts I failed to get a badge, in the Air Cadets I also failed to gain any awards. People made the assertion that I wasn't interested, and I think that they are probably right. No child is interested in mathematics and punctuation, but social reward and exposure to knowledge seems to work. The difference for me was that my attention didn't stay on subject long enough to encode information from the short-term memory to the long-term memory. I would have every intention of listening to the teacher and retaining the principles she was trying so hard to impart, but I had been distracted by the smell of lunch wafting through the halls and the excitement of football in the yard later. This would exasperate some well-meaning teachers who kindly answered my appeals for help as I nodded my head in an Oscar-winning attempt to convey interest. Neither the teachers or myself could understand why I was failing to absorb the information communicated. The problem was that I think very differently than most people I know. When I started working for my local adult services, college and work training courses were part of the job. I wanted to do well in these courses as this would benefit my career, but I also was keenly interested in the subjects. My first course on the subject of counseling, and because I was so enthusiastic for the course I purchased a book on the subject. I studied the book at home in my own time. One student who also attended the course asked me why I would study books on the subject so closely at home when this wasn't required. I think I gave the impression that I was a nerd, but the truth was that I was giving myself extracurricular activity because I was taking on a challenge that I had a good chance to add to my resume of failures. Learning and communication are the skills attributed to the Homo sapiens' success as a species. Learning gives the ability to adapt to new challenges, and communication conveys knowledge and instructions from one individual to another quickly and efficiently, but how this information is processed is different in neurodiverse conditions. The idea that we are all the same with the same potential is the spin of self-help gurus. These programs and books may have their values, but for someone with an undiagnosed neurological condition, their ideas and learning approach risks being ineffective and disappointing to the learner. It took me until my diagnosis to realize that their assertions are inspirational nonsense. The belief that we all communicate and learn in similar ways is not true in the neurotypical world, as everyone has their own learning style, but the difference in the neurodiverse mind is more complex and involves unique/tailor-made interventions for communication and learning. The difficulty is also that the neurodiverse individual needs to have the ability to communicate to the neurotypical, which can result in misunderstanding and frustration. The common differences between the neurotypical and neurodiverse is the attention tunnel. The narrow attention tunnel is called monotroism. I live 10 miles away from the Tyne Tunnel in the UK, which gets very busy during rush hour, and before it was extended would be a frustrating area of congestion. The tunnel was designed to accommodate 24,000 vehicles per day, but it was used by an additional 19,000 all queuing to enter toll gates. There were no opportunities to exit the queue to take an alternative route. The narrow attention tunnel of monotroism is characterized by a narrow field of interests which dominate thinking. The process is involuntary and sometimes obsessive. A neurotypical can get an idea of the monotropic process by remembering times in their life when they are excited about something such as a holiday or a football match and will spend waking hours planning for the event. Most people have experienced times of anxiety where a family member is seriously ill or the prospect of a job interview. At times like these we can expect our thought process to endlessly run scenarios to prepare to face the challenge. The distress of insomnia, suddenly waking up in the early hour with anxious thoughts that won't relent to fatigue, is the only way I can think of to compare the experience of a neurotypical to the monotroism of many with neurodiversity. This in no way means monotroism is useless to the human race. Albert Einstein and Niels Bohr needed a monotropic mind to achieve their mind-blowing discoveries. Hours before his death, Einstein was still working to combine the theory of relativity with quantum physics in an all-encompassing theory of everything. Without the monotropic mind we would never have had calculus from Newton or the ability to send satellites into space, or land on the moon. A monotropic mind does not mean learning difficulties are presented. The autistic spectrum is very wide-ranging from mild to severe. The monotropic tendency to process information to an almost obsessive degree can give us great scientists and experts in their field. But entering into a conversation with someone who is obsessed with their chosen subject can be somewhat draining. If someone loves Doctor Who, then their incessant conversation can make some people want to cry with frustration. The Star Trek fan who is excited about the new Netflix show and feels compelled to talk about how it will tie in with the movies from 20 years ago with these specific plot holes can be a pain in the backside to someone who would rather talk about football and women down the pub. The monotropic mind can often feel like an alien themselves in a world that doesn't understand them, and every social interaction is like a diplomatic attempt to communicate with an Amazonian lost tribe. Polite, and with very little rapport. Temple Grandin, who is a well-known speaker and researcher able to give insights from her own experience of being on the spectrum, described the on the autistic spectrum, who describes the experience as being like an anthropologist from Mars. The biggest mistake of neurotypical minds is to assume the monotropic mind functions in the same way, and if there is a social interaction which seems disjointed, to assume that there is an attitude problem with that person and subtly communicate disdain can cause a serious diplomatic incident. Gideon lives with autistic spectrum condition and loves the movies of James Bond. He can tell you all the trivia regarding the movies to the most minor detail. This is impressive, but his monotropic thinking means that he relates everything in experience and in conversation back to James Bond. You could attempt to offer him activities, but his thinking will always return to his favorite subject. He is still able to function and enjoy life, but he finds he can relax and maintain a sense of satisfaction when he is able to immerse himself in the subject by watching the movies or listening to the many songs written for the movies. His focus can appear eccentric and quite exhausting when the topic of Bond is repeatedly brought up, but Gideon has given his service provider a fantastic avenue to lead him to recovery should he ever become anxious. Gideon's father died, but it was decided that he should still attend his regular day service to maintain his routine. It was obvious that Gideon was anxious on entering the building, but he was able to abate the anxiety by immersing his mind in a movie. His monotropic thinking is at a level where he is unable to accommodate more than one thought process at a time. He is so focused on his personal narration of the movie to an empty room that he even forgets to drink his cup of tea. This is known as hyperfocus. Literally, someone could walk past him blowing a horn, dressed as Kermit the Frog, and he wouldn't notice unless his view of the TV was blocked. His monotropic mind provides him with avenues of safety and peace. It is also great therapeutic value for Gideon if he experiences an upset. He once experienced the full weight of an electric wheelchair as it ran over his foot in a narrow corridor. He was in pain and crying, but after seeing that there was no damage done, he quickly forgot his trauma when a Bond film started. His body is still shaking a little as the adrenaline pumps through his body, but he is on the road to recovery, and will soon be back to his normal self. Times of crisis are very rare for Gideon. He peacefully goes through the routines in the service and is liked by everyone, so when his voice is heard shouting and screaming in the TV room, it is thought that he has had another accident. But he hasn't been physically injured this time. As he recovered in the TV room, Sybil has invited a supported adult called Glenda into the TV room to relax with her birthday cake. Glenda has just turned 37 and would like to watch Disney's Frozen on the TV. Gideon hasn't noticed them enter the room. He is focused on the Bond classic, Live and Let Die, and Roger Moore is about to use a line of hungry crocodiles as stepping stones across a lake. As the exciting scene approaches, Gideon leans forward with anticipation and begins to grin. Then a disaster occurs. Sybil ejects the DVD. Gideon screams, "What are you doing? I'm watching that," and stands to his feet. The staff member also stands to her feet with the DVD of Frozen in her hands and begins speaking in a firm tone, expressing her perceived moral dominance in the situation. She exclaims, "It's Glenda's birthday today, and I think it would be nice if she could watch Frozen. And anyway, you have seen James Bond hundreds of times, so you are not missing anything." Even though Gideon has forgotten about his accident earlier, his body is still in the process of lowering his adrenaline. His monotropic process has been harnessed to help him calm down and feel secure, but his adrenaline is already in his system, giving him a tendency to quickly return to a heightened state of arousal. He shouts in a panic, "Put it back, put it back." He then attempts to grab the Bond DVD from Sybil's hands, but she shouts back at him, "No, Gideon. It's Glenda's birthday. You are going to have to learn that you can't have your own way all the time. Sit back down now." Gideon's arousal levels continued to rise, and he wrestled Sybil for the DVD. Sybil stands her ground in the belief that to relent will be giving in to someone who is spoiled and pampered. She keeps hold of the DVD as Gideon resorts to hitting himself in the head. What a shame, he was so calm and happy a few moments ago. There was no amount of reasoning or bullying that was going to remedy such an adrenaline-powered moment. Sybil had the wrong attitude for the job and no regard for how the monotropic mind functions, especially in times of stress and recovery. The neurotypical mind has a choice when to narrow their focus on one subject and quickly turn it to another without too much effort. The only times that a neurotypical will fall into an involuntary hyperfocus is during times of extreme stress and panic. During these times, reasoning and the ability to judge a situation deactivate to quickly access instinctual, responded and well-rehearsed responses. In times of danger, you may find that you react before any conscious thought process takes place. If a dog runs in front of your car, you don't need to think about which pedal to push, you automatically hit the brakes. In the military, it is important to be well trained to deal with a situation of extreme stress, or the team cannot work as cohesively, knowing their individual function. A soldier would be in trouble if he didn't know how to automatically assemble a rifle under pressure of a surprise attack. It can be compared to the searchlight of a helicopter. The searchlight can illuminate a person in the street, its focus can be widened to illuminate a house or even an entire street of houses. In the mind, this brings thoughts from the same category into view, or move to a completely different subject and focus on that. It can also illuminate well-learned specifics such as dance moves, language, driving and karate chops. Perhaps you are attending a general knowledge quiz where the spotlight is required to quickly illuminate a general subject and then focus on a specific answer. If the quizmaster asks the question, "Which Canadian singer sang the theme tune to Robin, Prince of Thieves?" the spotlight of the mind will quickly move to the area where all your Canadian singers live. In my mind, there are only 3 of them: Avril Lavigne, Bryan Adams, and Celine Dion. It then focuses on each singer and then their individual songs, which I may hear in my head, or visualize their music videos. I am not sure which singer sang on the theme tune, so my searchlight moves to my memories of TV and movies. The Irish band Clannad start singing in my head Robin, the Hooded Man, but they are not one of the choices, and anyway they are Irish, not Canadian. I need another Robin Hood theme to replace the distracting Clannad song. My searchlight now focuses on a distinct audio memory containing Robin Hood, and I confirm my idea with my teammates. Did any of them sing, Robin Hood, riding through the glen, Robin Hood with his band of men? No. They say in dismay that was Dick James. We have 30 seconds to submit our answer and I panic. My searchlight widens its focus in the hope that inspiration from my reservoir of knowledge will push the answer into awareness. Perhaps the song doesn't have the words Robin Hood in the song. My mind now has a vision of men dancing together with the song. I'm fairly certain the song is from a Robin Hood film, so I excitedly say, "Who sang, We're Men? Men in tights. We roam around the countryside looking for fights?" My teammates look in despair at me and then realize that although they wear tights on occasion, neither Avril Lavigne nor Celine Dion are men, so the answer must be Bryan Adams. The answer was correct, and we got the points. However, the song was actually Everything I Do It For You, but you get the idea with that. The spotlight effect is always active, and an individual needs this to function without being overwhelmed by random stimuli. For example, as I write on my computer, I am not aware of the sound of the fan cooling my computer. I am not aware of the sound of traffic outside. I am not aware of the trees moving in the breeze outside my window as they stream a beautiful green hue into my room. I am not aware of the carpet beneath my feet that tickles my feet. So much stimulus, but my focus is on my writing, it is in the foreground of my mind. Stimulus is constantly around us, and we cannot give attention to everything that hits our senses. We need to have a means of focusing on the important stuff rather than being distracted by inconsequential events. If our mind didn't have the ability to ignore all the things that prevent us from doing what we chose to do, we would be stressed to hell. It would be like working on a computer where you have closed pages that you don't need but are constantly being harassed by pop-up notifications and adverts. Being able to focus attention and minimize the plethora of potential distractions. In classical psychology, this is known as the ego function. It protects the individual from stimuli that could cause distress. In the same way that the shadow hides aspects of personality that are too painful to bring into awareness, it brackets off any unproductive stimulus that could distract us from making a trap to catch food or to quickly fix a car when you have broken down on the fast lane of a busy road, or a job candidate preparing a presentation for work while Facebook notifications endlessly popping up to tell them that Fred has had a nice salad. All situations require concentration, or the result of constant distraction can be starvation for the trap maker and a long queue of angry motorists, or a missed career opportunity for the candidate. The neurotypical has the ability to multitask with what is termed polytropic thinking, but this is not as perfect as it sounds. The resource model of attention shows that the more tasks we try to do at once, the less efficient we become in them all. It has been known for a long time that using a phone while driving reduces your ability to focus on the road. The result is a greater chance of an accident. Like a computer that is running too many programs at the same time, processing becomes inefficient and mistakes are made. Shining that spotlight on an important conversation with your divorce lawyer while also navigating a roundabout, junction or narrow winding road is never a comfortable experience for a passenger, and you probably won't have the resources left to notice the police car behind you until it sounds its siren and flashes its beautiful blue lights. This is because the human mind is primed to bring attention to powerful sensory stimuli. A panicked scream or a shout for help will redirect your attention, as will a powerful sensory burst such as bright lightning and the bold clap of thunder. The smell of cooking bacon will work like magic when I want my teenage children to get out of bed early. We are also primed to redirect our attention when we hear our name. I am a DJ on weekends and find that despite the banging noise of Barry Manilow and guests singing like burning witches, that I am still primed to perceive my name being called. The ability to have our attention redirected is a great way to stay alive when given as a warning of danger, to challenge someone to a fight, or to tell them that lunch is ready. In the animal kingdom, we see that animals are primed to bring attention to certain stimuli. A bird will bring its attention away from food when hearing the mating song of a fertile hen. The ape will bring its attention picking its nose to the warning scream of an ape who sees a snake in the trees, and a human mother who is enjoying an afternoon nap will wake up and bring her attention a little cry to say it's time for food, and if mom doesn't wake up in sufficient time, the baby will gradually raise its volume and pitch to a level that would make a seasoned Marine grab his gun and run into battle. I was once saved from serious injury when a member of the public shouted as loud as they could, "How? Stop!" I was very grateful because I was about to fall down an open manhole and plummet into raw sewage. Some children must have removed the cover for fun without realizing someone might fall in. The gent who saved me from a fate worse than falling into a hole containing no sewage assisted me to replace the manhole cover, and I walked home shaking with the shock at the thought of what could have happened. If it was not for my prime tendency to redirect attention toward powerful sensory stimuli, I could have 2 broken legs while helplessly floating in the powerful sensory smell of sewage. The police car siren and lights are an effective way of harnessing your prime tendency to bring attention to anything loud and flashy. For someone on the autistic spectrum, the ability to extend attention resources to more than one task or to respond to prime triggers is reduced. In Gideon's situation, this was useful. He had suffered a painful injury, but his attention to James Bond dominated his monotropic thinking process and contributed to his recovery. He was entering a relaxed focused state. The definition of a trance is a relaxed focused state. In hypnotherapy, the aim is to encourage the individual to reduce arousal levels and focus on the therapist's voice, which hopes to bypass ego defenses and nurture beneficial memes, schemas, constructs, engrams, and anything else that describes the information of the mind. The effective hypnotherapist will need to prime the client to open their eyes and gradually come out of a trance. They prime the client by telling them that they will begin to open their eyes and move their hands as I count back from 10, feeling gradually more energy. The gradual procedure of bringing someone out of a trance is effective, as a simple click of the fingers or other sudden powerful stimuli can cause a sudden spike in adrenaline, which can nullify the therapeutic effect of the process. Someone who has polytropic attention will in effect be led to a monotropic process during trance, although it is only temporary, but such a state can be experienced during times of repetitive action such as working on a production line or knitting a scarf. There is resistance to breaking the trance state because it is useful for reaching an end goal and is also difficult to re-enter. Often the phrase is used, "Don't disturb me, I'm in the zone," meaning that they are focused and unsure they will be able to re-enter that state if distracted. When disarming a bomb, a relaxed focused state with the ability to bracket off all other stimuli is very handy. The ability to refocus that searchlight on a specific subject at will and filter out all other powerful stimuli is a rare and skillful asset, but imagine if you couldn't break free from that trance without experiencing an increased level of anxiety, distress, or even panic. Escapism is a 21st century way to distract the mind from the mild stresses of the day and nurture calm. TV programs, video games, reading a book and virtual reality are used as a distraction from the world. For people with distracting anxieties, there are also extreme sports where focus on pulling a parachute on time or attaching the bungee cord to your harness is a life or death situation. So the desire to stay in a relaxed focused state is essential to avoid certain death of yourself or the death of people with you. I was once told the story of a school teacher who took a group of students to a disused viaduct to do abseiling. Most people in the UK have had the opportunity to take part in the sport at school, but not from such a lofty height. The focus of the teacher needed to be 100% to avoid disaster. Regrettably, this teacher was a male in the bloom of youth who was accompanied by a colleague who was an attractive single woman who was impressed by heroic dudes. The male teacher's focus was somewhat split between impressing the object of his desire and maintaining safety. It reminds me of when I was 4 and my dad was teaching me how to ride a bicycle. I realized my dad had let go of the saddle, and I was cycling without support. I wanted to turn my head to see if my dad was proud of me, but as I did so, I lost my concentration and fell off. The male teacher was also distracted. A 9-year-old student had been harnessed up and was being supported to lower himself toward the female teacher at the base of the viaduct. Something stopped the descent and the student was stuck. The male teacher jumped off the top of the viaduct, and like an SAS soldier who needs to quickly storm an embassy, terrorists have time to shoot the hostages. He stopped parallel to the student and stretched out his arm while shouting in a style which is reminiscent of Arnold Schwarzenegger, "Quick, take my hand." The student took his hand and the teacher heroically brought the child near, but because of his divided attention he forgot to attach the boy's harness to his own before uncoupling him. The teacher managed to keep hold of the child's hand as he dangled above the ground for a few minutes before losing grip. The polytropic tendency to focus on more than one thing is an asset, but if an individual is not mindful of their reduced efficiency in such situations, then the neurotypical polytropic mind can be an unregulated liability. The adoption of trance states can be useful before embarking on something that requires focus. Mindfulness is an excellent method of cognitive resource monitoring. We will explore it later in this book more deeply as its benefit to self-regulation is priceless. Focus/trance states have been employed by the human race in preparation for important events where everyone in attendance is required to focus on the purpose of the gathering. Prayer is an example of preparation before a church service. Buddhists use chanting and meditation in preparation to listen to a Dharma talk. Before a football match, the stadium grows silent at the sound of the national anthem and sings in union before the match, giving players and spectators the opportunity to concentrate on the event. In Parliament across the world there are solemn rituals that are observed before commencing with world-changing debates. In times of war, human tribes from across the globe have prepared their mind and body for war by the loud sound of drums, war dances, and rousing speeches. This helps the mind to enter the zone. These rituals will take place in preparation of the task at hand, and result in a more efficient outcome. Sybil was not mindful of her mood as she entered the TV room only to see Gideon watching Live and Let Die. Sybil decided that it was her righteous and heroic duty to defend Glenda's right to watch Frozen on her birthday, like Batman defends the city of Gotham. Batman follows his own rules. He has his own values and takes matters into his own hands, in effect becoming an outlaw himself. Dr. Banner is a wonderful man who has a strong set of values which are in line with policies and procedures. In fact, he wrote the ethics for his laboratory and teaches ethics at the local university. He is also a superhero who turns into the Incredible Hulk when he gets angry. Once transformed into the Hulk, his judgment is clouded, and he is guided by raw aggression. He forgets his professional values and takes matters into his own hands when the military arrives to steal his research and make weapons. Dr. Banner is fired for his unregulated behavior, after he throws an armored tank at a helicopter. Sybil is not a superhero. She is more like the fictional vigilante known as Kick-Ass. There are have-a-go heroes like Kick-Ass who blunder into a situation and cause more heat than light. Kick-Ass creates the persona of a superhero by donning his tight lycra costume. He hopes to use the element of surprise and moral superiority to put fear into the criminals of the city. He has his weapons, 2 batons which can intimidate or beat criminals. As he walks through the alleyways of his city looking for crime, he finds 2 men attempting to break into a car. Now, most of us would keep our distance and use our phone to get help. They might use their phone to take pictures of the criminals in the act to give to police later. Some others might shout from a safe distance in the hope that they disturb the criminals who might run away. Kick-Ass is without a clear idea of how to deal with the situation or what to do with the criminals if he manages to subdue them. He just relies on the assumption that they will respond to a firm tone and the threat of potential aggression. The scene ends with Kick-Ass being laughed at by the criminals before being stabbed in the abdomen. He falls to the ground before being rescued by police and paramedics who are guided by solid values and procedures. Sybil has the same problem. She has decided that she knows best how to handle a situation by using a misguided idea that a firm tone which is elevated on defiance will result in cooperation. There is no doubt that what an authoritarian doesn't know, they will make up on the spot, and if their actions end in disaster, they will usually justify the actions on self-aggrandizing expressions of virtue and altruism in the face of aggression. However, Sybil's attempt to frame her approach to the situation as suffering abuse from Gideon in the pursuit of righteousness is nothing but a facade, a phony act. It is like the tight lycra suit worn by a delusional superhero, unskilled to deal with the situation, and causing more problems than they intended to solve. The neurotypical can begin to understand the monotropic nature of people they care for by remembering times of extreme stress. It is a strange phenomenon to watch an inexperienced neurotypical individual turn something as simple as a desire to watch a nice film into a catastrophe of World War III proportions. That spotlight of awareness needs to focus on well-learned procedures and attitudes if a catastrophic event is to be avoided. Dealing with a high-anxiety situation without a clear strategy leaves a reservoir of instinctive and culturally informed behaviors as the guide. This will lead the professional to make increasingly stupid decisions in an unnecessary fight for dominance. There is no shame in withdrawing and asking someone else to deal with the situation if facing an unexpected reaction. It's not easy to identify aspects of our personality that need to be replaced. Understanding the process of polytropic thinking can assist the staff member to have empathy for the supported adult. This is not a given. Our empathy can be nullified by contamination from misguided beliefs regarding challenging behavior. One of the common misconceptions is that challenging behavior is just a manipulative strategy to demand servitude from staff. To dogmatically harbor such a view means that the actual issue of physical discomfort or thirst will be ignored. The more serious problem with cynical beliefs regarding challenging behavior is that carefully arranged procedures by behavior analysts will be viewed with hostility and referred to as a soft touch that panders to tantrums. There are numerous neurodiversity conditions in the population and we don't need to know them all to be effective. The most important thing is to come to an objective view of our individual nature. It is only when we know our nature that we can harness it and make it useful. Know your own triggers. Just because the autistic individual has temporarily lost control of his/her behavior is no reason for you to do so. Deborah Lipsky and Will Richards, Managing Meltdowns, 2009, p. 45. Understanding your own triggers goes a long way to managing the behaviors of supported adults. The sad fact that we must all face is that we are human with the inbuilt tendency to react to a challenge with adrenaline and impulse. Some are more self-aware than others, but mindfulness of our own automatic reactions is the product of effort rather than an innate characteristic. This is why in the UK most employers encourage staff to attend personal development courses. We cannot effectively help someone who displays behaviors that challenge services if we don't understand how being exposed to those behaviors affects our own automatic reactions. A staff intervention which is guided by high arousal levels inhibits their ability to experience empathy. We are built like this for a reason. Your ancestors wouldn't have survived long enough to reproduce if they had mindfully considered their autonomic responses every time their village was invaded by angry-looking Vikings, but in the care service it is counterproductive to react combatively to a situation when a well-prepared de-escalation technique is available. There are situations where simply guiding someone to a different room or evacuating the area will be enough to de-escalate the situation and maintain a good relationship with the supported adult. In the case of Gideon and Sybil, it was obvious that Gideon's reaction was escalating. If Sybil had left Gideon in peace and told another member of staff that he appeared distressed, then she would have realized that he was also nursing a foot injury. Also, in a world with laptops and phones, finding an alternative way to enjoy Frozen wouldn't have been difficult. Instead, Sybil led Gideon to a greater state of distress and resulted in violent behavior. Yes, care workers have actually led supported adults to violent behavior by employing authoritarian tactics of intimidation to manage an individual's challenging behavior and end up becoming a victim of their own kick-ass mentality. Much of the fault lies in ineffectively delivered training and the rejection of training by some staff members who view person-centered approaches as a soft touch. Many care workers still believe that challenging behavior is managed by the implementation of consequences. When I say consequences, I am not talking about the natural result of actions such as getting burnt if you stick your hand in a fire or being slapped for pinching someone's bum without an invitation. The type of consequences people are likely to employ are normally systematically arranged with the goal of subjugating the supported adult through fear or despair. Domineering tactics of shouting the individual down or making threats will result in further elevating the individual's behavior. They may become violent and harm themselves or the people in their immediate environment. Gideon started hitting himself after he attempted to retrieve his Bond DVD. Domineering tactics may appear to work on the easily intimidated, but this breaks a relationship of trust with the professional and is a form of abuse as it aims to control an individual by the use of fear. There are some care environments that constantly berate supported adults to the point of bullying, because the staff expect that challenging behavior will be expressed if supported adults are not constantly checked. Your core beliefs cannot help but influence your own behavioral triggers. I heard a story about an ex-coal miner who started work in a day service. On his first day of employment he was found restraining a supported adult by holding his arm behind his back. When asked to make a report of the situation, he explained that the supported adult was playing with him and became a little rough. The cultural values that he had learned from childhood led him to assume that this type of intervention was necessary to demonstrate who was boss. For him it was common sense. Wolves, apes and an abundance of other animals use physical domination to maintain their hierarchical position. It could be argued that this kind of show of dominance is natural, but so is being naked, and yet humans are the only animal that wear clothes to avoid freezing in winter. In the same way humans have developed technology to adapt to the weather, care staff need to transcend confrontational interventions. Some will argue that domination and violence are useful tools for personal protection in a volatile environment. Brian is a man who had been bullied at school, and as a means to remedy this problem his dad sent him to boxing classes with the message, "Put them down first." By the time he was 12 years old he was winning boxing competitions, and his school friends learned that if they threatened him in any way, that they would end up with a swollen face within seconds of expressing disrespect. Brian enjoyed the security rush of power he would feel as he quickly dominated a potential opponent. His conditioned responses were so instant that if someone even looked at him in a vaguely disrespectful way, he could feel a surge of energy fill his body and barely control his urge to knock them to the floor. People could see his face change to intense anger, and this would make people feel intimidated and withdraw. Eventually, at the end of an evening outside his local pub, someone made the mistake of insulting him. Apparently the insult was viewed by everyone in the area as banter, but within the blink of an eye the man was lying on the floor with life-changing injuries. Brian saw the man fall and hit his head on the concrete. The man then just lay there motionless. Brian expected the surrounding people to be entertained and impressed by his control of the situation. After a few minutes the man still hadn't moved. Brian turned his back on the man to talk to his friends and lit a cigarette. He then heard someone behind him shout, "This man's not breathing." Within seconds, 2 people were giving the man CPR. Brian received a lengthy jail term for his automatic reactions. No thought was required, just the philosophy of put them down first, and the trigger. Antecedents are the activating events that hook our attention and trigger our automatic responses. If you imagine an angler who sits all day in the rain trying to catch a trout, he is going to have an incentive to trigger a behavior in that trout that will cause him to pull one out of the water on a sharp hook, but how do you persuade a fish to stick a sharp hook through its face? The only way to do this is to trigger an automatic response to a stimulus. Today the angler is putting a wriggling worm through the hook and casting his line into a large lake. The fish sees the worm wriggling around. It recognizes the worm as food and eats it along with the sharp hook, which lodges firmly in its unhappy face. All humans have their antecedents, whether they are instinctive or learned. Fish and humans are not so different. If a baker wants to persuade a dealer to eat his steak pies or French pastries, all he needs to do is open the door of the shop and watch to see who is hooked by the enticing aroma. Anyone who has tried to lose weight to get into that bridesmaid's dress or to lower the chance of diabetes, knows the power of an antecedent. My personal goal of fitting into a mankini for the summer was thwarted by a powerful antecedent which triggers my instinctive reaction to eat to excess. The sensory delights of a cheese and tomato pizza is my ultimate hook. I have tremendous difficulty resisting the sweet aroma of its soft dough and stretchy mozzarella. If I have a little nibble of it to appease my desire, then like the fish, I am hooked and shove the rest of the pizza in my welcoming face. For some reason the long-term goal of impressing people on the beach with my mankini has been clouded. Like a computer desktop that has the pizza tab open and the mankini page minimized. Not that I look at mankini pages on the computer very often, but if I did, the pizza would still dominate my attention. I will now use the ABC model to explain my maladapted behavior with pizza. A is for antecedent. This is the trigger or activating event which hooks my attention and readies my body for action. The smell, look, aroma and taste of the pizza trigger a physiological response of anguished tension. B is for behavior. This is my action in response to the antecedent. The behavior is goal-orientated, which is to consume the pizza and relieve the tension. C is for consequences. After the behavior I immediately have my tension relieved and can relax. Later I feel shame at my failure to control my urge. It is difficult enough to transcend your antecedents when your mind is neurotypical, but if you have a monotropic mind the narrow attention tunnel will not accommodate 2 competing thought processes. It is ridiculous to suggest that someone who has monotropic thinking should be punished for relieving their tension when a compulsive desire is triggered. Harry is a supported adult with monotropic processing. He is receiving treatment for type 2 diabetes and needs to stick to a strict meal plan. The consumption of any sweets or sugary foods can result in damage to his vision, and there is a strong likelihood of vascular deterioration. Harry has tremendous difficulty in fighting the urge to eat sweets and cakes to the point that he will sob if prevented from doing so. Any encounter with sweet foods triggers Harry's tension, and this dominates his thinking. The tension feels overwhelming and the only way to relieve it is to eat the offending item. One day Harry sees a packet of jelly babies on the table next to another supported adult. Harry is transfixed by the sight as they rest on the desk in their bright yellow packet. The tension is almost painful, and Harry makes his way to the sweets and takes them without anyone noticing he is gone. He goes into a toilet cubicle where he quickly consumes the full packet before attempting to flush the empty packet down the toilet. Antecedent, seeing sweets. Feeling of drive tension. Behavior, misappropriating and eating sweets. Hiding. Consequence, fear of being exposed. Shame. Damaged relationship with owner of jelly babies. High sugar levels on daily test results and hospital admission. In the case of Gideon and Sybil, the antecedent included the remnant of tension from a previous event where his foot was caught under a wheelchair. He was already primed to return to a crisis, before Sybil entered the room. Antecedent, tension caused by pain to his foot. Recovery incomplete. Disturbed ritual of narrating with movie. Threatening tone from Sybil. Removal of his property from the DVD player by Sybil. Behavior, shouting, violence, self-harm. Consequence, recovery process must be restarted, shame. Physical injury. Fear of punishment and condemnation. Reduced trust in staff. Sybil also had her own process in this situation. Antecedent, tension caused by desire to watch Disney's Frozen and eat cake. Tension caused by desire to use mobile phone while supported adults are occupied with movie. Seeing someone who Sybil believes is pampered/spoiled dominating the space. Behavior, threatening tone, aggressive stance. Taking possession of Gideon's property. Physically combative. Consequence, loss of trust from Gideon. Physical injury. Supported adult in her care becomes distressed. Embarrassment in front of other staff. Requirement to take time to write a report, violent incident form. Disciplinary action, additional training. No one is immune to the ABC rules of behavior. It is important therefore to understand our own process for being triggered. If we don't understand our own triggers, then we are at the mercy of events and the effects of phenomena that we never knew influenced our thinking and behavior. Exposure to different social roles, people, and situations can challenge the development of an accurate self-concept that is in harmony with experience. It is very interesting to witness an individual's personality transform when in the presence of someone they admire. I recently met the BBC presenter Professor Alice Roberts at a lecture in Newcastle. I got into a nice conversation with her which I was quite proud of. My wife told me that when I was speaking with her that my personality completely changed. I suggested to her that I may have put my professor personality on to gain a rapport. She laughed. No, Alex. Your voice went high-pitched and you were giggling like a schoolboy. Oh dear, I thought, that's embarrassing. A few months later my wife took me to a concert to see my favorite singer Rachel Sage. I had the privilege of meeting her and having a chat. This time I noticed that her observation was right. Again my voice went high-pitched, and I was consciously aware that I felt very nervous and vulnerable. What was happening to me? This process is quite natural and happens all the time. As we know, we have different states of mind for different situations, and we may appear to change our personality in those situations. This is an interesting phenomenon to observe in its extremes. A school teacher who has a reputation of being bad-tempered and impatient may seem like the loveliest person you could meet when you meet her at a wedding. Instead of shouting at students and sending people to stand outside the classroom for being disruptive, she instead is laughing, dancing, singing. How can she be so different? The rocket scientist can use complicated mathematics to program and control a space probe to fly past a small rock beyond Pluto, and then interpret the data remains in a state of concentration. He gives instructions for slight adjustments in trajectory as it approaches the rock. He calculates the variables of time dilation relative to Earth to make sure he starts recording data at the right time. He communicates instructions to his colleagues to make slight adjustments. He then needs to make sure that the probe sends the information back to the exact position the Earth will be in the 9 hours. This takes concentration. The rocket scientist then goes home to his mother, who stands at the sink with her hand on her hip and looking at her watch. What time do you call this? Could you not phone to say you would be late? She snaps. The rocket scientist's body slumps and his head looks at the floor and in a winning tone with a quivering lip, says, "Mom, why are you being so mean?" He then stamps up the stairs to his bedroom and plays Led Zeppelin at full volume. How did this transformation happen? A teenage boy is walking with a group of girls. He wants to impress them. The group walks past a very large man who has been cleaning his car in the street. To impress the girls, the teenage boy shouts, "Hey, fatty. You missed a bit." The group laugh as they walk casually down the street. The large man stands up, wipes his hands on a towel and walks toward the group. "Excuse me, young man," he says in a loud, calm, deep voice. The group stops and the teenage boy turns around with a look of fear on his face. The man walks within a close distance of the boy and asks, "Who were you calling fatty?" The boy is no longer laughing, he is shaking and about to lose his macho image. He simply replies to the man, "Sorry sir, it won't happen again. Please don't tell my dad." What has brought this sudden change? A kind and meek priest who has been known for his hard work and kindness is invited to a wedding reception upstairs in the club's function room. He isn't too sure how to find the stairs. He enters the bar area where a large group of supporters and players are celebrating a win. The atmosphere is merry and the people are excited. The priest makes his way through the crowd to ask directions when one reveler stands in front of him, blocking his path. The priest looks at the man staring into his face. The priest gives the man a kind warm smile and says, "Could you direct me to the stairs please? I am a guest at the wedding." The man continues to stare at the priest and slowly forms a look of contempt as he lifts the crucifix from around the priest's neck. "Are you a pedo?" says the man accusingly. The priest's demeanor immediately changes as he puffs up his chest and widens his arms to make himself look bigger. He then changes his face from kindness and warmth to controlled rage. The priest places the back of his hand gently on the man's chest and says, "Why would you say something like that, son?" The punter releases the crucifix from his fingers and says, "No reason," as he turns away, while his friends apologize and help the priest to find the stairs. How did the priest change into another person so quickly? The answer for all of these situations is that one of their ego states had been hooked. So what is an ego state? The ego states are an accessible, even simple way to understand our psychological interaction with the people in the world, and just as useful for understanding our inner dialogue. Once we understand these aspects of our personality, then we can understand the behavior of people we support and enhance our relationship with them. The ego states were first developed by psychiatrist Eric Berne in the development of transactional analysis. This subject is sometimes confused with the movement of money, but it is a form of psychotherapy which examines the dynamic of personality in social interactions and internal dialogue. Cognition, emotion, and subsequent behavior has a basis in these transactions which are used to enhance personal awareness and empathy. I am going to give a very basic view of this subject to keep it relevant to positive behavior support, but if you would like to examine this subject more deeply, I will provide a list of books in the bibliography. The three aspects to personality are parent, adult, and child. We often abbreviate this to POC. Each ego state exists in the human and is expressed as the executive when hooked. The executive is the dominant ego state. It is rather like a family sharing the responsibility of driving long distance. Each specific ego state is in control of the driving at different times, and while they take their turn, the other two take a back seat and rest. Now I need to emphasize that each ego state contains their own subcategories and blends, but let's not get carried away. Let's keep it simple. Parent ego: I am the aspect of the personality that records all actions of parents and authority figures in your life. These recordings are replayed in my behavior as I emulate those authority figures. I am your mother, father, grandparents, teachers, and religious teachers and all other authorities and carers in your life. I contain their beliefs, values, behavior, and language. I am a reservoir of memes. I use their sayings and apply them dogmatically as truth. Whether I am good or bad, I believe that I know best and should be in charge. I have two aspects which make me appear different, but are both expressions of control. Nurturing parent: when I am nurturing, I am like a mother who feeds and cares for her young. I teach them how to be self-sufficient. I comfort those in distress and guide those who need safety. I am built from experience of my own nurturing. I will encourage and praise you for living up to my expectations. I will hook your natural child who can thrive and develop in safety. People may feel safe with me, but I will only remain nurturing if you respond in kind. I only want what is best for you. Critical parent: I am the rules, laws, musts and shoulds that will plague your conscience and hook your adapted child with shame and fear, with the goal of obedience. I am like Freud's superego, which demands that you live up to an ideal. I make judgments and get angry to protect my organism. I will threaten, fight, criticize, attack, devalue and condemn anything I don't like. I have my own idea of how things should be done and what I dislike. It is for your own good. I am only doing what's best for you. I get angry and may fight and argue if hooked by someone else's critical parent. I am sometimes hooked by someone else's adult ego because when I misinterpret it as a critical parent or patronizing and initiate an argument. Adult ego: I am your information processor. I am like a computer who objectively examines and categorizes emotions and experiences as they pass. I am able to process mathematics and solve problems. I can take a map and decide on the best route to Skegness. I can examine news reports and extraordinary claims objectively to get an idea of their validity. I am reminiscent of Freud's idea of the ego. Depending on my executive strength, I can objectively regulate the influence of parent ego and child ego. I observe my natural child enjoy pleasure and play. I allow it to investigate the world, take calculated risks and flirt with the opposite sex without interference. I also monitor the adapted child's interaction with its own parent ego and the ones it encounters in the environment. I am able to use hypothetical mindfulness to recognize the dynamics of my ego states and know when to reduce their influence. Child ego: I have the instincts to learn, play, and procreate. I am reminiscent of Freud's idea of the ID. I keep the organism healthy by physical exercise during leisure and fulfilling the drive for enjoyable food and drinks. I have a drive toward forming alliances by use of empathy and altruism. I will also defend myself by adapting to circumstances that are dangerous by withdrawing from a fight or becoming compliant in the face of potential emotional or physical damage. I can be hooked by the parent ego to adapt to rules and fall into submission or encouraged to safely express interests. I can also be hooked by adult ego when required to do something that is stimulating. Natural child, also known as free child. I explore the world and take risks. I play and learn by interacting with the environment. I am like a scientist who has a drive to know how it works, or an adventurer who may go parachuting, potholing, riding my bike at high speed without regard for safety for myself or others. I will belch loudly at the dinner table and fart in a confined space. I will freely flirt and pursue sexual relationships. I can be hooked by nurturing parent which provides encouragement and safety. I can also be hooked by adult ego when I have an enjoyable task to perform, such as decorating a birthday cake or impressing parents when learning to ride a bike. I am the emotions of laughter and joy. I have the intuitive ability to experience empathy and communicate honestly. Adapted child, I am the fear of danger, abandonment, and the despondency of unfulfilled desire. My behaviors are sulking, crying, stealing, and meltdowns. I communicate by behavior, and it is usually maladapted, disruptive, or involves withdrawal from an activity. It is the boy taking his ball home when his friends won't let him play in goal, or the teenage meltdown when the internet stops functioning. I will submit to perceived authority and follow commands to do things that are against my wishes or values. I can be hooked by the critical parent and respond by compliance to its wishes, or use mischief and sabotage to express resentment. If my organism is unable to live up to my critical parent's ideals, then I will feel shame. It is not hard to see why a schoolteacher seems like a different person at a party and in the company of other adults and family. She may be a natural child and enjoying the freedom of dancing without inhibition. In school she will probably be an adult while imparting knowledge to her students, and swiftly change to critical parent if a student is disruptive. If a student arrives in school in tears because they forgot their lunch money, her nurturing parent will be hooked to make sure the child is comforted. The rocket scientist has been in his adult ego state at work as he carefully directs the space probe to the distant rock. When the probe is successful and the first pictures arrive on time, there is a switch to natural child as he celebrates with his colleagues. When he returns home late, he is greeted by his mother in critical parent. This hooks his adapted child, which withdraws from her and stamps his feet up the stairs as he goes to his room. The priest is in adult ego as he walks into the bar to ask for directions. When he is confronted by an intimidating punter in parent ego who attempts to hook his adapted child by invading the priest's space and insulting him. Unexpectedly, the priest's parent ego is hooked, and he responds by intimidating the punter in return. The punter realizes that he has bitten off more than he can chew as his adapted child is hooked, and he withdraws. The other punters in the bar notice that the priest has been threatened and their nurturing parent is hooked as they help him out of the situation and to find a function room. When we take the three ego states and apply their dynamics to our relationships and internal dialogue. The teenage boy who wanted to impress the girls by shouting calling a man fatty from a distance was in natural child ego as he used the opportunity as part of his flirtatious courtship ritual. He quickly had his adapted child hooked when faced with the critical parent ego of the large gentleman. When I met my crushes, Professor Alice Roberts and Rachel Sage, I was definitely an adapted child, ready to adapt to their commands with my high squeaky voice communicating submission. It didn't matter what ego state they were in, my child ego was very, very hooked. After the incident in the day service with Sybil, Gideon, and the birthday cake, Sybil was asked to write a report to help the management and care manager to understand what happened. In this day service, all staff are trained to identify which ego state they were entering and what ego state they perceived in the supported adult. This is a good way to understand the sequence of events, but it also helps staff to reflect on their practice and come to personal insights on their approach. Sybil reported, I was in nurturing parent as I entered the TV room with Glenda. Glenda appeared to be in natural child and looking forward to her afternoon. I asked Gideon if we could change the film for Glenda's birthday. Gideon appeared to be in adult ego and transfixed to his film while narrating the events as they happened. I felt that Gideon was ignoring me and my critical parent was hooked. After raising my voice to get his attention, I ejected his DVD from the machine. I believe that when the film stopped that Gideon entered critical parent and shouted at me to put it back. I replied in critical parent that it is Glenda's birthday and I suggested to him that he was spoiled. Gideon then attempted to take the DVD from my hand and I kept hold of it and raised my voice. Pushed me several times in the struggle before entering adapted child and withdrawing from me and hitting in the face and crying. This type of insight is almost never seen in reality. Normally people will initially try to reframe their actions in an attempt to defend their self-concept. Some take advantage of the low vocabulary of a supported adult to facilitate their presentation of being the victim of violence in an attempt to hook the nurturing parent in the staff and management. Staff can make mistakes due to lack of personal insight, which is why supervision should be regular to identify any training that needs to be included. Also, understanding the dynamics of notorious places like Winterbourne View and Worlton Hall can help us to recognize and uproot the weeds of abuse. So how should we be guided by our ego states? The answer to that is that we need to be mindful of our self-process. To be mindful and remain mindful is difficult. I am not suggesting that you should go into a meditative state for excessive periods, as if you were on a retreat. The advice is to increase your awareness of your thoughts, perceptions, and physiological response that drive your behavior. In Sybil's report there is evidence that her behavior was triggered by events as they unfolded. If she was as mindful in her approach during the event and watch as her critical parent takes the driving seat as executive. The adult ego has the function of mindfulness as part of its toolbox. If adult ego remains as the executive ego when parent or child are hooked, then the professional has the resources to avoid a transactional crisis. Mr. Spock from Star Trek is an extreme example of someone who is in adult ego most of the time. His Vulcan culture encourages the use of meditation to subdue emotions. The result is that his species are great philosophers, diplomats, and scientists. He is devoted to the process of logic as he calculates the potential consequences of each behavior to ascertain the best case scenario. His relationships are honest with crew members and he is respected. There are times his adult ego hooks the critical parent ego of Dr. McCoy. Dr. McCoy's job is to care for people and sometimes gets angry at Spock's dispassionate adult ego calculations. The Enterprise is about to explode unless someone quickly sacrifices their life by entering the highly radioactive engine. Spock knows how to fix the engine and dons his PPE. Dr. McCoy grabs him by the arm and says, "Spock, you're not going in there." Mr. Spock sees that Dr. McCoy is entering his parent ego and is attempting to protect Spock by domineering means. Spock remains in his adult ego and redirects McCoy's attention. "Perhaps you are right, what is the status of Mr. Scott?" Mr. Spock's question hooks McCoy's adult ego, which calms him as he turns to Mr. Scott unconscious on the ground and begins to give his report to Spock. Spock then subdues McCoy with a neck pinch and says, "I am sorry Dr. I have no time to discuss this logically." Spock then enters the engine and saves the ship. Altruistically walking into certain death is a terrifying prospect and will hook the child ego in most people. To walk into certain death to save others has been done in reality. When the nuclear power plant Chernobyl in the old Soviet Union went into meltdown, firefighters sacrificed themselves to prevent the catastrophe getting any worse. I'm not sure I would have the same emotional control. If facing a firing squad I would probably sob and beg for mercy, other people would face it with anger, and there are others who put themselves into an adult ego state and experience the process. In a situation of heroism, running into a burning nuclear furnace would be something I might gratefully leave to the folk with the right mentality. Buddhists have a ritual that they follow during the process of death. They are guided in meditation and choose not to be sedated. This enables them to mindfully experience the process. This would require great maturity and focus. When the time comes, I am happy to sleep through the process. It may be a major life event, but like Star Wars, The Rise of Skywalker, it would probably be a bit of an anticlimax. In the words of Woody Allen, I am not afraid to die, I just don't want to be there when it happens. Now, back to Mr. Spock. Once every 7 years, the Vulcan species goes through a crisis where their child ego challenges their adult ego for the executive position. The body begins to secrete sex hormones into the Vulcan body, hooking the child ego's drive to fulfill its instincts for mating and fighting off other suitors. This is like a breakdown to Mr. Spock, who struggles to control his physical tension as there is no one on the ship in the mood to mate with. His physiological reaction causes him extreme distress as there is no way to relieve the tension. My aunt's Great Dane was a very large dog who suffered a very similar condition, but had the wisdom to hump the settee for those moments of untamable tension. My aunt took him to the vet and had him neutered, which seemed to save the settee any further unsolicited advances. Spock, hasn't he thought of asking Dr. McCoy to neuter him, and instead hijacks the Enterprise, setting a course for his home world of Vulcan. When he arrives, he goes through a ritual of fighting other males to demonstrate his worthiness to mate with a female who is also suffering the same condition. There are times of stress when we feel less able to maintain an adult ego and require time out. When an individual suffers a bereavement, it is healthy to express emotions and allow yourself time and adapt to the loss. To suppress such natural emotions would be unproductive. Bereavement can result in tears and anger. It can hook the adapted child who despairs at being abandoned, craving for the nurturing parent of their friend to comfort them until they recover. If we are feeling particularly vulnerable, it is important to discuss this with a supervisor or manager so that accommodations can be made in your work. Julian's son was arrested for an assault in his local pub. Julian was distraught at his son's actions, but he still attends work. He told his manager about what had happened and how he felt. It was obvious that Julian was unable to concentrate very well today due to his worry. He was asked by his manager to allow other members of staff to take the lead when using a hoist to transfer people or when administering medication until he felt in a clearer frame of mind. This avoided a potential accident. Julian said that he thought he might be helped to work in a quiet environment as he felt too emotionally weak to cope with some higher volume people in attendance. Care professionals who are stressed are no different to the people they care for in terms of focus. A supported adult may be anxious regarding a hospital appointment, but their ability to communicate the correlation between the appointment and their anxiety can be difficult. A supported adult who is anxious has their system primed and ready for a quick triggered response, that can result in aggression. Staff are no different. In times of stress, a member of staff is more likely to have their critical parent hooked and raise their voice briefly at someone who is repetitively repeating the same verse from the Rod Stewart song "Do Ya Think I'm Sexy?" Being aware of your misdemeanor in these stressful circumstances is normally mortifying for a member of staff and quickly followed by an apology to the supported adult. Moments like this are useful for supervision and identifying training needs. Reporting in supervision about being triggered to shout and request training is not always easy. For someone who cherishes the authority of parent ego or who retires into adapted child, this kind of approach requires your adult ego to take the executive seat. The 4 kinds of care workers. There are 4 kinds of care workers in this world: the passive, the aggressive, the passive/aggressive, and the assertive. In transactional analysis, these correspond to the ego states. I am sure that there are care professionals whose dominant ego state is adult and as a result are assertive in their approach to their work. This is nice, but probably not representative of everyone in the profession. There are a large proportion of care professionals and humans generally, whose dominant ego state is either parent or child. This is problematic because they don't have a full awareness or control of their behaviors. Characteristics: passive type, submissive and obedient. Difficulty in saying no to a request. Dismisses one's own rights, unlikely to defend the right of others. Tendency to placate others. Feelings of guilt and the tendency to over-apologies. External locus of evaluation. Disproportionately trusts in others' opinions and direction. Is dominated by their own critical parent, which runs negative self-talk, which keeps them in adapted child. Aggressive type, argumentative. Ignores the rights of others. Dogmatic, demanding, and critical. Becomes physically aroused when contradicted or challenged. Use of anger to trigger fear in others. Threats, violence, and verbal insults and bullying to maintain control of situations. This is the behavior of the critical parent ego. If people are obedient and allow the aggressive individual to maintain dominance, they will reward their victims with conditional positive regard in the nurturing parent ego. This can feel like a safe space to a passive individual, but is overshadowed by the threat of triggering the critical parent if conditions are not followed. Passive/aggressive, undermining. An aggressive approach which is expressed covertly or in a hidden attack due to openly aggressive attitudes are not permitted. This will include damaging someone's reputation by gossip, causing sabotage, using sarcasm and non-verbal expressions of contempt such as looking heavenward and rolling one's eyes with a loud sigh to hook the adapted child or critical parent in others. The passive/aggressive is also manipulative and will lead someone to an angry response so they can present themselves as a victim. Assertive type, facilitating communication. Making factual statements. Requests are made with clear non-emotional language. There is respect for others and self. There is the ability to defend one's own rights through negotiation. Disagreements and grievances are communicated clearly in an atmosphere of respect. This is the expression of the adult ego, which attempts to hook the adult ego in others. This approach facilitates communication and relationships through an attitude of unconditional positive regard. The word I statements are used to express feelings non-judgmentally, such as, "When you said that, I felt embarrassed." There are an abundance of assertiveness courses available for employees who have maladapted communication styles. It is much easier to send an employee on a course for expressing passive communication, rather than accusing someone of aggressiveness. It is highly likely that an individual who has aggressive tendencies will view themselves as assertive and be thoroughly insulted by the suggestion that they are deficient in their communication style. A passive individual is aware that they are unable to express their true feelings and as a result become upset, but the aggressive individual normally sees their aggression as useful, and have found through experience that their aggression has been useful, but they are usually blind to the damage they are causing in reality. The only time that I have been aware of people attending any course that addresses aggressive behavior are criminals who are trying to prove to the judge that they are taking responsibility for domestic abuse. I was working as a counselor for a charity that deals with addiction. As a result, I was working with many people who were going through a conviction for violent behavior toward their spouse and children. These people needed to understand their triggers and communication style, but this was a very difficult process for the client. Most of them were really motivated by the desire to reduce their punishment by portraying a facade of responsibility and personal growth, only to discontinue therapy as soon as the heat is off. The individual who uses aggression as a means of communication sees the success of their approach in getting them what they want and only feel regret when they are exposed. The relationships of aggressive people are not authentic and normally toxic to the people who are passive in their presence. Most of the folk who seek assertiveness courses are the ones who have become aware that they feel very little control in their lives. They may find that they feel a desire to say no to a request to help someone to move house, look after the dog, or babysit the kids. These people feel both resentment for their passive behavior and guilt for feeling the resentment. Because of their strong adapted child with external locus of evaluation, they feel compelled to follow the instructions if the person comes across as condescending. They may moan in private about their predicament, but in public they dance like a puppet on a string. The passive care worker will not challenge authority, will feel guilty when refusing to work overtime, then will suffer in silence through fear of reprisals and rejection. The passive individual has no awareness of their own triggers. They will see abuse and ignore it. They will take no action to stop it, and they will ignore their training if someone they view as a domineering personality tells them to. The guilt of not reporting abusive behavior can cause the passive individual psychological distress and lead to outbursts of behavior such as depression, or in some cases a short but embarrassing emotional outburst that has the appearance of irrationality. The aggressive care worker does not need to be in a position of seniority in a care establishment to wield power over a group of passive care workers. They will gladly obey and accept the aggressive individual as an authority, and the aggressive individual is able to control the passive individuals like drones. The perception of anger from an aggressive person is enough to trigger fear in the passive and ensure compliance, and the aggressor relies on this reaction to dominate others and maintain a sense of control. They also use this tactic when dealing with challenging behavior in supported adults. The aggressive individual may have a calm exterior, but they value authoritarian approaches of punishment and consequence, and administer this as a form of control upon passive care workers and vulnerable supported adults. The aggressive individual also has triggers. Faced with defiance from someone they view as inferior or subordinate to themselves, they experience anger, and as they feel the power of adrenaline flow through their bodies, they apply punishments, consequences, and receive a dopamine hit as they watch their victims fall into submission. Aggression is easy to identify when you can see it. A loud voice, harsh tone, and punch in the face are difficult to miss, but the wiles of the passive/aggressives are harder to identify and in some ways more dangerous to a service that employs them. Assertive care workers are the most rare individuals to find in a care establishment, and some care establishments don't have any. They are the individuals who are aware of their own triggers and stressors and are able to recognize the agitation and stress reactions in other people without becoming triggered themselves. Empathy and aggression are human characteristics, and yet they are polar opposites. It is impossible to commit abuse while experiencing empathy for your victim. When humans are aroused in any way, especially through anger, it is always apparent that they have entered into a narrow state of consciousness, which is archaic and devoid of reasoning. When this type of reaction occurs in the psyche of a care worker, the result can be disastrous. Some forms of discipline have been administered in the far-flung past to instill values into children and desired behavior in vulnerable adults with the familiar phrases "it's for your own good," and the rationale of it is the only way they will learn. Humans have a tendency to administer differing forms of abuse to achieve order and condition people's thinking. The abuse that was administered in the past included verbal insults, shouting, verbal and nonverbal intimidation, violence using fists and objects, restraint, social isolation, and confinement. It appears to be a default characteristic of humans to use authoritarian characteristics to control people who are viewed as part of a subordinate group, whether it is children, disabled people, or any minority that is seen as different to the norm. Even in a modern culture that has passed laws to prevent abuse, we find that some people lament the loss of old values. It is frightening to see the archaic instinctual desires of humans to make use of abusive approaches to maintain order, but it is a fact all care institutions must prepare for when employing humans to administer caring service to the vulnerable and challenging. Authoritarian values are an instinctual response to a challenge and feel natural to those who have not transcended their animal instincts and erroneously perceive the application of fear, threats, insults, subtle restraint, and oppressive practices as common sense. Even in care, people express subtle abuse as a means of behavioral control without realizing that it is abuse. David was a man who was well respected in business. He lived in a sizable house and owned a large car. His family was large with young grandchildren. He was viewed as having a valued social role by all who knew him, and then, he took a stroke. The stroke damaged his brain to the extent that he needed around-the-clock care. He was given regular residential respite care during the week when his wife was at work. The carers workers in the residential unit were very busy, and didn't read his support plan. They were under the impression that he had a profound learning disability from birth. Had they known that they were in the presence of a highly educated man, they may not have let their guard down as much as they did. David received the same treatment as the other supported adults in the establishment. David would take at least an hour to eat his meals, and was spoon-fed during that time by a carer called Jenny. Jenny would begin feeding David and in a caring voice say the words, "Come on Jimmy, are you not hungry?" David really wanted to tell her that his name wasn't Jimmy, but this was the least of his problems. Every day that he attended the respite care, Jenny would say, "Are you not hungry, David?" David would then watch Jenny take the food away and put it in the waste disposal. David was enjoying his food. The taste of good food and the satisfaction of a full stomach was the only genuine pleasure he had left, and it was taken away from him every day. He became angry. He was neither able to communicate his anger verbally or even express his emotions through tears. He couldn't express his feelings to his family or get help from anyone else. He was locked in a world of neglect, and there appeared to be no escape. He felt like his life was over, and he wished it was. David had partial use of his left arm. He could lift his elbow, but that was about it. He could also make wordless vocalizations. He could make them loudly if he wanted to, but he was just not the type to draw attention to himself. They sometimes left him in a room staring at a wall. There were reflections on the glass shade of a wall light and assumed there were other people behind him in the same room, but his mobility prevented him from turning his head to see. Every day at the same time he was asked if he would like a cup of tea. He would make a quiet vocalization to indicate in the affirmative, but he rarely was assisted to bring the drink to his lips. The thirst, especially on hot days, increased his arousal level to the extent that he wanted to scream in emotional agony. Eventually he experienced a catastrophic reaction. He was taken to the bathroom and hoisted onto a commode. The two staff that were helping him to the toilet were chatting together as if he wasn't there. He heard one of them say, "Okay Jimmy, we'll clean you up now and get you back in your chair." David had had enough by this time. Not only did they get his name wrong, but he was not ready to come off the commode yet. Not only that, it was the only time of the day he got some human attention without facing a wall and with only a lampshade for entertainment. Jenny came around to his left-hand side to begin cleaning him and prepare to hoist him back into his chair. His left-hand side was the only maneuverable part of his body. He lifted his elbow, fueled with all the adrenaline that had been building up that day. David's mind was fixed on expressing his buffet of negative emotions, grievances, and resentment. His elbow connected with Jenny's chin as he made loud, desperate vocalizations. Jenny became angry and so did. They both were under the impression that David had profound learning disabilities, and so, believing that he could not understand words, they began to raise their volume in the same way an owner might shout at a dog. Carer will resort to this type of behavior for a variety of reasons, but it is normally as a result of their own aggressive impulses. Deborah pointed her finger into David's face and began shouting with teeth clenched and eyes wide with rage, "Stop that right now. There was no need for that. Jenny is only trying to help you. Don't you ever do that again. Or you will be banned from this building." As she shouted at David, she became more aroused and began grimacing at David. Still pointing in his face, she then brought her face within close proximity to his, perhaps as close as 5 centimeters. She then lowered her voice and added an extra dose of anger to her tone as she spouted off more threats and warnings. David couldn't remember what was being said to him. All he knew was that he was locked in a bathroom with someone who appeared angry enough to kill him and there was no escape. He was filled with fear. He was scared. He was panicking. Deborah and Jenny were using his fear to teach him, to condition him. Whatever their reasons for using verbal and nonverbal abuse, they could see no other alternative. At least that is what they told their bosses during the investigation 18 months later. Unbeknown to Deborah and Jenny, David had suffered a stroke and was employing their care as part of his package of rehabilitation and was always expected to make a gradual improvement. Eventually he was able to communicate about the abuse and neglect he had suffered, and it became apparent that the training in positive behavior support that the two care workers had received had either not been understood or ignored in favor of authoritarian instincts. David was a man who was temporarily caught in a hell where he was at the mercy of whoever attended to his needs that day. How many people in that establishment never had their story told? Abuse is sometimes subtle and difficult to detect. Carers are needed in a populated place like Britain more now than ever before, and we cannot guarantee that these workers always have developed an empathic approach to their supported adults. Abuse appears to be the default position for many. It appears a very cynical viewpoint, but it is important to remember that carer workers are people and that they evolved in the same way as other animals on the planet. They are born with instincts and can be conditioned by their experiences to express automatic behaviors in demanding circumstances. Automatic behaviors are normally embarrassing and rarely involve mindful thought. When working in care, automatic reactions can also result in abusive actions from the carer. It may be unintentional abuse, but it is serious and can reduce the credibility of an organization and prematurely end a promising career. Many courses on positive behavior support concentrate on the behavior of the supported adult and virtually ignore the behavior and thinking of the care worker, but if a care worker's triggers for anger and panic are triggered, then how can they effectively think mindfully? They cannot. Mindfulness involves an awareness of our own responses as they happen. I became aware of the insufficient training that care workers receive when I embarked on counseling training. Counselors are taught to recognize their own responses when working with a client. Questions such as, if someone says something that makes you feel angry, how does this affect your ability to see from their frame of reference and experience empathy? Being mindful regarding our own reaction is the first step in transcending instinctive or conditioned responses. Counseling training is a process that takes many years to complete, and it is painful sometimes to realize how immature we are in the face of our own automatic reactions. Becoming aware of reactions that could lead to abuse and neglect means that an individual must notice their own triggers for arousal and understand how this will affect their ability to function without abandoning professional values. Mindful thought is not something that any animal does, in demanding situations. The success of the human species is based on the same characteristics that have made other species successful. To sit back and think about things will be counterproductive when being attacked by a bear. These characteristics are the ability to adapt to a situation and focus on resources. In the animal kingdom, the sick and the dying are allowed to starve and suffer. The weakest gazelle in a herd is the first one to be eaten by the lion. The leader of a pack of wolves or apes is always the biggest and most aggressive. Natural selection is not a good basis for producing caring individuals, and yet over 4.5 billion years the Earth has produced humans who work in a care sector that exists in a society that cares for its vulnerable members. While it is true that in the animal kingdom that we can see that aggressive dominance is successful in acquiring position, food, and sex, it is also true that mammals have been observed expressing an odd characteristic which can result in one's own death, but may protect the group. This characteristic is altruism, and it appears that this is the basis of the development of a caring society. You can see rabbits who will see a threat and one of the group will signal a warning by banging their foot to the ground, affording the others time to escape, but at the same time putting themselves in danger. While a herd of bison is being chased by a group of lions, a calf is caught. This gives the rest a chance to escape, but a selective few will risk their own lives to turn around and charge at the pride and rescue the child. Elephants have been observed adopting an orphaned baby elephant from a different herd. This type altruism appears to protect the collective at the cost of the few, but apes appear to have taken altruism to a level where there is no identifiable benefit to the individual or the group, or at least that is how it appears. Researchers have demonstrated that if an unknown human appears to be reaching for a stick in a tree, that a chimpanzee will climb the tree to retrieve the stick for the human without any expectation of reward for themselves. Apes have also been observed keeping food to themselves instead of sharing it with other apes who make a request for food with their hand outstretched. The animal kingdom appears to be as fickle when it comes to altruism as humans are. Altruism is the selfless concern for others, and yet, is it true that altruism is expressed for altruism's sake? It would seem odd that evolution would develop such a characteristic without there being some benefit to the organism. The ape who helped the human is well aware that he is cared for by humans, and it could be argued that he is displaying the behavior in the expectation of reciprocal behavior in the future, perhaps in the form of food. The ape who refused to share his food with another ape may have been defending his dominance in the group and did not need to elicit future reciprocal behavior. The elephants who adopted the baby elephant, the buffalo who saved the calf, were all protecting the gene pool. In essence, the genes of these creatures had their own reason for developing in these animals, and the human race is no different. Jenny and Deborah had no fear of reprisals and no expectation of reciprocity from Dave. Had they perceived that might one day be able to communicate, then their behavior toward him may have been very different. What Deborah and Jenny lacked was empathy. Their behavior was influenced by how they expected to be judged. In each other's company they felt comfortable to abuse Dave because they both admired authoritarian attitudes, and they could feel supported in their environment by each other and any other staff who share their values. Terry was a carer. He was viewed as nurturing and kind to the supported adults and staff. Terry witnessed an autistic man appear to throw a cup of water over a table and subsequently soak Jennifer. Jennifer was sitting in her new electric wheelchair at the other end of the table. Jennifer immediately began to cry loudly. Then something terrible happened. Terry looked at the situation and thought to himself, he did that deliberately. Then within the second it took him to have the thought, his heart began beating and his body secreted all the hormones into his bloodstream that would be appropriate for fighting a bear out of the village. When you are fighting a bear, the body hormonal reaction focuses the mind on fight or flight responses, and these are instinctive. In other words, Terry was no longer using his reasoning ability, he was no longer mindful, and his empathy was deactivated. It was suppressed until the event was brought to a conclusion, but by that time the damage would already be done. Terry ran from one end of the room toward the autistic supported adult and pushed his shoulder to face him. The supported adult was still sitting down. Terry had not noticed the look of horror on the supported adult's face as he helplessly watched the water flow along the table toward Jennifer. As Terry launched across the room he gave a loud shout of "Pack that in now." Terry then towered over him, pointing his index finger into the supported adult's face. He shouted at the top of his voice with all the charm of a WWF wrestler. "That was totally unprovoked, there was no reason for you to do that. You will probably be banned from the service for this." There were about 15 other people in the room at the time, and not surprisingly, they all fell silent. Terry was now full of adrenaline, and wasn't he about to finish his display of dominance just yet? He wanted something from the autistic supported adult before he would stop. Do you know what that thing was? He wanted something from the autistic gentleman, but in his instinctive behavior he wasn't sure what it was. The supported adult began to lower his head in shame as Terry shouted, but this was not enough. Terry commanded the autistic man to raise his head and face him. The supported adult lowered his head again to hide his tears that welled with all the emotion that accompanies regret, humiliation and fear, but Terry was not satisfied until the man began to sob uncontrollably, after which he demanded that he apologize to Jennifer, and then frog marched him out of the room. Without knowing it, Terry was doing what dogs do when they fight. He was using aggressive behavior to dominate and pacify the autistic man. When working with people whose behavior challenges services, we must first understand our own behavioral triggers and have an awareness of our own state of arousal. We must also have an awareness of what we view as challenging behavior. Not all behavior we find objectionable can be classified as challenging. People react to different behaviors according to their own perceptions. A Muslim may feel uncomfortable when asked to sing Christmas songs. A vegetarian may be classified as challenging when they refuse to eat meat at a barbecue. Their refusal to comply with social conventions may trigger anger from people, but the Muslim and the vegetarian are not being challenging, rather it is the social environment's anger that is suppressive. Stress is a state of readiness or arousal. Arousal is the state of readiness to react to a perceived demand. How this state of readiness is perceived will determine how it is described. A state of arousal can be referred to in many different ways that will color our perception of the process. It can be referred to as stress or aggression, the same physiological responses experienced for both reactions, but the person experiencing the physical symptoms may express very different behaviors. It is not unusual for an individual who has behaved aggressively to also have experienced a bout of prolonged stress. Both carers and supported adults experience the same emotions and spend their lives experiencing fluctuating levels of arousal. This is a good thing. It enables us to see the world from the supported adult's perspective, to become empathic. It is easy to see the world from another's point of view without the ability to experience the emotion you are observing. However, the difficulty between carers and supported adults comes when a stress reaction is perceived with simplistic, prejudice or cynical eyes. There appears a natural tendency for humans to use aggression as a means of control, reacting to aggression with either aggression or passivity, and both reactions are counterproductive to care services. Whether you are caring for children, people with autism or an elderly, and it is probably true that you are a mammal. Yes, you are also a human, and more specifically a carer with serious responsibilities, but consider this. The human race would never have evolved to the impressive creatures that it has become without relying on a degree of arousal to motivate it to survive. One expression of arousal is aggression. Aggression to protect it from being eaten by tigers or being wiped out by a rival Neanderthal village has come in very useful. 10,000 years ago the human race developed agricultural settlements and aggressively guarded land and controlled the poor and dependent members of that society by use of fear. Fear has been employed by humans in many ways over the course of history. The fear of sanctions, hunger, pain, imprisonment, abandonment, deprivation and death are among the many methods employed by successful humans in the past to control and subjugate. It is horrible to think that the human race has evolved to use aggression as a means of control. It is a chilling fact that vulnerable humans have evolved a willingness to submit to aggression to preserve their own safety. I don't mean to paint a picture of humans as a dance between the aggressive and the passive, but instinct comes prepackaged in our DNA. It is part of our genetic makeup and is behind the aggression, neglect, and suffering that we see in news reports that detail abuse in care establishments in the UK. In most cases, the abuse is administered as a means of controlling what is seen as challenging behavior, and also as a means of enjoyment for the carer as they find the supported adults have submitted to their abusive approach. The abuse that reaches the courts and media are presented as unusual but unprofessional, and abusive behavior is something that is done in secret. No one knows its prevalence. It is impossible to know its true extent until organizations acknowledge that it could possibly happen in their well-trained workforce. The Hylton Hall abuse scandal in Durham, UK demonstrated that even though staff were well-trained, that they had not assimilated the values into their practice. They had been shown a non-abusive restraint technique and the importance of using it after an assessment of its necessity is made for specific individuals, but the staff created the conditions where a supported adult would become so distressed that the staff could restrain people in humiliating and painful ways. They hid their tracks by recording fictitious reports of the events leading to the restraint. The need for an understandable philosophy. How do you react to anger, shouting, derogatory tones, and aggressive behavior? Humans developed over millions of years with a natural tendency to react with a large dose of adrenaline pumped into the bloodstream to ready the body for a fight. Positive behavior support is not a natural approach that people in the caring profession are born with. It would be nice if people were born without their own stress, triggers and automatic responses, but carers, just like the supported adults, are prone to react using methods which would be more fitting for a classroom in Victorian England than in the care establishments of the modern age. The need for an understandable philosophy is something that is somewhat absent in the profession of care within the UK. The philosophy exists and is even understood by the more educated care practitioner, but I don't think it is an overgeneralization to state that for most care workers in the UK, it is too much information to absorb and involves too much personal examination to be effective in the short time allotted to the average well-meaning course. In workshops, courses, and NVQ-style qualifications, person-centered philosophy has been presented in very loose and superficial terms. Maslow's hierarchy of needs is glossed over in courses, and the need to treat people with dignity and respect is often reduced to just a legal requirement. Courses offered to care workers regarding stress and assertiveness address the workers' coping mechanisms, but ignore the potential of unintended abuse upon supported adults. Even in some modern positive behavior courses, the stress and aggressive emotions of the care worker are ignored in favor of focusing on the stress and aggression of the supported adult. In a very general sense, carers in the UK have a very superficial education, are passive in the face of abuse, and sometimes mistake it for a positive intervention. We have a very fragile care system where only the most blatant forms of abuse are brought to light. Subtle forms of abuse can continue in institutions that don't have leadership know-how to help care workers to overcome their catastrophic reactions. It is the subtle forms of abuse that are ignored by most care workers and supervisors as they are seen as justified or natural in the face of some behaviors. For example, shouting, quiet/aggressive tone when speaking to someone, threatening someone with sanctions, social isolation, exclusion from an activity or confiscating property until they cooperate are all forms of subtle abuse. I could go on, but I am sure that you could think of more examples yourself. The Alpha Group, an abusive circle of trust. You may know about an abusive circle of trust. An alpha group of like-minded individuals infect less experienced staff with a culture of poor practice. Fiona and Kelly were both friends who shared the same values and rejected any form of positive behavior support and referred to it as a soft touch. They had been on many behavior and management courses, but felt that their own aggressive approach of achieving the most satisfying, self-affirming and immediate results. They worked together in a daycare for adults with physical and learning disabilities. Kelly's supervisor who worked in the office most of the time, and Fiona would take care of some care tasks while running a craft session. The manager would do his tour of the day center, but he only ever saw a peaceful session. Sometimes the manager would be made aware of incidents where a supported adult had become disruptive or violent but believed that his staff were dealing with the situations imaginatively and effectively. Subtle abuse always appears on the surface to be effective, and it is sometimes hard to notice, and even easier for the passive individual to turn a blind eye to. Working in such a culture has eroded the ethics of staff to the point of becoming a passive bystander to bad practice and suffering. Sebastian was asked to support Fiona in the craft session. He was a new care worker with a degree in social work but had chosen to work in care as he approached retirement. Before joining the craft session, Fiona and Kelly took Sebastian into the office and closed the door. Fiona then gave Sebastian a quick briefing on what to expect and what to do. The advice was, you've got to keep them in check. If you give them an inch, they will take a yard and disrupt the entire session. So if you hear anyone talking or being an attention seeker, you have got to check them before it gets out of control. During the briefing, Kelly, the supervisor, nodded her head in agreement and affirmed Fiona's hard stance. As they left the office, Kelly said, "Sebastian, if you have any problems, come and get me, and I will sort them out. 5 minutes in the office with me puts them right, and if not, I send them home and ban them from the service for a week." Sebastian thought this advice was odd, but some people find difficulty articulating their intentions, so he decided to experience the session and come to his conclusion afterward. The supported adults entered the room for their sessions accompanied by 1 or 2 support workers and took their places around a large table with pieces of A4 paper in the middle. Philippa was a 45-year-old woman with Down syndrome who entered the room and approached Fiona looking quite upset. Sebastian's heart sank as he watched Fiona deliberately turn her back on Philippa as she was about to speak. Philippa reluctantly put her hand out to tap Fiona on the shoulder and get her attention. Fiona quickly spun around and impatiently exclaimed, "Philippa, what do you want? Can't you see I'm busy?" Philippa had difficulty with speech, and when she became distressed, her speech deteriorated dramatically. Philippa's head dropped and her face distorted into tearful anguish. She tried her best to answer Fiona's question with some indecipherable sounds. Whatever it was, Fiona was having none of it. "Either speak clearly or go and sit down. You are just attention seeking and there are other people in the room, not just you, ... Sebastian felt like crying himself. He felt a knot in his stomach that wrenched his whole being as he watched Philippa sit on a seat in the corner by a paper shredder. Philippa was now sitting a distance away from the rest of the group with her hand over her eyes with uncontrollable/suppressed sobbing. Sebastian was soon surrounded on the table by about 10 other supported adults and their accompanying support workers, but he felt compelled to attend to Philippa, who continued to quietly sob in the corner. He looked at the other support workers in the room. They sat in silence as Fiona handed out A4 pieces of paper with the outline of a heart printed in the middle. "Right then," said Fiona, "what I want you to do is color in these hearts for Valentine's Day and then cut them out." An autistic man called Jerry started rocking in his chair repetitively. "Stop rocking!" shrieked Fiona. Jerry continued rocking, but with greater intensity than before. "What's for dinner?" he asked. "You should have checked on the notice board when you came in. It's too late now. You are in a session." Jerry pushed his chair back, intending to stand up and find the notice board. "For God's sake, Jerry, will you sit down? You are in a session." Jerry pushed his chair back under the table but began to fidget with his hands as Fiona picked up a pile of waste A4 paper and carried it over to Philippa. "Right, you can shred them, and when you are finished you can come and join the rest of us and do some coloring." Sebastian helped to hand out the rest of the hearts for Valentine's Day and decided to lighten the atmosphere of the room by asking Philippa about her job of shredding paper. "You have an important job there. How did you get such a good job?" Philippa immediately burst into tears again. Fiona intervened. "She's doing that as a punishment, Sebastian, so she learns to use her manners and show respect." Jerry moved his chair again and stood up. "Dinner, what's for dinner?" He then began walking toward the door. "Get back in your seat, now." exclaimed Fiona as she ran toward the door to prevent him opening it and directed him back to his seat using nothing more than a pointed finger and a glaring stare combined with the quietly spoken words that emerged from clenched teeth, "Sit down now." Sebastian was tense and wondered if the other support workers in the room felt the same way. He looked at the other support workers who appeared to have a smirk on their faces apart from Rachel who had a wide-eyed look of foreboding, the like Sebastian had not seen since he went bungee jumping with a heart patient for charity. "Dinner and pudding please," pleaded Jerry as he reached for the door handle and attempted to open the door with both hands as Fiona held the door shut. Jerry began to pull more vigorously at the door and when he could see that it would not open, he then fell to the floor, slightly knocking Fiona off her balance for a moment and started screaming as he tugged at the door. "Oh, he's having another one of his tantrums, we'll see who gives in first," said Fiona with a self-righteous air. Rachel bit her lip while looking at her knees. Sebastian felt compelled to speak. "I'm happy to take him to the notice board to see what's for lunch if you like." "No," said Fiona, "that would be pandering to his behavior, this is the only way he will learn." There was a knock at the door and Kelly appeared with a stern look on her face. "What's happened this time, is he at it again?" "Yes, and he's just tried to push me over." "Right then Jerry, we're taking you home, you can't go on like this, upsetting people," said Kelly with the air of a headmistress. She then looked at Fiona. "You'll need to fill out a violent incident form, and I will phone the psychologists to make an assessment." Fiona looked at Sebastian. "You are in charge while I fill out this violent incident form." Sebastian could hear the cries of dinner echoing down the corridor as Jerry was taken to the office to await his transport home. Sebastian looked at Rachel. "Is it always like this?" "Yes," she replied. "Every week is the same, more or less. Jerry is excluded from the service regularly and Philippa is never allowed to speak without being yelled at. I hate coming here, it's like a prison." "Have you reported it to anyone?" "No way. The last person to report anything was put on toilet duty, and bullied until they eventually resigned." Sebastian later found that the event was recorded into Jerry's file as a violent incident and he was prevented from accessing the service until the psychologists had made an assessment and devised a behavior plan. This was devastating to his elderly family who needed daily respite, but the authoritarian personalities did not see their mistake at any point. Fiona alleged that a violent incident took place and made this the whole focal point of her report. This made her appear to be the victim and Kelly fully supported her statement. This type of situation is dangerous for the supported adults and anyone who decides to challenge abusive practice. These situations are serious because they are difficult to prove and during any investigation, the events are usually minimized by attributing the report as an honest misperception by the whistleblower while the perpetrators are surreptitiously sent on a training course in the hope they will apply the principles to their work. It very rarely works and the authoritarian personality will usually continue with their approach as long as it is safe to do so. A circle of trust in such a service becomes the unspoken culture that is maintained by a hierarchical social order. In these cultures, there is always at least one dominant personality who takes the lead in unprofessional practice. They may create a social clique where acceptance is based on willingness and enthusiasm to support the patriarch/matriarch's dominion. The authoritarian personality enters the circle of trust by exercising the values of the hierarchical social order. Anyone who is critical or threatens the stability of the social order by reporting abusive practice is at risk of being permanently marked by their virtue and is at the mercy of a social order that is difficult to identify where the rot ends. Rachel told Sebastian that people had reported the abuse in the past and that despite the good evidence they supplied and a full investigation, the allegations and the whistleblowers were invalidated to where they could not progress with their career unless they found a job with another employer. The difficulty of abuse continues as a means of behavioral control. Abuse can only happen if there is a culture of support for such approaches. Making a complaint about abuse is a dangerous thing and causes severe stress before making a report. Many organizations now recommend their staff to use a confidential reporting hotline. This protects the member of staff from later reprisals and also means the member of staff can make another report if things aren't corrected. The investigations into Winterbourne View and Worlton Hall are examples of dismissed safeguarding concerns. These examples are presented as an exception to the rule. I hope they are. But how could we ever know how many Winterbournes exist in the shadows? The therapeutic relationship, the degree to which I can create relationships, which facilitate the growth of others as separate persons, is a measure of the growth I have achieved in myself. Carl Rogers' rapport in a relationship engenders a sense of trust. This sense of trust does not always represent the truth. Many salesmen who aim to sell you a car with dents, scratches and a strong smell of stale cigarettes are trained how to synthesize a rapport with a potential purchaser. The trust they develop is not a genuine one, it is more of a charm they use to manipulate you. However, it is very effective in seducing the unwary. I am not talking about the kind of rapport that can be used to exploit people's gullibility. Rather, I am talking about the kind of connection we experience when we express ourselves authentically and create a relationship where there is a real connection between two people resulting in the freedom to express what is felt or thought without fear of judgment or consequences. Every healthy relationship has this quality, and it is vital to develop the skills and attitude that allows it to develop. In most care services there is a member of staff who is assigned to get to know a supported adult service plan and liaise closely with family, social workers, and other services who know them best. This individual is sometimes called the key worker and will update the supported adult service plan after liaising with everyone involved. The most important person to include in these meetings is the supported adult themselves. If they feel that they have a say in their care packages and are included central in the decision-making process, then they will feel trust with the people who are working with them. This has a very powerful effect on the supported adult. They may look forward to these review meetings and enjoy the preparation of deciding what they would like to discuss. This gives them the opportunity to agree to a service plan and understand any changes before they are implemented. If an individual feels that they have decided on changes to a service plan, then it is more likely that they will feel in control and agree to follow it. The professional relationship transcends a mere work relationship. That doesn't mean that professional boundaries are crossed, but rather, we become an important part of that person's matrix of self and they may feel a very strong attachment to us. This is human and understandable. A supported adult needs security and predictability to feel safe. In the same way our parasympathetic response is triggered when we see our mother arrive to collect us from school, the supported adult will feel safe in your presence and relax. When there is a quick turnover of staff in an establishment, it is very unlikely that any staff will be around long enough to become part of the self-matrix of the supported adult and fail to develop a relationship that provides a parasympathetic response or even experience behaviors connected to abandonment. This is because people who form part of the self-matrix provide a safe base to turn to at times of stress, and one of the most stressful experiences an individual can suffer is abandonment. A toddler experiences extreme panic when losing sight of its mother in a busy shop. I remember when I was only a toddler in the 1970s I found myself alone in the bread aisle of the Presto supermarket in Cramlington. I say I was alone, but I wasn't. I had started walking with another woman as she looked at the large maps on display. On realizing that this woman was not my mom, I panicked and screamed loudly like an air raid siren and ran down the aisle with terror on my face. Abandonment is a very dangerous thing for any dependent mammal. If a human child is abandoned, then they will probably die unless they are brought up by wolves, which is unlikely. I have heard of stories where babies have been cared for by wild wolves, but I find this hard to believe since most wolves spend most of their time starving, and humans are made of tasty meat. Yes, I suggest that the wolf would eat a child, so it is not surprising that if starvation, poisoning or injury doesn't kill a child first, then they will be eaten by something with sharp teeth. It makes perfect sense therefore for a child to scream like their life depended on it. That's the best way to alert the parents to the location of the child. As it goes, my mother was standing just a few feet away from the woman I had mistaken for her and was able to come to my rescue and activate my parasympathetic response. It took a while for my tears and snots to dry, but I felt safe that my secure base had come looking for me and I had been saved from certain death in that dangerous supermarket. The need for a secure base has a very powerful effect on a dependent human's behavior. The supported adults who attend day services or live in care homes need the security of a familiar face to feel calm and safe. Without that security, the chances of elevated behaviors is heightened tremendously. If care workers aren't familiar with your communication needs or nonverbal expressions of discomfort, then it is less likely that your basic survival needs will be fulfilled. If you need assistance to eat or have food prepared so it can be swallowed without causing an obstruction in the airways, then your safety, even your life, is at risk. This should be enough to make elevated behaviors more likely, but there are also the long-term problems of constant frustration and nowhere to turn for help. Sometimes it only takes the brief absence of one member of staff to result in maladaptive behavior. Henry was a man in his 50s. He had suffered a stroke which had weakened his left side. He required help to walk, and because of an additional prostate problem, he needed regular support to get to the toilet. Henry was usually assisted by Jerry, who would sit in close proximity to him while the bingo was being played. When Henry wanted to visit the loo, he would raise his finger and Jerry would come to his aid within seconds. It was a very subtle movement of his body, but Jerry would always give a glance to make sure that Jerry was okay. This made Henry feel very secure and relaxed. Jerry went on holiday to Ponton's holiday camp in Western-super-Mare and had a lovely time. When he came back to the day service, he was informed that Henry had been suspended for maladaptive behaviors and wouldn't be returning until a meeting with the care manager and positive behavior support team could be carried out. Jerry was perplexed. What could have happened in the short period that he was on holiday to lead to such uncharacteristic behavior from Henry? Jerry looked in Henry's notes to see what had happened. It said the following: I was washing the dishes in the kitchen when I heard Henry shouting. I entered the main hall to find Henry looking in an elevated state. I brought him a glass of water to help him calm down. He became more agitated when I placed the water on the table next to him. He started banging his leg on the floor and making screaming noises. I told him I was busy in the kitchen and would come back later. His vocalizations became louder and he threw the glass of water, which hit Gladys' wheelchair and smashed, sending shards over the table and other service users. Other members of staff entered the room and noticed that Henry had also been incontinent, contaminating the seat and floor. Henry calmed down after the other staff entered the room. Henry was then taken home. It is easy to see that the first responder wasn't familiar with Henry's needs or form of communication. Without Jerry being in attendance, Henry was abandoned, and his cries for help and elevated behavior was not viewed as communication or approached with a sense of urgency. Staff could only see the behavior but not what it was communicating. There is also the issue of how Henry's behavior triggered the staff's response. Did they feel angry or defensive at Henry's behavior? Or did they feel a desire to relieve his distress? It's hard to know how people felt in a situation, but can have a strong effect on how they convey their regard for the supported adult with meta-communication. The bringing of a glass of water for someone who is distressed without asking if they want it is an expedient way to appear to attend to someone while at the same time ignoring them. It should also be noted that if someone is becoming elevated, it is dangerous to put potential projectiles like glasses and cups in close proximity. One of the deepest fears of modern humans is being caught short, or not making it to the toilet in time. It is one of the most embarrassing things a person can experience. I have come close to such a situation when caught in a traffic jam on the A1 motorway. You can't jump out of the car because there aren't any bushes on that part of the road to hide in, and you can't release the tension in the car, as that would give the family a terrible memory of their visit to Alton Towers. It's the kind of humiliation that everyone attempts to avoid with great anxiety. An elderly person who becomes dependent on care after a lifetime of independence is faced with the grim reality of their decline when they are changed for the first time by care staff. The pride a child experiences when they present the contents of their potty and rewarded by a family who claps their hands and gives them sweets can be contrasted to the elderly gent who loses this ability. Such a devastating challenge to someone's sense of dignity is like watching someone experiencing a bereavement. But Henry was experiencing the distress of abandonment, the prospect of public shame and exclusion from his day service. Jerry knew that he was the only member of staff who had taken the time to develop a relationship with Henry, and that his absence had resulted in a catastrophic consequence. A therapeutic relationship requires more than mechanical caring, it requires a drive to minimize suffering in the client through the expectation of a safe, predictable environment. At every opportunity we make sure that the client has their parasympathetic system active to evoke calm and satisfaction. This means that anyone who works with the individual will need to be familiar with their communication style, routine, and idiosyncrasies. Some people require constant attention. Henry's problems meant that he needed to visit the bathroom to avoid discomfort and worry, but this requires patience from the professional, who may feel exhausted if they are the only member of staff willing to be available for Henry. If all members of staff are willing to share the duties, then people like Henry will feel safe and calm. It will mean that more than just one member of staff will be in Henry's self-matrix and will not only help him with personal needs but also to understand his complex communication style. This requires personal qualities in the care professional that need to be developed and reflected upon. The conditions of a therapeutic relationship were identified by Carl R. Rogers and applied to person-centered therapy. Later they extended to education and social care. I will adapt these conditions to social care. The therapeutic conditions are the relationship, psychological contact between the professional and the supported adult. State of supported adult, the supported adult who is vulnerable, anxious, and dependent for support. Professional's genuineness, the professional is genuine and congruent. Mindful and consistently behaves in harmony with their values and beliefs. Unconditional positive regard is felt from the professional toward the supported adult. Empathic understanding, from professionals to understand the frame of reference of the supported adult, confirm accuracy by asking for confirmation. Perception of the professional, that the supported adult is aware of the professional's empathy and unconditional positive regard toward them. To have the qualities of a therapeutic relationship written out like a Greek restaurant menu using words that are never used in real life, I am sure appears a little pretentious, but Carl Rogers carefully chose these phrases to be specific in their meaning. We have already explored unconditional positive regard earlier in the book. It is an important phrase and sometimes equated with acceptance of an individual with their warts and all, and it is best linked to a grandfather who still loves their grandson even though they have committed a serious crime. If you have ever been in a debate discussing the definition of love, you will know that there are many kinds. You can love your mother and you can also love pizza, but this can't be the same love. If you want to attract someone into a romantic relationship, it would be weird to tell them that you love them like your mother, or pizza. In the professional world, especially social care, it would become even more inappropriate to love your clients like your mother, lover, or pizza, and the word love should be used with extreme caution to avoid embarrassing confusion. It is a very easy misunderstanding when a supported adult says I love you to reciprocate with the same sentiment without realizing that they now think they are in a romantic relationship with you. This is not always the case, but the ambiguity of the word can cause unnecessary distress for everyone involved. If in doubt, it is kind to thank a person for their expression of affection rather than reciprocating. Teaching and therapy having a clear definition of our relationship with the people we work with can help to avoid many behaviors and misunderstandings that stem from an inability to differentiate the different kinds of love. Agape means love in Greek. It's the love that is transient. Transient just means that it is above or goes beyond the norm. If someone transcends their training, it means that they have developed greater skills than when they graduated. Science is a good example of the ability to transcend the confines of sensory experience. Mathematics has been used to calculate the existence of fundamental particles that make up the fabric of the universe, but we can't see them or touch them, and for a long time we weren't even able to detect them. First, mathematics was a form of transcendence as it assisted scientists to discover things that are outside our senses' ability to experience, so this is the ability to go beyond. Then they transcended their mathematical calculations by building a machine that could detect these particles and confirm the mathematical findings. It could be classed as transient to be charitable to people we don't know. I don't mean the kind of charity where we tolerate someone, but rather the kind that communicates respect and acceptance for who they are. It's not always easy, and I am not advocating that you walk around like a spiritual guru who loves everyone. The legendary stories of the biblical Jesus are sometimes held as an example of agape due to his charity toward people who were ceremonially, morally, mentally, physically, or culturally unclean. The term unclean meant that the individual was alienated from the community and some religious rituals as a result of their lifestyle or health. The example of transcendence was interesting to examine, especially for a culture that was very dogmatic in its approach. He followed his own set of ethics and beliefs in this regard, and as a result was genuine and consistent in his unorthodox approach, and when criticized for his behavior would be prepared to give a well thought out reason for his deviation from the norm. He showed acceptance to the mentally ill, and people with epilepsy. He gave time to people with flesh-eating diseases and gave time to the bereaved. He even showed hospitality to thousands of people who watched one of his lectures in the wilderness by giving them food. People who were pagans and heretics he treated with respect and kindness. The love that was demonstrated was agape. It is interesting that agape is transient in how it extends to people outside the self matrix and yet has the altruistic desire to help while able to maintain an emotional boundary. This is the closest concept to professional unconditional positive regard. I can take it another step further. With a criminal who has committed horrendous acts of murder and cruelty, I can't imagine being able to love such an individual, but unconditional positive regard enables this because of its ability to transcend the self matrix. Rather than being a passive feeling, or an attachment to a relationship, it is an ethically driven action. In one of his Jesus lectures, he advocates the Golden Rule. Many philosophers such as Confucius have advocated this attitude. Often translated as do to others as you would have done, or don't do to others what you wouldn't want done to yourself. The import being, we should treat others with the same respect as we would like to be treated. This action is an excellent guide to show someone that they are valued and would require imagination to get an idea of what their emotional world and perceptions is like. This can be a challenge if an individual has a neurological condition that is very different to our own. To understand an autistic mind when you are neurotypical is not easy. To fully experience what it means to have a monotropic mind is difficult but rewarding, as it helps to see the world from their frame of reference and enhance empathy. Empathy is an often misunderstood word and equated with psychic powers and the ability to see an individual's soul. It is important to emphasize that if anyone claims to have an enhanced form of empathy due to their use of Reiki, connection to the universe, relationship with God or other spiritual practice, it is important to politely dismiss their misunderstanding from your idea of the subject. Empathy is not a superpower, but it is rather an intuitive guess that needs feedback to check its accuracy. I know that sounds like it's open to inaccuracy, but that's because empathy is a perception of another's experience which can be contaminated with our own frame of reference. It requires calmness, seriousness, a hypothetical mind and humility, otherwise we will jump to inaccurate conclusions. There was an old lady called Anne who suffered from pollen allergies. One beautiful sunny English morning she was feeling more affected than usual and her nose was running and her eyes were streaming tears down her cheeks. She used a handkerchief to dry her face as she sat on the front porch with people walking by her house wishing her a good morning. Mildred from across the street saw Anne dabbing her tears and felt an immediate tug to her heart. Poor Anne, she must have had some bad news. Perhaps someone has died or she has been told she needs an operation to have her gallstones removed. Mildred gets her sun hat and walks across the street to Anne. As Mildred got closer to Anne she could see her distress more clearly and was deeply affected. Tears began to well in Mildred's eyes and she approached. Mildred then felt her chest begin to shake as she held back an emotional release. Anne raised her head to see her neighbor approaching her gate in what appeared to be emotional distress. Anne got to her feet and opened her arms to Mildred in a consoling gesture, saying, "Mildred, come in, love. Whatever could be wrong? You look so upset." Mildred accepted her invitation and opened her arms as well, saying the words, Anne. I'm so sorry to see you so upset. I don't know what has happened, but I wanted you to know that I'm here for you." "Well, yeah, daft bat," said Anne, "I'm not upset, I am waiting for my allergy pills to work." Mildred is a lovely woman for checking to see if her friend needed comfort, but her empathy was inaccurate. She saw distress in Anne, but attributed it to bad news. Nurse Simpson was having coffee in some expensive coffee shop at the Newcastle railway station. A small distance away an old woman was sitting with her son. It was a warm summer day and the old woman was dressed warmly. She couldn't have been cold. Just not likely. So why was she shaking? Nurse Simpson watched her arm shake as she took a sip of her coffee and her head also shook. Her son was a big chap with a bald head and every inch of his skin covered in tattoos. He also had pointy metal studs appearing from his forehead. He looked like the kind of person you would find in a nightmare, at least the kind of person who Nurse Simpson would find in her nightmare. Nurse Simpson could tell that the woman was nervous, even terrified. Why wouldn't she be? Her son looks like a devil and probably treats her terribly. She decides that her empathy is accurate and decides that it is time to come to this woman's rescue and ask her if she needs any help. She walks over to her table and looks at the woman who manages to give her a welcoming smile. Nurse Simpson then gets down to the same level as the old lady and holds her shaking hand. She then looked at the lady in a compassionate mother-like way and said, "I couldn't help but notice that you are very anxious. I am here to help you if you need it. Are you in danger?" The son was sitting at the table at the same time, but Nurse Simpson hadn't acknowledged him as yet. She was there to rescue the old lady from the monster. The old lady looked bemused. "Oh, thank you dear. I am just having a nice coffee with my son." The tattooed son spoke with a smile. "Yes, I'm taking mother to York to see the minster. You're looking forward to it, aren't you, ma'am?" Nurse Simpson turned her head sharply toward the decorated daemon from hell, and with eyes that could kill a man from 100 yards blurted out, "Is that why she's shaking then? It's obvious she's terrified." The woman's son gave a polite laugh to break the tension. No, mother's fine. She's not nervous. Her shaking is from her Parkinson's disease. But, she's okay. Nurse Simpson now wished every part of her skin was covered in tattoos so she could hide the embarrassment that was clear in her very red face. It is very easy to get empathy wrong. It's never 100% accurate and distorted by our own bias and personal experiences. Sometimes an individual's genuine emotions can be erroneously labeled as acting. It isn't easy to fake emotions with a monotropic thought process. When an actor does this successfully, they are awarded an Oscar. This is often very much deserved. If you have been moved by the acting of Tom Hanks in Captain Phillips after he is rescued from the pirates, or perhaps Kate Winslet as she lets go of the dead Irish bloke in Titanic, then you will know the power of good acting. The ability to simulate behavior to where people feel moved is difficult to replicate. It involves a good knowledge of the changes in metacommunication such as breathing, voice attributes and physical tensions. When I was a child, I attempted to fake crying to get what I wanted. I was rubbish at it and fooled no one. It had something to do with wanting an ice cream from the van that would come in our street every day. I would get an ice cream regularly, but this day he arrived just before my dinner was ready and my mother decided that it was the wrong time to have an ice cream. I decided that I would attempt to cry and elicit my mother's compassion. The tears were impossible for me to generate, but I was able to make a sound that was similar to an air raid siren repeating the words, "I want an ice cream." It was an exhausting experience and must have been very annoying to anyone in hearing distance. My mother was no fool and pretended to be on the phone to my grandma. "Hello ma'am, what? It's on the news. An alien spaceship is hovering above Newcastle. No, we can't see it from Cramlington. I'll put the news on to see if it's on there." My ears heard the term alien spaceship and immediately I stopped my wailing and ran upstairs to the upstairs window where I could see Newcastle in the distance. I tried my best to see the spaceship with my binoculars, but couldn't. I then ran back downstairs to the TV and waited for the news to start. In those days you needed to wait until 17:45 for the news to start, so I sat on the carpet waiting eagerly. My mother brought me a plate of sausage, beans and chips which I ate eagerly. I watched the entire news, but there was no mention of the spaceship. I later asked her what had happened to it. It took her a little while to remember her clever ploy and quickly said, "It was an aeroplane, one of them big Concords I think." I was disappointed, but didn't think about that ice cream for the rest of the night. Her ability to recognize my terrible acting as an attempt to evoke pity was down to the fact she knew me so well. There is a difficulty if we apply the same cynicism to unfamiliar people. The question, "Am I being manipulated?" should never be considered when attempting to understand monotropic behavior. The function of my behavior was to attain an ice cream. But was I really acting? I must have been experiencing an emotion with a name, even if it wasn't the one I was attempting to project. I think I was probably disappointed and a little angry. So my mother gave me something else to think about, something I was interested in. This had the great effect of stopping my adapted child behaviors and hooking my natural child / contaminated with a bit adult as my attention was refocused to alien spaceships. My mother was probably a little stressed out herself at the time. She was making dinner for my dad coming home and my baby brother kept climbing out of his playpen. Stress can stop empathy from working. It's not that a person becomes stressed and becomes a psychopath, It is just that stress narrows your attention tunnel, and processing something as complicated as someone else's stress at the same time as processing your own is like trying to watch Netflix on an old dial-up model. Not possible. Anger and fear are powerful emotions, and it will overpower empathy with its own dark perceptions. If children are singing and laughing as they play, it is a beautiful thing to hear. However, there is always a grumpy old man who lives in the street who views their laughs as a threat, their chalk drawings as vandalism, and their handstands on his garden wall as an attempt to knock it down. Yes, I was a child in that street, and yes, he would chase us regularly. His anger seemed unfair, but he felt threatened by our playing. It may have been that he thought we were there to cause trouble, or it could have been the innate reaction to protect your territory from invaders. The old man is still alive to this day. He must be 95 years old by now. He convinced the local council to remove some swings that were near his house, and he now cuts the grass and plants flowers where they once stood, like a warrior who has expanded his territory. I walk my children past him in the morning as I take my children to school, watching him cut the grass, and the child ego inside me causes such temptation to do a quick handstand on his garden wall to see if he will chase me. The devilment of the thought makes me giggle, but this thought and feeling is from my own frame of reference. His frame of reference is something quite different. I see his face, still angry, ready for a fight, and making eye contact with nobody. His matrix of self expands to a piece of grass where children once played 35 years ago, and he is still marking his territory. His frame of reference would take time for me to consider without my own feelings interfering. Seeing the man hooks my child ego, and my own feelings come flooding back, so how could I ever experience empathy for this man without changing my attitude towards him? So I decided to speak to him. This is the only way to confirm if empathy is accurate. This man was stored in my mind as a bad-tempered ogre who removes children's play areas, but this was about to change. I walked my children to school a slightly different route so we would pass within talking distance. I would make sure that I would catch his eye and attempt a smile and a passing comment on the pleasant weather. He was keeping the area beautiful. There were flowers and the grass was like a golf course. I told him how pleasant the area was with his influence. It's always lovely to walk past here in the morning with the kids. You have the place looking like a royal park. He looked at me with a warm smile and said in a soft voice, "Thanks, I only have a small garden, and I get so restless after my retirement." I was taken by surprise. This man that I had stored in my memory as a bad-tempered ogre was agreeable. As I got to know him better, I learned that he was often terrorized by older children who used to climb on his garden wall and throw stones at his greenhouse. He also would ask the older kids not to kick their footballs against his house wall because it gave him a fright every time he heard the thud. Didn't he tell them he was frightened? He told them it was making the pictures fall off the walls in his house. As I heard things from his frame of reference, I could understand his behavior. It expressed anxiety. It made sense that he would become anxious when any children were around. Didn't know the good from the bad, he just knew that he felt threatened by their presence. Here was a man who just wanted peace, but the beautiful sound of laughing and playing outside his house always triggered his sympathetic response. That must have been horrible for him. The contrast from my original concept of this man as being a bad-tempered, sour-faced old grumpy grots to the new concept of a man who just wants to feel safe and cares for his community was shocking. Empathy for this man was impossible as long as I allowed myself to be influenced by my resentment of his actions from 35 years ago. I had allowed this to cloud my interpretation of his body language. As his face focused on cutting the grass with great concentration, my prejudiced eyes saw nothing but an angry face, aggressively claiming territory from the poor children. I never considered that his behavior was motivated by anything more than contempt, but how wrong I was. Empathy is only accurate when we remove our own frame of reference as much as possible. This isn't easy, because we have very little else to refer to than our own experiences, beliefs, and reasoning to refer to. In this situation, it was my own emotions that were triggered when I saw the man cutting his grass. My own emotions prejudiced my perception regarding every aspect of this man. Positive emotions can also block empathy. When a young couple falls in love, it is very difficult for them to see the bad in each other. The object of their desire is adored and triggers a flood of happy hormones from the autonomic system. It's lovely. Neil loved Harriet so much. They met in August and were married in February. Every time he looked at Harriet, he felt proud and excited at the future they would have together. All he could see was good in her. She smiled, held his hand. She had told Neil about her past. She had suffered terrible abuse at the hands of her parents. Neil felt angry and the desire to protect her from such memories. She had had a baby with an abusive boyfriend when she was in her teens, and the child died when it was only a few months old. Neil felt angry at the abusive boyfriend. It must have been such a traumatic time for her. He became even more protective of her. She had been in a secure unit for young people for a while after destroying the interior of her parents' house after her sister insulted her. Neil was angry at her sister. How could she upset her abused sister to where she would lose control and destroy the contents of her abusing parents' house and end up in a child prison? All he wanted to do was care for her, protect her, and give her the love she had never known before. She couldn't hold a job down. She had tried to take on a job at McDonald's, but due to her depression she could not attend work and lost her job. She lived on welfare benefits and sometimes didn't have enough to pay for food. Neil could see that she needed him. He felt that he knew her so well, understood her so well, but could he feel empathy for her? Could she feel empathy for him? Harriet met Neil's parents for the first time in September. It was a strange meeting. They welcomed her into the house and asked her about herself. "Well, you need to know that when I was in my teens I had a baby and it died." The room fell silent as the smoke cleared from the bombshell. Neil's parents remained polite, but were a little tense at the inappropriately timed disclosure. They loved their boy and wanted what is best for him. To experience such an unconventional start to a conversation was causing them concern for their son. The conversation continued with the parents attempting to steer the conversation to more superficial subjects. Neil's mother could not speak, so Neil's dad continued, "Do you live local?" Harriet didn't specify where she lived. "Yes, I do. It's a 3-bedroom house and Neil will be moving into my house when we get married in February. My house has more rooms than his, so it will give us more room for children." This was another bombshell that would require time for the smoke to disappear. Neil's mother still could not speak, but had opened her mouth to maintain breathing. His father laughs and looks at Neil, who is sitting next to Harriet with a look of happiness on his face as he nods his head in agreement. "What? You're getting married in February?" Harriet jumps in before Neil can speak. "Yes, it's been a bit of a whirlwind, but we are old enough to know when we are ready." Neil's dad responds in disbelief, "And you are moving out of your flat to move into Harriet's house, because you are planning a lot of children, is that right?" "Yes, Neil feels it will help me overcome my depression after the death of my baby." This is a very awkward situation and there is clearly no rapport developing between Harriet and Neil's parents. In fact, despite the harrowing content of her story, there appears to be no empathy anywhere in this interaction. There are several reasons for this communication failure, but let us have a look at the situation more closely to get an idea. Carl Rogers said empathy is the internal frame of reference of another with accuracy and with the emotional components and meanings which pertain thereto as if one were the person, but without ever losing the as if condition. A theory of therapy, personality, and interpersonal relationships as developed in the client-centered framework. The as if condition is the ability to accurately experience empathy without confusing it with one's own world. In other words, it is important to be able to detach from empathy and not mistake the experience as your own emotions. This is not easy when we feel we know someone. As soon as we feel we know a person and enter into each other's self-matrix, it is very difficult not to have a vested interest in every feeling and decision they make. This is why a psychotherapist wants to work with a friend or family member. Throughout Neil's life he has had a close relationship to his parents, and if Neil suffers in any way, then they naturally suffer also and feel compelled to rescue him or protect him from danger. This not only protects him from distress, but also protects Neil. If he is injured, suffers financial trouble or feels unhappy, they feel compelled to help him and they will only feel relief when he feels relief. This is not a process of empathy, but a phenomenon known as confluence. Confluence is the blurred ego boundary where the self-matrix is so entwined with an attachment to another person that it is difficult to know where you end and the other person begins. This is a useful process for family and community attachments because it means that the group will act as one organism, but it does contaminate the experience of empathy. Overconfluence with someone we feel an emotional attachment with is normal, but it's not appropriate for the professional who needs to have an accurate idea of what is being experienced by a supported adult. However, flattery can start a process where the ideal self is fed the validation it needs to take control and then feel an attachment to the supplier of the flattery. Harriet had flattered Neil in a way he had never experienced before and it made him feel special. He felt like an angel, and perceived her as dependent on him. Yes, he had brought Harriet into his matrix of self. If she felt distressed, then he also felt distress and felt compelled to protect her and chase anyone away who threatened their special love. Neil didn't have the as if quality to his experience of Harriet's emotions, so empathy was not possible. Harriet was an enigma. She had spent time feeding Neil's ego with flattery and admiration. The idea that Neil was the answer to all her psychological problems was her main compliment to him, and he felt a strong sense of responsibility to her. To protect her from emotional meltdown, he would buy her anything she wanted. Laptop, computer, jewelry, and he even paid off her debts. He felt relaxed when she was relaxed, but despite the flattery and granting her every wish, he now felt more anxious than any other time of his life. As time went by, he started suffering from domestic abuse. She would use violence against him if he spoke to anyone she didn't like or if he didn't give her money. They had 4 children after they were married, but Neil would do most of the child care. Harriet revealed she was having an affair with her karate instructor, but Neil should not worry because it was just a sexual relationship and she had no intention of leaving her family. Neil was distraught. He trusted her and had always thought that he was her angel who had rescued her from a life of abuse and depression. Harriet was confused by his negative reaction. I thought we had the maturity to know the difference between sex and love. It's not like I'm leaving you. It's just a recreational thing. Neil couldn't understand how she could have changed so much, but she hadn't changed. It was the first time he had perceived the side of her personality. His perception of Harriet as a victim had clouded his thinking. His ego needed the illusion to maintain the intoxication. Harriet was referred to a psychotherapist. Her stress had become overwhelming and it transpired that she was beating the children. The psychotherapist was trained to achieve a rapport and experience empathy, but also to confirm that what she was experiencing was accurate and would reflect back to Harriet what she understood. The psychotherapist is also aware of the pitfalls of confluence and the ability of people to hook specific ego states. Keep in mind that she had been referred to the psychotherapist as a result of violence against her children, and if she was to gain visiting rights to them she was required to accept this help. Harriet acknowledged that she was there for what she did, but wouldn't say exactly what her crime was. Then Harriet would change the subject to the abuse she had suffered as a child and how this led to anger issues. The psychotherapist asked, "You have suffered abuse as a child and feel this has caused you anger issues?" Harriet nods in agreement. The therapist continues, "I noticed that when you said, 'I know that I am here for what I did,' that you raised your palms toward me as if stopping me from saying anything about what you did. I got the sense that the prospect of talking about what you did is too painful to discuss. How do you feel about what I have just said?" What the therapist has expressed is nothing magical or psychic. She has empirically heard a verbal expression combined with a nonverbal gesture and needs to confirm that she has understood the entirety of what is communicated. Keep in mind that the therapist didn't jump to conclusions, she pointed out what she had observed and asked for confirmation that her hypothesis was correct. Harriet's reply is based on the foundation of the relationship that has formed between them. The therapist has offered acceptance to Harriet, unconditional positive regard. Harriet didn't feel judged or condemned. The therapist is sincere in her attitude toward Harriet. She has no vested interest and will not be affected by any decision that Harriet makes and offers only honesty. All the conditions are present to create a therapeutic environment and assist Harriet to transcend the confines of her autonomic defenses, develop a stronger adult ego and become more objective about her experiences. The therapeutic conditions have a powerful effect on Harriet's physiology. It increases the parasympathetic response. In an environment that stimulates calm, anything that increases stress becomes a very unwelcome stimulus, and can be examined before it hooks those ego states that accompany distress. The adult ego in Harriet has been strengthened and she feels safe. Harriet thinks for a moment. A long moment to gather her thoughts. And says, "I don't want you to hate me, I'm not proud of what I have done." Not proud at all. Therapist addresses her avoidance of how she feels. "You say you are not proud of what you have done, but I am more interested in hearing how you feel about what you have done." Instead of saying "I am not proud," could you own the feeling and start the statement again with the words "I feel." Harriet recognizes that what she is avoiding is very painful and the therapist sees her reluctance. "Take your time, Harriet, it's not easy, I know, but I am with you through this process." Harriet's composed exterior, the facade she has used as a shield for so long, falls in the therapeutic environment. Harriet wells up with tears and as she speaks her chest releases a powerful sob. "I'm ashamed, I am so ashamed. It's too much to bear, help me, please." The therapist holds Harriet's hand as she sobs. It is the start of healing and personal growth. The environment of safety was created by the conditions that the therapist supplied through their approach, but it took her 6 years of training and therapy herself to develop these skills. It's not likely that anyone would be born with such qualities, and if anyone claims they have these qualities, they are hiding behind a facade. I am emphasizing how the therapeutic conditions are difficult to create because it needs to be kept in mind that they are fragile, but their calming effect on people who enter that environment is inspiring. Applying the therapeutic conditions to a care service is equally as inspiring. Congruence is a state of integration. We often refer to it as genuineness because it is without facade. The founder of Gestalt therapy referred to any inauthentic behavior as phony, and Carl Jung referred to congruence as integrated with the shadow through a process of individuation. The mind is something that can be fragmented. Parts are rejected as unacceptable and sent to the shadow so we don't see it. We are given ideals by the world to live up to, and when we cannot keep up the mask, then we become anxious. Carl Rogers saw congruence as a prerequisite of the therapist. He described the ideal self and experience of self. If these two aspects are similar, then the person is congruent. This means there is less likely to be any nasty surprises when encountering an unfamiliar situation. To be fully integrated requires bravery and an acceptance of your darker abilities and when you would be willing to call on them and when to keep them safely harnessed. The therapist who was speaking with Harriet was integrated. If her emotions were triggered by a dark admission from Harriet that she had accidentally killed her baby by sleeping with him in her bed while intoxicated, then she would own that emotion and know that she has been brought into her own frame of reference and be prepared to refocus on Harriet. Of course, no one is perfect and the therapist may need to bring the revelation up to her supervisor. Psychotherapists have regular supervision to discuss any triggers or feelings they have had about sessions with clients that could possibly impinge on their provision of therapeutic conditions. It is one thing to be centered in yourself, it is quite another to feel shock or devastation when presented with someone's frame of reference that is too painful to bear. Most of us would not be able to hold Harriet's frame of reference. We may find that we don't have positive regard for her. That is why most of us would be the wrong person to help her, but care professionals are not psychotherapists. If we contrast the relationship with Harriet and the therapist with a care service relationship, we can see how easy it is to lose a sense of positive regard for the supported adult during an unexpected revelation. Eddie is a key worker for Patrick. They have a good relationship and Eddie is able to keep in a good emotional place with the constant conversation and activities that Eddie provides. Eddie had attended a training course and one of the attendees from a previous care service said that Patrick was a cold-blooded psychopath who kills animals for fun and warned him to keep him away from animals. Eddie was familiar with Patrick's condition and was shocked to hear that he enjoyed torturing animals to death. The day service had rabbits and guinea pigs for the supported adults to pet. It seemed to stimulate their parasympathetic response and create a calm space for everyone who visited the petting area. Patrick avoided the area and would refuse every invite to see the animals by saying, "No, not allowed." He would sit in on a beanbag and relax with some music and sing. Eddie looked through Patrick's support plan, but could find no mention of cruelty to animals. He then contacted the care manager to see if they had any information regarding cruelty to animals. The care manager had a detailed report of Patrick's life, but had restricted this information because it was not relevant and had caused a relationship breakdown with a previous service which resulted in his parents finding alternative support for Patrick. Patrick had been discriminated against by some staff in the service who prevented him joining trips where animals would be present. He was removed from a room if a pet dog was present. When his parents inquired as to the reason for him being excluded from the activities and were told that he was a danger to animals, they were furious. People at the previous day's service were prejudiced by something that happened when he was 12 years old without knowing the circumstances surrounding the event. Far from being a psychopath who enjoyed killing animals, Patrick experienced a trauma. When Patrick was 12 years old, he had killed his pet cat by drowning. This was true, but he didn't do it to derive enjoyment from the experience. The cat had scratched his face when he was petting it, and he pushed it into the garden pond and held it there until his anger had subsided. At 12, with the hormones of a teenager and his monotropic mind, he was unable to control his impulses. His parents had realized what had happened too late, and young Patrick was left screaming, "Bring it back to life." It was a horrible event to remember and very traumatic, but because of the screaming and the attention that was brought to their situation from neighbors, it very quickly became known that Patrick had killed the cat, and people in the street were left to their own conclusions as to what the circumstances were behind the incident. Patrick is on the autistic spectrum and has ADHD. His actions were not based on a desire to kill, rather they were the symptoms of an emotional trigger and low impulse control. The sympathetic response from the scratch to the face resulted in a defensive reaction which his narrow tunnel of attention would not release him from until his parasympathetic response had calmed him down. Patrick has deep remorse about the situation which has haunted him for his entire life. In his previous day service, it was known that every now and again he could be more sensitive to triggers in the environment, especially if there is something on his mind. Hospital appointments, missing a part of his morning routine, or hearing the news that his sister is getting married and moving out of the family home are all potential stressors which make him more sensitive to a trigger. When Patrick's sympathetic nervous system is triggered, it only lasts for seconds, but in that time he could throw a cup of tea across the room or push someone to the ground. But the story about the cat had clouded his previous support workers to the point that they couldn't offer him unconditional positive regard. They had contaminated empathy with prejudice, and their approach to him was a professional facade. Eddie knew that proactively anticipating Patrick's mood from moment to moment can give him the opportunity to make an intervention to activate a parasympathetic calming effect and reduce the risk of maladaptive behavior. One of the key indicators that he was anxious was reduced conversation. Behind a mask of indifference is bottomless misery, and behind apparent callousness, despair. John Bowlby, according to his current behavior support plan, when in an elevated state, other people's voices and proximity is a potential trigger to maladaptive behaviors such as shouting or pushing. If any mood changes are detected, he should be given his own space with his favorite music and minimal environmental distractions. His monotropic focus will be fixed on singing to the music rather than on his concerns. This will activate his parasympathetic response and help him to feel secure and relax. Even if there has been maladaptive behavior that has included violence, it is important to make sure that the supported adult feels that they still have your unconditional positive regard. This is not always easy if we are not aware of our level of resentment or prejudice formed in the situation. But if a professional can maintain an objective adult ego, then it is very effective for the supported adult's recovery to know that they have not lost your respect. The root of creativity is found in the need to repair the good object destroyed during the depressive phase. Melanie Klein. It is the same principle with your children. A baby may take a tantrum and throw their spinach-flavored lunch as far across the carpet as possible. The baby will cry loudly for attention when all you want to do is have a quick nap. Your unconditional positive regard doesn't wear out and the baby knows that you still love them, and mostly they need to know they are secure and safe. Our supported adults are the same, they need to know that they are not at risk of punishment and abandonment. They need that secure base. Life is best organized as a series of daring ventures from a secure base. John Bowlby. The effect of a valued social role. Social role valorization is an approach developed by Wolfensberger to address the needs of disadvantaged groups. Wolfensberger noted that people with neurological and physiological differences are historically outcast from societies that cannot consider the needs of those with disabilities. Social events, sports activities, and toilet facilities are limited for these groups. People with neurodiversity were institutionalized into asylums in remote areas and appeared occasionally in public areas, creating a fascinating spectacle for the public who were curious and afraid, alienating these people further from society. The residents of the asylum suffered emotional deprivation, learned helplessness, and maladaptive behaviors. The social roles of people with disabilities is by comparison very different to people who don't live with a disability. A valued social role can include a title that represents a duty or function that contributes to an individual's position in society and opportunities these roles create. The roles people have can include parent, driver, voter, key holder, doctor, police officer, girlfriend, husband, and so on. Roles such as convict, alcoholic, unemployed, and refugee can cause prejudice and discrimination, contributing to reduced opportunities for those people. Society has labeled supported adults with titles including invalid, imbecile, idiot, backward, moron, mental defectives, and simple were used to describe them. Carl Rogers believed that people would construct a self-concept based on introjected beliefs. He was the first practitioner to stop using the term patients, replacing it with the more valued social title of client. Care Services adopted the title client in the UK. Since then, service user has replaced the term. The terms that refer to the adults we support become social roles in themselves, so it is important that we prevent the development of a stereotype by providing opportunities to access meaningful relationships, activities, and support to access a career. It is becoming more common to see people with autism and Down syndrome access jobs in a variety of roles. When we are served our beer or our McDonald's burger by someone who would once have been institutionalized, then it has the effect of elevating the status of these people from supported adult, service user, or client, to the valued social role of colleague, member of staff, friend, and many other self-affirming roles that give an individual purpose and a sense of self-worth. Not everyone can take on a career. Supported adults are encouraged to take an active role in the services they access. They are offered the opportunity to join forums where the direction of support services are discussed and events planned. Nothing is decided without consultation with the people who will be most affected. Let us not forget that our supported adults are also our employers. They have hired us to provide them with a service, and it is our role to serve them with respect and professionalism. This contrasts with how people were devalued by a society that would lock them away, out of sight, and resent their existence. The history of eugenics is something that is associated with Nazi Germany. However, eugenics isn't confined to the Nazi ideology. It was a common practice in the world, most prominently in the USA. A rather nasty way of discovering that you are not a valued member of society is when the DR attempts to sterilize you. The USA has used eugenics on prisoners as recently as 2010. The belief is that prisoners, specific races, those with neurological diversity, and the poor are a product of degenerate breeding. In 1927, the Supreme Court was asked to decide the fate of Carrie Buck. She was a resident of an institution for the feeble-minded and epileptics. She was sent there after falling pregnant at 17. Her pregnancy was a result of abuse, and she was sent to the institution to prevent family shame. She was put forward for the sterilization process even though an intelligence test proved that her lack of education was the reason for the low score rather than being a neurological issue. Her low social class was also something that eugenicists wanted to eliminate from the gene pool, and the Supreme Court ordered that the procedure should go ahead. Supreme Court, Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes wrote, "It is better for all the world, if instead of waiting to execute degenerate offspring for crime or to let them starve for their imbecility, society can prevent those who are manifestly unfit from continuing their kind. 3 generations of imbeciles are enough." It is very difficult for people who work in care to hear stories of such contemptuous actions. These attitudes were fueled by the fact that people with disabilities were very rarely understood by the general populace. I know from experience that carers like to be shielded from the true horrors of the dark side of human nature and focus on providing the best service that they can, and most of them do an excellent job and the people in their care are happy. People who work in care come to know their service users well and have genuine affection for them. I know that for many SARE professionals, they are so familiar with the individuals they work with that they no longer see a disability or a problem that needs a solution, but rather they see a person with the same emotions as everyone else they know. People with severe physical development issues will sometimes experience immediate rejection, revulsion, and fear from people who have never witnessed physical abnormalities. It is easy to judge people who react in such a way as being rude or ignorant. I started working with children and adults who live with severe physical abnormalities and remember the distress I felt as I was introduced to Bernadette, a girl in her late teens who broke everyone's heart when they met her for the first time. She could speak fluently, but I can describe her physical appearance with any accuracy. All I can do is describe people's reaction to her appearance. Seasoned care professionals would take time out to recover after their first few meetings with her. There were people who did their best to hold back the emotion when talking to her. It was also usual for new trainees to retire to a quiet area to cry after meeting her. The other children in the school were used to her and could have a conversation with no sign of an emotional reaction. The world must have been a very quiet place for Bernadette, because every area she was taken to would fall silent as she arrived. Her family described times when they had visited restaurants and people would leave their table and food. There were a few times when children would cry and hide behind their parents on seeing Bernadette. The reaction that people experienced was from the sympathetic stress response, and how people expressed this was from despair, fear, revulsion, embarrassment, panic, and sometimes anger and rejection. I have used words that appear quite dark, but words such as compassion, empathy, and pity are covered by the word despair. Those are the virtuous labels we give to a sense of despair when presented with things we feel compelled to improve the individual's plight, but cannot. The people who knew her well and saw her every day didn't experience the sympathetic stress response. They could chat with her and help her get involved in activities. She enjoyed baking, choir practice, karaoke and drama. She had use of one hand and could speak without difficulty. She could use her hand to make over her electric wheelchair, which made the drama shows she took part in much easier to access. The despair that people felt on meeting Bernadette was unwarranted and based on nothing more than a physiological response that informed a reaction of despair. The feeling was not empathy, because Bernadette didn't feel despair. Bernadette developed confidence in talking to an audience, thanks to her drama training, and was asked to deliver talks at schools, colleges, and universities. Her contribution was to influence the career and personal development of many care professionals. Bernadette had a valued social role that brought her an income, and respect. She became a public speaker and influenced the minds of people who will shape the future. That the need for objectivity, it is difficult for staff to offer objective opinions regarding challenging behaviors. Emotional involvement with a challenging situation or being a contributor to unwanted behaviors can risk distortion of report or data. Applied behavior analysis is an objective process that uses the scientific method to collect as much data as possible to best understand why a behavior is happening. It is led by a qualified applied behavior therapist, although staff and other people who support the adult will be involved in collecting the data for examination. It involves a functional analysis which aims to identify the purpose of the behavior and what it communicates. This can sometimes be very difficult if a member of staff feels targeted by the behavior of a supported adult. For the uninitiated, maladaptive behaviors can feel like a personal attack, and this can have all kinds of unintended consequences for the supported adult if the member of staff is asked for their subjective opinion of an individual's motivations. The focus of ABA is on improving specific behaviors, such as social skills, communication, hygiene, and grooming. It has been shown that it can improve behaviors, decreasing the need for special services. The benefit to the supported adult is a happier experience, but also the staff and other people in attendance will also have less stress and paperwork to fill out. It is an excellent therapeutic approach for people with monotropic conditions by improving social interactions, learning new skills, and maintaining positive behaviors. The supported adult may need ABA as challenges that accompany mental and physical health conditions arise. Dementia and the cognitive effects of bereavement are managed if detailed objective information is collected. The information collected are: identify the behaviors to be addressed, set specific goals leading to an outcome, identify how any changes will be measured, identify stressors and triggers. Plan time-framed review of progress. Having a good knowledge of ABA is very useful, but I must emphasize that a qualified applied behavior analyst is a licensed clinical therapist with training and experience with graduate-level qualifications or above. I have emphasized this earlier in the book, but it is important that people know their limits. The scientific collection of data is a process to protect the service user from bias, and the human tendency to cherry-pick data to fit existing beliefs can lead to frustration for everyone involved. One of the most difficult things to identify when we are too involved in a situation is our unintended effect on a situation. Something as simple as the smell of your perfume or the pattern on your shirt could be the trigger for some people. This kind of stimulus is something that we are not conscious of. Perhaps the service user becomes agitated if people sit too close to them, or if they are trying to listen to a song on the radio, but can't because of your constant chatter. Objectivity is very difficult to possess in all situations, which is why it is sensible to approach these situations as part of a team. There are always team members who believe that they know a supported adult better than anyone else, but it will also be true that their familiarity could prejudice their view, and their routine with the supported adult could hide an unconscious agenda. A team member who enjoys their routine with a supported adult may fear that they will lose a cushy number if their activities are altered. One of the most prized jobs in support work is to use a company car to work with someone unsupervised on a one-to-one basis. Services that offer this type of provision have the intention of supplying a client-led service, but in many cases, the trip out is for the support worker's convenience rather than the supported adult. Gary supported John to access the community. John was without speech and needed constant supervision. The assumption was that John was accessing the community and getting involved in meaningful activities, but no one bothered to check what specific activities he was involved in. It was decided that because he responded well to musical activities that he should be offered the opportunity to take part in a therapeutic music session once a week. For the first few weeks, John attended the music session and appeared to enjoy it. He was in good spirits and could join other supported adults in the service for lunch. After an initial few weeks, John no longer attended the music session and was taken in out in the company car. It was noted in John's review that he was no longer attending the music session. Gary explained to the team that John was refusing to go into the session and that he had lost interest. This was disappointing for the rest of the team because they had received positive feedback from the musicians who led the group. The GPS data from the company car was audited to identify fuel costs and mileage, and it was found that John was being taken on a 100-mile round trip to Gary's caravan. Also, the car would stop at a betting shop for 5 minutes during the day. The car would also park in supermarket car parks and then drive to Gary's house for a while. Gary was using the company car and the fact John was without speech to attend to his own business. This was a very serious breach of trust, but even a job that comes with minor perks and enjoyment for the support worker could unconsciously distort how events are perceived and recorded. Values and beliefs generally affect whether behaviors are viewed as challenging to some support workers and not to others. An example would be a support worker called Teresa. She was very angry and embarrassed to be presented with a fully aroused gentleman when assisting him in the bathroom. Now, just to put things in context, the man was learning disabled, without speech and immobile. He needed to be undressed for the change, and Teresa's sympathetic nervous system was activated on seeing his magnificent presentation. She reported it as a challenging behavior and inquired about what strategies could control it. The service user wasn't exposing himself or suffering from distress, but Teresa has very strong views about sexual arousal and assumed that his reaction expressed deviance. Some behaviors present a challenge to a service, but they may not be behaviors that should be discouraged. For example, a culturally based ritual such as prayer or extensive washing before a meal may appear unconventional. Some cultures have a prohibition against eating certain foods which might appear awkward if a service has a barbecue or has no alternative to meat gravy at Christmas. Food is an important part of an individual's routine and stimulates a calming parasympathetic response. But this can also be a high-risk environment with noise and crowds. To deny an individual their parasympathetic reward at these times by the attitude, "beggars can't be choosers," creates the conditions for a crisis. The behavior is not the fault of the supported adult, but this might not be realized unless there is an objective analysis of the situation. An ABA therapist will gather information regarding the behavior of the supported adult and the consequences of that behavior on the individual. A detailed picture of the circumstances around the individual at the time, including any changes happening at home, changes in routine and/or worries. The health conditions of the client and any tension that may accompany those conditions that may contribute to a higher level of arousal. These situational stressors may supply a great deal of information regarding how the individual became printed to have their stress threshold lowered to make a maladapted behavior more likely when exposed to a trigger. The surrounding events that raise arousal levels are called a precursor, and they will accompany a noticeable change from the individual's normal mood. This information will be enough to plan an effective proactive intervention for a supported adult. Also, a primary strategy of supplying the parasympathetic stimuli to a supported adult to distract them from any stressful stimuli is the most effective way to prevent sympathetic responses. What parasympathetic strategies have been put in place before the activating event is important. An individual who has nothing to occupy their mind is at the mercy of their worries and their environment. Being occupied is not enough. It must be the kind of activity that stimulates interest. Hunger for stimulation. Vernon's parents have had some difficult nights. They both work during the day and Vernon attends a day service until they collect him at the end of the day. He wakes up at around 2 a.m. and starts shouting. Vernon's parents are being kept awake and finding it difficult to fight their fatigue at work. The consequence of this situation is that his parents are now considering permanent residential care as an option for Vernon. During a review at the service, they mention their difficulty with his sleep and are told that he falls asleep during the art session. This was never viewed as a problem by the staff, but it was causing a problem for his parents and making the expensive service effectively redundant. Falling asleep and other passive behaviors are very rarely presented as a problem because it doesn't draw any attention and frees staff to do other duties. An individual who is deprived of stimulation is also deprived of quality of life and is at risk of mental and physical decline. This is a difficult problem to identify. If an individual isn't drawing the attention of staff, then it is assumed that everything is okay. Some people suffer depression and spend all day in bed and unable to feel the motivation to engage with life. This is a serious problem because there are many examples of people who suffer health decline after entering residential care with limited staff and minimal mental and social stimulation. There are media-based investigations into residential homes throughout the world that show difficulty services have in providing any kind of stimulation. In the UK, USA, and Australia there have been examples of the elderly left for hours in bed without access to a radio or TV. Secret filming has shown that their cries for help are ignored, and they are left in a bed with no control over the lights. The influence of staffing is a reason for these situations, and while this is a contributor, it is also true that a radio or TV is a good distraction from the monotony, and yet in these examples, residents were left shouting for help in darkened rooms. This is reminiscent of sensory deprivation, a form of torture where a prisoner has nothing but their own voice to entertain their mind. No sight, sound, smell, and bland tasteless food. This type of torture aims to damage the prisoners psychologically and make them suggestible to interrogation. The experiment was conducted in the UK by the BBC and participants were locked in an underground bunker with no light for 48 hours. The participants reported that they experienced a collection of sensory hallucinations during their stay. After their 48 hours, they received cognitive tests and were found to have declined in their memory and problem-solving abilities. These participants knew that this was an experiment and that it was going to come to a predictable end, also they could leave at any time. It is different for people in care. If an individual has no stimulation and is left for long periods without knowing if help will arrive, then their mental decline can. Vernon has learning disabilities, has limited motor control, and although he can make a loud yell if he needs to, but he generally doesn't unless it's 2 a.m. You don't need convincing that people need to have a meaningful activity to stay healthy. The creator of transactional analysis, Eric Berne, described a group of human needs he called hungers. The hungers are fulfilled by the provision of structure and acknowledgement. For supported adults who have autism, the need for structure supplied by a routine. The predictability of events is something that also provides a sense of safety and calm. Anyone who has worked with people who have the condition knows how important it is to stay as close to the usual timetable, and if there will be any changes, to give the supported adult as much notice as possible to prevent anxiety. Acknowledgement is not something that is always freely given if someone has monotropic thinking. My nephew has autism, and to gain acknowledgement or eye contact when he was a child was very difficult. It was difficult to know for sure he knew someone was talking to him. He would only give someone his attention if he heard something that was connected to his narrow interests. Asking him what he would like for lunch was sometimes frustrating because he wouldn't acknowledge a question unless he heard me say a specific food that he would like or a computer game he was interested in. I knew that he liked bland food and mashed potato was the food he would settle for. Forming relationships and close attachments are difficult for some people with autism. Parents and family can feel rejected when no eye contact happens. The family can feel a strong hunger for acknowledgement from the autistic child, and as they become familiar with the child's idiosyncrasies, it is a very painful experience before the condition and idiosyncrasies become understood. We can misinterpret the apparent aloofness as rejection. It can take time to realize that a supported adult knows you exist. Sometimes it can be when they sit close to you because they understand that you are a safe base. The individual who has social impairments may find that some people stop trying to make a connection with them. However, this would be a mistake. In a care and support setting, we need to provide the therapeutic conditions unconditionally so the individual knows that they are safe. If an autistic individual feels safe when in your care, then it is more likely that on seeing you they will release parasympathetic hormones into their system and remain calm. Stimulation can be intellectual and emotional, but each individual will have their own interests that will provide high-quality relaxation. Vernon was given a crayon and paper, but this was not something that failed to grab his interest. However, his parents said he enjoyed looking at maps. A large A map of the UK roads was provided for him. He went from falling asleep during the session to being fully awake as he anticipated the turn of every page. His sleep returned to a manageable routine and his alertness and mood also seemed to improve. Adopting a person-centered approach to support and care has meant services have developed new and imaginative ways of arranging support to help service users to engage with the world in meaningful ways. Primary prevention strategies emphasize the proactive provision of focused activities that evoke a parasympathetic response and an awareness of stressors that lead to elevated behaviors in each individual. To deliver a primary prevention strategy requires anticipation of a supported adult's needs and the provision of where meaningful activity. The absence of an elevated behavior when the individual has no primary strategy in place is dangerous to an individual's mental and physical health and will cause deterioration. Passive inactivity is therefore viewed as a stressor whether behaviors are present or not. Mansell S. noted that supported adults are unoccupied in services that have the resources and philosophy to provide enriching and stimulating environments. He hypothesized that their quality of life reflects the performance of the staff team. In Mansell S. study, the performance of staff was measured by what activities and opportunities in the service were made available and the encouragement given by staff to take part. This required commitment and preparation. Observations indicated that inactive individuals who were not drawing attention to themselves through behaviors were not receiving the encouragement to engage in activities, resulting in supported adults literally doing nothing. Mansell points out that research supports the idea that even profoundly disabled people can participate in meaningful activities if they are offered the right level of support. He called this active support and identified 4 components to its effective implementation. These components are generally to the provision of age-appropriate activities at home and in the community, which is regulated by client feedback and input from stakeholders. Mansell's research involved studying care homes run by a charity. He used a control group and an experimental group and found that the quality of life improved in the experimental group. However, although there were improvements, it appeared that there were still issues that were highlighted in the way staff approached the delivery of activities, which indicated that improvements could still be made to implementing active support. The conclusion was that the principles of active support can have a significant improvement on the quality of life of individuals, and that one of the influential variables to the level of success of the process was the unique approach each individual member of the staff team contributed to its implementation. This experimental process showed that the application of the active support was beneficial, but it did very little to identify the reasons why staff failed to deliver the support. Staff have come from very different educational, vocational, religious, social class, and worldview, which all contribute to a personal ethic and approach regarding effective practice. Unlike doctors and teachers, the care worker is given training and required to adopt a complicated philosophy while training. The degree to which this philosophical approach is assimilated into their values can depend very much on the basis of the individual's previous worldview. There are still care workers who believe that a session is successful if everyone sits quietly even when unoccupied. The absence of any activity can become conditioned into a service user with the mistaken view that this is an effective way to deal with challenging behaviors. An example of conditioning people to be quiet while unoccupied are bus trips that have no purpose or planned destination. The service users who had a history of challenging or violent behaviors have been known to have been systematically driven around for 4 hours of the day confined to a vehicle. The behaviors were passive and were not detected until the usual staff were on holiday and a different member of staff was asked to lead their sessions. The member of staff planned a visit to a museum and a park on their 4-hour trip. At both destinations, the group of service users refused to leave the bus. Over the 2 weeks cover period, it became apparent that the service users had become conditioned to driving to car parks and drinking tea. The challenging behavior was not anxiety-based, but rather they had adapted to a routine of inactivity and were resistant to any change due to symptoms of ASD. The Memzel study was interesting because there were no apparent behaviors identified that were classified as a challenge to the staff working in that environment and was therefore not perceived as against the client's best interest. A major difficulty of introducing active support and primary prevention strategies to a service is that both service users and staff can have a confluent symbiotic relationship where the introduction of activity is perceived as disruptive, counterproductive, or even damaging to the client's welfare and rights. My service had one male service user called George who had a history of dangerous behaviors under certain conditions. To reduce the occurrence of behaviors, he was placed on one-to-one support and taken out in a car from 10 a.m. until 2:30 p.m. During that time he would drive to different car parks and drink tea and eat his lunch, sometimes not even leaving the car for the duration of his attendance. His diet during these trips consisted mainly of takeaway food, which he enjoyed. He enjoyed his sessions and became attached to his one-to-one support. His one-to-one support also enjoyed the session for the same reasons and would refer to the risk of dangerous behaviors if additional activities were suggested. After several years of this activity, he had become obese and was asked to lose weight as he was coming close to a diagnosis of diabetes. His home carers became concerned and requested that he be involved in a session where physical movement was involved. The service identified several service users who had similar issues and created a group that involved planned outings with moderate walking in various places with a mixture of activities. The resistance from staff members made the implementation of the new sessions difficult, and George's usual support worker argued that this was likely to lead to a violent incident. Eventually, different staff were used to implement the primary prevention strategy, and the service users in the group began to thrive, and George joined a dancing activity and lost 12 stone over a 2-year period. Brian is a service user whose service was enhanced by active support supplied by staff. His condition results in excitement in most situations where people are present and include moving from one place to another in search of social stimulation. His condition also includes a short attention span of 30 seconds. The staff members who worked with him found that they needed to be physically fit to constantly follow him to his next object of attention. The more stimulation that there was, then the higher his excitement and arousal levels became. This became a challenge to the service as many of the staff were physically unable to keep up with him. Before the staff were trained in primary prevention, Brian was driven in a vehicle for most of the day to suppress his energetic behaviors, but this also resulted in him being understimulated. After a review of his activities, it was decided that this was not a solution and had reduced his quality of life. After several meetings with stakeholders and the PBS team, his timetable was changed to reflect activities that he enjoyed, and he was placed with members of staff who could physically keep up with his need to move from one activity to the next. He was introduced to activities such as horse riding and using musical instruments with support. One activity he enjoyed most was emptying a cupboard of toys and looking through the toy boxes. This last activity appeared meaningless to the rest of the staff, but it was the most effective activity for engaging his attention for long periods and reduced arousal levels for the duration, resulting in less movement from one activity to the next. After several months of these strategies being in place, it was found that elevated behaviors were reduced, and he now had meaningful long-term activity. This example demonstrated that active support requires staff to be involved and willing to allow activities that appear meaningless or eccentric to a neurotypical can be therapeutic to someone who engages with the world differently. Active support for components. Opportunities for everyday activities. The service users are exposed to a range of activities that are provided both on-site and off-site. This includes support to learn practical skills, food preparation skills, and to make their own drinks and lunch. They also have opportunities to volunteer for day center duties such as customer service, catering, and maintenance. For service users who are less physically able, the opportunity to take part in activities is made available to them with staff support and other members of the group by giving instructions and receiving feedback on their contribution. Coordinate the scheduling opportunities. Staff are scheduled to work as a team with a range of service users, so that the clients are exposed to a range of different staff during the day. This helps the service user feel secure knowing that they are in an environment where people are familiar with their needs. This also protects the service user from forming exclusive attachments to one member of staff, which can cause anxiety if that member of staff is unavailable. It also gives members of staff the ability to be relieved to take a break if required, so that the client always has a member of staff who is refreshed and able to maintain enthusiasm. Knowledge about each service's users is also increased when there is a broader range of staff working with the same individual. The team as a consequence is more equipped to contribute ideas and observations in review meetings, which assist the service to adapt to the individual's needs. Staff members provide graded levels of support. Service users are given as much individual time as possible by the staff team so that the individual is able to demonstrate potential and interest in things that will provide focus and make behaviors less likely to occur. The staff provide assistance to service users based on their general abilities, focusing on supporting the clients who have high dependence so that they can also achieve meaningful results and experience success. Staff members monitor and record. Daily records are kept for every individual, and staff record how the service user interacted to the activity and how much support it required. Changes in behaviors are recorded and shared within the staff team and also in reviews with stakeholders to make sure that the service user is being provided with activities that are consistent with their choice. Their choice is measured using the records of behavior and interest and included in an updated green scale. Proactive attitude. In the days of institutions where people with learning disabilities were locked away and hidden from society, there were no courses on the subject of positive behavior support. Nurses, carers, and doctors relied on reactive techniques to deal with the situation when it happened. This was a little too late and could include restraint and the use of sedation. If people are locked away in an institution, then they will be more likely to develop institutional type behaviors. We have already looked at the importance of providing activities that maintain an individual's interest. Again, we will be looking at some basic principles for preventing regression to maladaptive behaviors by a mindful attitude toward a supported adult's metacommunication, triggers, and parasympathetic stimuli. Familiarity with an individual support plan. The most effective way to prepare to create the conditions for each specific individual. Kevin and the Crisps. Kevin is a 53-year-old man with ASD. He lives in supported living accommodation with other service users and 8 members of staff. Elderly parents visit him once a month. He is deaf and without speech and communicates using pen and paper. What he writes can sometimes be a method of communication, but will be random words related to a variety of subjects, objects, and people that he associates with pleasant gustatory experiences. His interest in the taste of savory food becomes obsessional, and behaviors such as pacing and attempting to take someone else's food can be triggered if he can smell or see savory foods. If he is on the day center transport and knows that there are packed lunches in the storage area, he makes constant non-verbal requests for food and will resort to making loud vocalizations and holding a member of staff's wrist and guiding them to the storage area. When spending the day in the day center, he would gravitate toward the kitchen and make non-verbal requests to kitchen staff at every opportunity. One day he could access the kitchen due to the door being unlocked. He pushed his one-to-one support out of the way and took a packet of crisps from the containers and opened it. The kitchen staff attempted to intervene, but Kevin started to turn his back on all staff to protect his crisps. His one-to-one support asked the kitchen staff to stand out of Kevin's line of vision to allow him to feel safe enough to begin to calm down and exit the kitchen area. The kitchen staff were not trained in PBS and needed to be persuaded by the one-to-one support that there was risk of his behavior escalating if they did not cooperate. They agreed to give the one-to-one support another packet of crisps used to guide Kevin out of the kitchen and to a quiet space away from any other food stimulus. To pacify Kevin, another member of staff was giving him a packet of crisps when his behaviors were displayed, but this was not properly monitored or part of an agreed support plan, which risked putting his long-term health at risk. It was decided to have a meeting with his home care staff and have a telephone conversation with his parents to inform them of the challenge and to see if they were able to offer any insight and if we could agree a positive intervention that would be supported by all stakeholders. His team had a meeting with his home carers and his care manager. A discussion with Kevin's parents was also conducted on the phone at a different time. His parents told us that when Kevin was living with them that they would give him savory food on a regular occasion to reduce the amount of behaviors and so they could live as normal life as possible. Kevin had spent the first 40 years of his life with a food drawer which he could access whenever he wanted, which meant his parents were not subject to requests. They said that this approach has led to him becoming dangerously overweight. The care workers from his supported living establishment had experienced incidents where Kevin would take the food off other service users and become agitated if he could smell food or see others eating. He would also gravitate toward the kitchen, but they could prevent agitation by supplying him with a small amount of savory tasting foods regularly, which refocuses his attention away from the kitchen and focus on other activities such as word searches. From these discussions we could see that everyone agreed that Kevin has a preoccupation with food and that his triggers for agitation are being in proximity of where food is being prepared or being stored. It was also the consensus that the trigger for behaviors is smells and visual stimuli as well as his own experience of hunger. Though our discussion it was agreed that Kevin's primary focus is food and that the stimuli that triggered his behaviors were too difficult to eliminate enough to refocus his attention using other means. It was agreed by all parties that Kevin can be offered small amounts of strong savory food to refocus his attention and lead him to a stimulus-free environment. What's crisps were identified as the best distraction to him if he is offered one crisp at times when he is agitated or to distract him before he sees a stimulus. Some of the group were concerned that this could cause him to regain weight if not monitored, so it was agreed that the frequency of the intervention would be recorded in his changeover diary so that if necessary his main meals could be adjusted to compensate for increased caloric intake. We had a review 1 month after the intervention was sanctioned and it was agreed that Kevin's quality of life had improved and that his instances of agitation had decreased. It was also found that he was spending more time on other activities such as using the Android tablet and word searches, and had also begun expressing other interests such as reading maps and rearranging dates in a calendar into a linear arrangement. His gravitation toward the kitchen was drastically reduced and his weight remained static. In this case study Kevin displays a preoccupation with food which causes him distress. His quality of life is reduced as any other interest he could pursue was secondary to his desire for food. His Amber scale included any stressor that would evoke thoughts of food. This includes pictures, smells and his own hunger and being understimulated. As the intervention was practiced over several months, Kevin expanded his interests further, which meant our service could improve our primary prevention strategies outlined in his green nappy scale. Kevin was gradually exposed to a choice of activities based on his expressed interests and the amount of interventions made by staff was drastically reduced as he gradually assimilated his new routine in a trigger-minimized environment. Derek's agitation. When in a crowded room, Derek will not attend the bathroom independently and expresses agitated behaviors of pacing and inaudible mumbling. This indicates that Derek needs the bathroom. He is aware that he is uncomfortable but is unable to understand his own needs when in an elevated state. This indicates that he needs assistance from staff to reduce his arousal and attention by removing him from the stressor and taking him to a stimulus-free environment. During his he should then be shown the bathroom focus. A focused mind is fixed on the object of attention which exists in the foreground of their awareness. The focus of attention should be directed to a parasympathetic stimulus. Monotropic mind will have specific interests that will be associated with pleasure and relaxation. Stressors should be removed from an area or the individual directed to an area where stressors are absent. Mood can quickly change if a tailor-made distraction is presented. Dolly becomes extremely happy if given a greetings card, leaflet, or magazine. The content is not important. It could be a magazine on politics, a leaflet on erectile dysfunction or a deepest sympathy card, and she would be delighted beyond words. Her team makes sure that a stock of these distractions are always available for any occasion when Dolly is elevated. Nigel enjoys spending time with friends during lunch, however is a stressor for him that lowers his threshold to a trigger. There were occasions when he began throwing things in the area. The staff automatically evacuated the other people from the area, and he very quickly calmed down. By removing environmental stressors of noise and people, the staff were able to help Nigel start to recover and regain his focus. When he felt more composed, it was ascertained that the trigger was the soup spoon he was given to eat pudding with. Relationship unconditional positive regard is provided at all times to maintain trust and an environment of safety. Collaboration of the supported adult with family members and care services to share information and provide a consistent routine and the provision of a parasympathetic environment. A therapeutic relationship provides autonomy to the supported adult. A sense of control and self-worth is nurtured when they are involved in the planning of their support. This requires effort, especially if the service user has difficulty in bringing to mind what their needs are. It is important that the service user's needs are investigated and a picture built up by involving all people and agencies in the planning process. In times of crisis and meltdowns, the service user is always approached respectfully to protect them from the further distress that could cause them to be re-triggered. Damage to personal and professional relationships as well as self-esteem can be perceived by the service user if they feel ashamed by their behavior after a crisis. The practitioner will demonstrate unconditional positive regard by reassurance and protect them from staff attitudes that risk re-triggering maladapted behavior. Anticipation. Use recorded data to prepare for any stressor or trigger that has been known to cause elevated behaviors and adapt arrangements to reduce impact. Precursors such as worries and disappointments that lower the threshold of a supported adult's ability to cope with a trigger will be communicated during handover. Daryl becomes excited and uncooperative if he encounters Christmas lights and music. This can very quickly turn to violence if anyone is in his proximity, making any intervention from staff a high risk. Refocusing his attention is very difficult unless the lights and music stop. This can cause a problem if this happens in a public area. The principle of anticipation is applied by regulating his exposure to Christmas lights and music to times when there are few people present, or avoid exposure entirely unless the activity has been carefully risk assessed. Mindful communication. Observe meta-communication for any changes that indicate an elevated state and adjust approach to accommodate. If communication and proximity is causing agitation, be prepared to discontinue communication and evaluate the potential stimulus. It could be a morning routine has been disturbed. Be mindful of your own communication for any indications of unintended stress being expressed, as this can affect which ego state is hooked by the supported adult. Confirm that anything you have said to a service user has been understood and communicated at a rate they can follow. Many people with neurological impairment are unable to follow more than one instruction at a time. Patience provides a way to measure the service user's arousal and level of cooperation in the moment. They may need an approach that maintains low arousal and reduces resistance. Sally will only take part in activities if given plenty of notice beforehand. If approached and asked to prepare to join an activity she usually enjoys, she may resist and become agitated. Staff know that they should immediately withdraw and return later when she is in a more cooperative mood. Giving separate instructions that lead to the eventual goal of attending the activity can be offered to the service user, such as 1. It's time to put your cup in the kitchen. 2. It's time to get your coat. 3. Time to say goodbye to everyone. One of the best ways of commuting with someone who is potentially elevated is to communicate using body language. Gestures, smiles are a great way to avoid the unwelcome volume of a voice when you are feeling agitated. Giles had worked in a noisy factory environment for most of his life, but after being made redundant he found a job in a day center with people who have ASD. It was difficult for him to adjust the way he communicated to service users, as he had been conditioned in his previous job to speak loudly with a sharp tone, to maintain relationships in the factory using humorous banter. It was noticed that when service users were in the same environment as Giles, that there was an increase in behaviors that were deemed disruptive. Some service users would refuse to join a session where he was, would refuse to eat food or use the bathroom if he was assisting them. Giles discovered that his attempt to gain a rapport using the same tone and volume that was effective in his previous role was causing some of the service users anxiety, as they were unable to understand the abstract and ironic nature of humor. Many of the service users focused on his vocal style to derive meaning which many perceived to be aggressive. Effective communication is important in positive behavior support as a means of maintaining emotional equilibrium. Clarity and confirmation of what is communicated between service user and care worker provides understanding to take action to prevent behaviors. A member of staff should be aware that a service user may have limited speech ability, including the ability to articulate exactly what their message is and also physically forming the words that they want to express. This can present a challenge if the staff are unfamiliar with the service user's communication needs. Frustration at repeated attempts to communicate an immediate need to a member of staff and can increase the chance of behaviors. I work with a service user who is only able to make non-verbal vocalizations and will use a limited range of monotone signs to communicate with staff. This need is usually a request to know what is for lunch or a request for a drink. The staff who would usually work with this gentleman were on a training course, which meant he was in the care of people who were unfamiliar with his communication style. He made quiet vocalizations which would usually draw the attention of staff, but in this case he was unable to gain attention. He began raising his volume until the stand-in staff became aware that he was screaming. The staff members were inexperienced and had not read his support plan to identify what the vocalizations meant and assumed that he was becoming disruptive as part of his condition rather than a way to fulfill a need. One member of staff took him to a quiet area to calm down, but they found that he maintained his loud screaming, which soon led to grabbing of clothing when the staff came close. The staff called an experienced supervisor who immediately attended to the service user and asked him if he would like a cup of tea. His vocalization stopped, and after he had his cup of tea, calmed down and was able to enjoy the activities of the rest of the day. Many of the service users have limited understanding of words and can only process small amounts of information at a time. They may only recognize a few words in a sentence and combine the words with the volume, tone, and speed of the words being said to them. In some cases this requires patience and the commitment to confirm that the service user has understood what is said. A female service user who is autistic was asked by a member of staff if she would like an apple or eaten mess for their pudding. The service user knew that she didn't want an apple but didn't understand what eaten mess is. She couldn't articulate that she didn't understand and so stayed silent. The member of staff asked again with a little louder volume and a sharper tone, but were still unable to get a response from the service user. The service user associated the increase in the staff member's volume and tone as an indicator that they were becoming angry, and subsequently the service user began to cry. Other staff intervened and brought her an apple and a bowl of eaten mess and allowed her to point to which one she wanted. In both examples, the first staff to respond to the service user had not read their support plans and were unprepared for their style of communication, and as a result the client's arousal levels were raised. The ability to be understood and be spoken to in a way that is clear to the individual enables the service to build strong relationships and engender an experience of security and calm. When communication is difficult, access to alternative methods such as picture boards could have been employed. This can assist a member of staff to identify a range of needs such as thirst, feeling unwell, and the need to use the bathroom. When a member of staff is mindful of their own verbal and nonverbal communication and familiar with the client's support plan, then they are better prepared to adjust their communicational approach so that their message is clear. Engaged, the care professional will be fully engaged with the supported adult, aware of their meta-communication and their environment for potential triggers. Any deterioration in mood is a form of communication, and the stressor should be identified. If the stressor cannot be identified, then a change of environment can remove the stressor from awareness. All forms of behavior are communication and may escalate if an expression of distress is not met with a response. If a supported adult begins to scream because they would like a drink, then it is unlikely that the support worker is engaged with them. Being fully engaged means that staff are ready to ask if he would like a drink before any behaviors occur. Conclusion: I knew when I started this book that it would be impossible to write a paragraph without being triggered by an overwhelming desire to rant about the darker side of human nature. I hope the title of this book made that clear. The truth is that I am terrified by the stories in the press that expose abuse, many of which are only possible by the modern invention of the video camera. I can help but wonder if the refusal to have video cameras in these facilities is about privacy or about reducing the amount of evidence available for an investigation. The PBS process of responding to elevated behaviors is counterintuitive and requires transcendence from instinctive thinking to scientific reasoning. When an establishment has difficulty implementing PBS principles, I find it hard to believe that it is because the subject is too complex that prevents its positive effect in some establishments. Firing a barrage of training at people is not going to improve conditions unless the counter forces are fully acknowledged. Positive behavior support is under attack from many fronts. Denial that abuse happens. Desire to protect an organization. Lack of transparency. Bystander apathy. Poor corporate training with no literature to reference. Toxic staff cultures. Victimization of people who raise safeguarding issues. Corrupt mentors. Lack of self-awareness. Fear. I am sure there are other counter forces that you can think of, but to prevent a deterioration into another rant, from which I may never return, I will stop there. I hope you have enjoyed this rant. If you would like to send me a message on changes and improvements to this book, feel free to contact me. All the best. Alex H. Parker, alex@plessycastle.com, www.alexhparker.com.